the most prestigious competition around, the eChampions League.
The best 30 seats in Europe. Simply unbelievable. Just soak it in. Emra has done it again. Your eChampions League winner.
The eChampions League is back. We are in Manchester and 36 players are battling it out for the chance to compete for this trophy in Budapest at our finals on the 27th of May.
What does it take to become a champion? It's a mindset, the way you compete. I know what it takes. So do they. Even when the game has changed, the best are always ready. The European journey starts now.
The eChampions League is here!
Who will become the next champion?
Hello and welcome to the eChampions League 2026. We're in Manchester, one of the most impressive arenas around for the Just Eat pre-show. Joining me on the broadcast today, a man who's used to this competition in a different format. He's on the caster side this time. Oberon, welcome to Manchester.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it feels different, feels strange being on the other side of the desk, not playing, but super happy to share the stage with you. Big games are waiting for us.
Yeah, I can't wait. There's so many players here, 36 in fact, here in Manchester for our league phase. Mr. Richard Buckley's joining us again, looking great, feeling good. This is going to be such a great weekend.
This is it. This is the eChampions League. You hear that music and you just think, this is going to be special. And boy, this is going to be special, FG.
36 players and only 8 of them can make it to Budapest in 9 days' time. Here are some of the players we're going to see. Manu is there, Nicholas too. Oberon, you know a lot of the players who are competing today. How will they be feeling as they're walking in?
Like Richard says, the Champions League is special, it's unique. You want to be there, you want to play at your best level. For some competitors will be the first appearance, so maybe, of course, like it's difficult also sometimes to handle the feelings, to handle the pressure. We will see.
This format, I mean, I'm going to continue to talk about this format throughout because, Rich, we're starting off with the league phase and we're going to take a look at the league table right now and the names we have got here in Manchester because, I mean, 24 of them will go through to Sunday. We'll speak about the format in a moment. Who are you most looking forward to seeing?
I mean, you ask the eChampions League, this is the players that deliver. We've got world champions, we've got former eChampions League winners, we've got league victors. This is how you qualify to this tournament. You have to have won or placed well in your domestic league from all over Europe to even get a ticket in to win the eChampions League. It's stacked from top to bottom.
Oberon, I have to ask you the same as well. Here is all of our players who are going to be here, 36 of them. Who are you most looking forward to seeing? And who can go all the way in this competition?
Maybe it's too easy to say Anders and Emre, but if I have to pick someone, I will pick some Italians. I would say Samu and Edzers. I think they are in a good form.
It's so good to have this man here, of course. He knows so much about this competition. We'll be taking you through all of the action. But it isn't just going to be us two taking you through the action because we're delighted to say I'm going to introduce 6 more members of the cast here in Manchester. And honestly, the names here are going to get you even more excited. Let's bring out the man, the most iconic voice in esports. He's actually got more followers than Danny Welbeck. It's Brandon Smith. He's got a new pair of eyes to go with his hair. It's Shori. She's travelled over 3,000 miles to be here, all the way from Chicago. It's Casey. His team are playing in Budapest next week, and he's delayed his flight so he can watch the Champions League final. It's Ryan Pessoa. And his team played in this season's Champions League, but unfortunately, they're in a relegation battle right now. It's Tom Lees. And of course, last but not least, he's last like his team in La Liga, actually, Oviedo, but at least he dresses well. It's Gravison. Wow, what a lineup that is, Rich. I can't wait for it. I'm super excited.
Absolutely. I mean, we've got the talent, we've got the players. We're about ready to go, FG.
We're not quite ready to go because I can just see in the distance We have got our Just Eat driver here, and we are live right now.
Look, Oberon, he told me behind the camera, I'm a little bit nervous. I thought, look, I'm a man of the people. Let me home cooking, home cuisine, Just Eat delivered, Italian food. Enjoy.
I think it's good to have just a slice, you know, before the match starting.
There's a pineapple on that slice.
No, the smell is good. It's not pineapple.
It does smell really good, actually. Quick reminder to everyone watching at home, why not order a Just Eat as well? Because the action this weekend is going to be special. Before we kick things off here in Manchester, it's only right we cut to an explainer to explain how things are going to go down.
The UEFA eChampions League returns for the 2026 season. The continent's biggest stars are here to play. The European elite have gathered in Manchester this weekend for the league and knockout phase, where 3 days of action will decide our final 8 players who will have the chance to achieve continental glory at the end of this month. The league phase will see 36 players battle against 6 different opponents in 6 rounds, with 9 matches per round. This will form a league table where each position will decide their fate in the knockout phase. Those placed in 9th through 24th will take place in the playoffs. Winners will progress to round of 16, where the top 8 will make up the remaining places. They will then battle it out for a place in the eChampions League quarter-finals. Taking place at Hung Expo in Budapest, the eChampions League Finals is a straight knockout tournament that will determine who will be crowned the 2026 champion of Europe. Who will conquer the continent and be this year's eChampions League winner?
Right, guys, I am joined by a very special person here. We have the reigning champion, Emra Yilmaz. Emra, welcome back to the eChampions League. How are we feeling going into yet another year?
Yeah, thank you. I'm feeling very well, confident, and very excited to play my first game today, and hopefully get a good day for tomorrow.
Now, let's talk about that first game, because obviously you are playing someone that's very, very close to you, Manu, previous world champion as well. So it has to be a little bit bittersweet. You know him very well, so how are we feeling about that matchup?
Yeah, that matchup happened a lot of times now, so it's very tough to play against him. Actually, every time I beat him, then I don't know how I beat him, but I hope today that I will win. It's always a bit 50-50 against him.
Now, last year, obviously, you said no player has won it twice. You did that. But again, no player has done it 3 times. So can you possibly be a 3-time champion here at the eChampions League?
Yeah, if it's not this year, then it will be next year, I think. So I hope.
All right, Emre, well, I will let you get ready for those walkouts. And I don't know about you guys, but I am ready to get into those games. So let's get to it.
The eChampions League is glorious. It's the tournament that gets closest to in real life football.
We have so many good opponents, but I'm ready for everyone.
Every player wants to play the eChampions League.
This is a tournament I haven't won, and I'm ready to win it this year. To win this trophy twice would be really amazing.
It means so much to be finally here at the big stage.
I'm just excited to play and show what I can do. I've won a major in the past, so I can do it again.
I know that I'm the best player in the world right now. If I play well, I know I'm gonna lift the trophy.
I feel really proud to be twice ECL winner. I'm ready to try for a 3rd.
Well, here we go once again for the eChampions League. We are back in Manchester for the Champions League phase. We're here for the next 3 days of action. 36 players battling it out all across Europe, and we kick off with this one. 2 teammates outside of football club representation. A 2-time eChampions League winner against a 2-time world champion in Manu. Emra Yilmaz against Manu in our first featured game. There's also 8 more games taking place in this first round live from Manchester. This is the Champions League phase. And I'm excited to say that alongside myself, Brandon Smith, I've got Ryan Pessoa and Jaime Alvarez. Guys, we are back for the special one, the special tournament. As we said, 36 players here. And Ryan, this is what they're going to be playing with. 15 million coins. It must fit within these draft requirements. More coins needed or not?
I think 15 million coins is fair. I think maybe a little bit more would have been able to include the other players that may be missing, like the Mbappes, for example. But with the restrictions, Gravison, I think 15 million coins gives you enough to build a strong team.
And not only that, but it's just the limit to have a big player in your team. So you gotta pick between Pulisic, you gotta pick between Tuga, you gotta pick between Mbappe, because you can just pick one of those.
I think that's a good part as well, because it adds conversation. You can deliberate on what players will select. Obviously, not everyone will have the same selections in their team. So, yeah, I'm a big fan of it.
I mean, how are you feeling as well, Gravis? And this is the big one, isn't it? The eChampions League. It's the one where everyone wants to be at. $280,000 up for grabs. Players coming into this from 17 different partner leagues. Everyone's got a story, but everyone deserves to be here.
Yeah, for sure. And not only that, but we see surprises. It always happens during those first games in which you think that maybe the favorites are gonna not only win but crush their opponents, and it always happens, a couple of surprises. But I don't think we'll see a surprise in this first match, because Emra against Manu, come on. What a day to start the day.
And look, Emra Yilmaz, Ryan Pessoa, can he go and do it 3 times? Not 3 times in a row, but 3 times in 8 years is not bad for his level of competition and what he's put on here. $75,000. He knows the prize pool more than anyone because he's won it twice before.
Yep, he can definitely do it again. He's got the ability to do it. The matchmaking is very difficult, not just for him, but throughout. Everywhere you look, there's champions on one end of the stage to the next. So it's going to be tough. I think we can reel off about 20 names who we think could win the tournament.
Yep.
But I wouldn't be surprised if even a name outside of that ends up winning it.
I would be surprised, to be fair.
Yeah.
I mean, it could be a great conversation, but I feel like there are a couple of, I would say 3 names between Emre, Nico, and Anders. I would be surprised if anyone outside of those 3 names win the competition. Nasada could go all the way. I agree with you. It could go all the way.
Get underway in our first game, of course, featured between Manu Bashore and Emra Yilmaz, good friends and teammates outside of the club competition.
And one thing that I'm really curious about this matchup and the matchup that we will see today is the selection of the centre backs, because I don't think there is a strong centre back that you can pick into this competition. Maybe Lucio is the strongest one, but he's expensive. So the other option, as Emre did, is Tchouaméni, but I'm not sure about Tchouaméni as a centre-back, to be fair.
I agree. We've also seen a few players, not in this particular game anyway. Desiree Doué, I was looking in the practice arena in centre midfield. A lot of people using in a 4-5-1, so there's a few options to have variation.
Keep in mind, we are here, of course, across the next 3 days in Manchester as we see our first chance of the game from Manu Bashore, defended by Emra Yilmaz. How tough of this is a game, Gravison, for these players that know so much about Asia. Of course, outside of the Champions League, they've been esports teammates in the Netherlands, they've been national teammates once upon a time, and now they have to try and unpick each other on this stage. How hard is that?
It is really tough, as we just see the first goal of the competition being scored by Jafonso, and another attack by Cristobal. It's really hard, Brandon, because you know what your opponent is going to do. So it's not only about competing at the highest level, but trying to trick your teammate. Because, Ryan, I remember, have you ever played against Shells back in the days? It is really hard.
And Shori as well, we played a few times, and then when I was at Hashab with Harry as well, it is difficult because you spend countless hours practicing against that particular person. You know each other's game plan off the top of everything. Against any other player, I think you'd prefer to play. But when you're playing against someone who's familiar with the way you play, for me personally anyway, I hated it.
I did as well. In the ACL back in 2019, I played against Diego, and Diego, he was my teammate. And
finesse off the woodwork. That was nearly the first goal of the game between these two. Well, this game goes either one or 2 ways, in my opinion. It's a 7-5. It's a barnstorm between the two of them, or maybe somehow it's a very tightly contested game. As we said, remember, 50 million coins was the draft requirements for the eChampionsLeague league phase here in Manchester. We were here last year and we had drama, to say the least. That's a brilliant ball through. Is there a cutback pass? There is. Eden Hazard will get the defending eChampionsLeague winner off the mark. It was a really well-crafted goal, Ryan.
Yeah, I want to see the replay again. I'm not sure if there was an offside trap there. I believe there was.
I think it was, yeah.
And it just gave him out of space. We'll see it here. The line steps forward. They're stuck. And it just allows Emre to play that ball over the top, and once you're in that position, you kind of know what's going to happen. The ball across Gravison, the tap-in, and jumping over to this game, we saw Jafonso lead early doors, and it looks like he's about to grab a second here. A bit fortunate to have it bounce back to him, but Hincapié 2-0 up in 8 minutes against Guga Ferraz.
One of the players that we will see today a lot, Piero Hincapié, as a full-back. I don't think we'll see him as a centre-back, as we just see this goal by Musiala, another item, the road to the finals, which is interesting because I don't think we're going to see a lot of road to the knockouts or a lot of prime time heroes on the starting 11. But road to the finals, I think we will, starting with Piero Hincapié.
Yep, he's got to be in the teams for me. You can see the live standings and the matches at the bottom of your screen in round 1. Tekkz has Doué, Musiala and Hincapié in his team. It's a lot of budget, especially Desiree Doué, who's I believe when it was locked, was it
6.8
million
yes.
coins.
Look at this for a screen there, by the way. If you are struggling to follow us here in the eChampions League, don't worry, you will not miss a beat of the action here as that finesse comes in from quite some distance for Emra Yilmaz, who is currently leading against Manu Bashore. But if you look across the games, Jafonzo, 2-1 he leads against Tuga. Tekkz trailing against Chris de Boer, of course not a Manchester City player this time round, where he had heartbreak in this very part of the competition. He fell out in the eChampions League phase. He's up against Ajax's Chris de Boer. Anders Vergang is trailing against Lex. He's representing Como, of course, winning the E-Serie A. Nicholas against Tomas Masada, leading 2-0 against Montaxa, who qualified via the Malta E Premier League over there. And it's the goal that we just saw, Ryan. It is 2-1 to Chris de Boer of Ajax.
Yeah, heaps of space there. Sort of allowed him the opportunity to play the pass inwards.
I think it was a poor selection of the team press, probably.
Yeah, it's not the greatest of starts for Tekkz in that game. Positive signs because it's a great start for Chris de Boer on the other side of things.
A couple of goals coming through as well. Allian Lyon, a top 8 finalist last year, as Emra Yilmaz gets a second. He does not look out of place at all, does he?
And this is something that people ask us a lot. How do I beat the depth, the defensive depth, when someone is playing with 90, 95 or even 70 with the high defensive depth? Sometimes, Ryan, all you have to do is just go forward.
Go for it. Yeah, you can see the line stepping forward. You've got the momentum going forward, and it's just decisive. Emra Yilmaz, what a start against somebody like Manu Bashore to go 2-0 up early doors. Jumping over to this game live right now. Jafonzo 2-1 up against Tuga, who managed to get a goal back in this game. Of course, teammates.
Teammates, indeed.
But in this tournament, obviously representing different teams throughout the season.
I'm curious to see Guga's performance, because I feel like throughout the whole year, he's been a top 4, top 8 player. And I think he's championship material. So I'm expecting him to qualify for the finals, to be fair.
Well, just a word as well, when the game between Karim is back, the E-League 1 champion. They did beat Troyes this season. What a win it was for Marwan and Karim, the 2 Moroccan players, beating the household names Levi David and Manu Bashore, who came through for a new challenge in France. That game against Musti, Karim against Musti, hasn't kicked off yet. That's the only game of this round that hasn't taken place, and you are probably sitting there thinking, well, where's the rest of the talent here? Where's the rest of the players? They're going to be action in the second part of round 1. There's that many games and that many competitors here. We have to split the round into 2, 9 games at a time.
We're talking about the selection of the centre-backs, Ryan, and it's curious because there's a chance. Wow, great goal by Robert Pires, another player that I really love. But talking about that centre-back selection, it's curious because Guga is using Barzagli and Nesta.
Yes.
They are so cheap.
It's an interesting choice. Obviously, we see other players using, even Sol Campbell we see featured in a lot of teams there. But that is, in my opinion, very passive defending from Jafonzo. But he made the mistake before that by allowing Guga to take that much space, and then that finesse shot from Pires with the play style into that top corner.
Well, we're, of course, focusing on 3 games here. Manu against Emre, which is 2-0 to Emre. Jafonzo 2, Guga Ferraz 2, Tekkz 2, Chris de Boer 2. But there's 6 more games taking place, and FG is joined with a star-studded cast that can guide you through that. FG, what's happening in the other matches?
I mean, what isn't happening, to be honest, Brandon? There's a lot going on. Tom, we're going to start with you first. You're watching Anders Vergang and Nicholas. How's it going for you?
I mean, Nicholas got his feet on the table 2-0 up, but the surprising result, and something you wouldn't expect me to be saying, Lex is currently 3-1 up against Anders after 30 minutes. Good value for it as well. He's been playing well. Don't think Anders has started just yet, but we know what he's like. If he gets going, there's going to be goals. But if you've seen Lex play recently, it's not that much of a surprise. He's been really in form.
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge compliment. Shori, how's it going on your side?
Well, Nsada's just added a 4th against Montaxa. He's continuing his amazing form so far in FC 26, scoring low driven after low driven. And then Rafa Montero just 1-0 up in quite a chilled game against Biro so far.
Oberon, how's it going for you?
Allian is playing in his way, really aggressive when he's defending, really direct when he has the ball. Now he just conceded 2 goals, so it's just 3-2 up. But Ulitas is creating some chances, so let's see.
Yeah, he was 3-0 up at one point, Allian. There's goals in every single one of our games. Brandon, let's head back to you now so we can focus on the 2 feature games, and we'll be back to you shortly.
Thank you so much, FG. Great tour as well from Tom Shorey and Oberon. That's a brilliant ball. Has he put too much on it?
We had a great chat back at the green room between Shorey and Tom. I heard them speaking about the incisive pass, and I'm a big fan of the incisive pass clause coming from Cruyff. Chance and a goal by Chris de Boer, but that's the reason why I think there are a lot of people that are going to be using striker with the incisive passing gold clause, because I feel like it's just too strong after match.
I agree. I also think with a lot of players in a 4-5-1, when I was speaking to players in the practice arena, they said their striker is to facilitate everybody else. The midfielders get the majority of the goals, or the wide midfielders. So the striker's just there, having the passing play styles, the attributes. Obviously, that patch that came probably a couple of months now, where it changed how incisive and things work without the play style. Look at this bit of dribbling from Tekkz in the box, getting that finesse shot.
3-3 over there. Chris de Boer's got a brilliant goal just before that with the eChampions League ambassador Bastian Schweinsteiger was involved in the build-up for that chance. And then over here, the goals are all flying in. Former Man City player to the current Manchester City player in Jafonzo, who is leading against Guga Ferraz. 3-2 there. 2 goals to nil. Emra Yilmaz is still leading here. Is there a way back for Manu? Maybe so. Is he offside? No, he's on. 2-1. Important time to get a goal back, that, Graf, just before half-time.
I mean, it's crucial, not only that to get the goal now, but he has to defend in the kickoff as well, because we didn't see a lot from Manu, apart from the post that he hit in the first half, but this was a bit lucky. It could have been an interception by Tchouaméni, but it was a goal.
Just about onside as well, but he won't complain. It's a way back into the game just before half-time. Let's head on over to this live as well. Is Guga Ferraz, who's managed to come back twice now in this game. He's looking to equalise for a third time.
Should be the last chance before the half here. Remember, this is only the first round of action from the Champions League this year. We have got 18 competitors all taking place in just this first round. That's only half of the competition, by the way. Only 8 by Sunday will be on their way to Hungary, Budapest for the final stages of the Champions League. Just days before the actual Champions League final. It looks like Jafonzo is happy, Ryan, to go into half-time maybe with that goal lead.
Play for the last attack. He's got a minute added on, so even if he loses the ball, there's not enough time for Guga to attack. So he can just try and take his time. He can't go back from here, though.
One minute of added time has been played. Half-time. And Jafonzo have a slender lead at the break. This one's also close to half-time as well. Tekkz might have to defend the last chance of the half, which he will do confidently there with Sol Campbell. 20 seconds left of the game. If he can get it past halfway line, he can. He might have a last chance here as Chris de Boer keeps it in play. Or does he? Desiree Doué dispossessed him, and he'll feel like he's been hard done by there.
It might have been given as a foul. That's the only explanation I'd have for that. But if not, then you got questions.
I was thinking about that Sol Campbell as a centre-back, because I'm not a fan, but I did just see that his body type is stocky.
Yep.
Stocky tall, and
you get shoulder to shoulder.
No chance.
No chance.
No chance.
It's another game though. Nasada 4-1 up against Montaxa, and he's going forward again. Oh, just off the post there. Could have been goal number 5 for Nasada.
Just a quick word on Nasada, Ron. We had the pleasure of watching him flourish as his season has continued to do so in Hamburg. How impressed are you with him this season? His first time in the Champions League. He's at the World Championships, and right now he is a front racing player that's really got a chance to go and win something this year.
Yeah, I remember last season speaking to a coach called Johnny. He mentioned about how good Nasada is going forward. Keep an eye out on him. And from that moment, I've just been mesmerised. The way he attacks, he's very difficult to read going forward as well. He scores tons of goals, so he's great to watch. And I think that trophy in Germany will give him a lot of confidence and relief.
Especially you were in love back at the FC Pro with the 4-4-2. I mean, Ryan, you were in love.
Love it.
Back over here now, Manu on the hunt for a 2-2. Those are all the players in action. What we'll do as well, for those that are watching, of course, on YouTube and Twitch, let us know one name you are following this weekend at the Champions League. Is the onside Emra Yilmaz? No. What a run that would have been from Ramirez, by the way. Any other results popping up that are interesting you? Bottom of the screen, is that someone I can see in particular against Benfica that's having a bit of a difficult first game there, Gravison?
Yes, looks like it, but I'm sure the desk will explain to us what happened in that match, because it's a surprising one.
The thing is with Anders, you can't really rule him out, and if it's around a similar time in this game, around 50 or so minutes gone, there's still plenty of time for him to get back into it, but Lex, from his season, obviously a champion in Portugal this year, to get his spot here and in the play-ins, I think he's so good. Lex is somebody that I think online, even from back where he played, was a player to keep an eye out. He hasn't really done it in person yet. But if he's able to get anywhere near it, that looks like it's just onside as well.
Here is finesse. 2-2. We knew it would be a difficult game to call between these two juggernauts. A two-time world champion against a two-time eChampions League winner. What a pass from Musiala.
What a goal.
Unlocking the door and finding the perfect finesse shot in. Back to this one now. Jafonzo 3-2. Still leading against Guga Ferraz. The new Brazilian star, who we really came to know even more about in Atlanta at the FC Pro Open qualifier at the start of the season. Some scores along the bottom there. Nicolas still leading 3-1. And that's what it means. You have to be in the top 24, remember. 24 is where you need to be. If you're in the top 8, you'll skip around, and you just need to win one game to qualify for the Champions League as Musiala ties us up at 3-3.
Look a bit shocked there, Grav.
I will say, I wasn't a fan of Musiala. When I was looking at the drafts and I saw a lot of people using Musiala, I was like, I just don't like the item.
Look at the play styles, though, and everything. I love him.
Oh, I don't know. I feel like he's just not great at anything. But to be fair, he's just scoring goals.
Like this as well. A bit of composure from Tekkz, and that's the reason why he spent a portion of his budget on that player right there. Turns it around, 4-3, Tekkz leads.
I guess the key thing to mention, of course, this being a UEFA Champions League inspired tournament, there is a handful of Champions League items. That's a clever pass for Emra. 3-2, he's back in front with 28 minutes left on the clock. The timing of that pass, Grav, was everything. He just unlocked the gap, didn't he?
I think it was a player lock, but I'm not sure. Come on, get out of here. Ryan, these guys are too good now.
I think it's is it because if you're defending, would you feel hard done by the player's not intercepted it? But he's running away from where the ball's passed, so maybe that's why it doesn't actually deserve to be intercepted. I don't know how you'd see it, but a great goal there from Emra Yilmaz.
I would say I always consider FC to be a game of 50-50s. And I would never expect the passing there.
Oh, there we go. Oh, it's beautiful. Guga Ferraz, 4-3. He leads against Jafonzo. I believe he was 2-0 down in the first, 8 minutes. He's turned this game completely around. This was the build-up, though. Ramirez starting it off with Cruyff, and then keep an eye out on Ruud Gullit, the space, the triggered run, and then the low driven into that bottom corner.
Yeah, 4-3 over there. Another replay coming in as well. Is that an equaliser? Yes, it is. Chris de Boer making it 4-4. Over there, so as it stands, Emre 3-2 up against Manu, 4-3 Guga Ferraz leading against Jafonzo, and then a 4-4 between Tekkz and Chris de Boer. FG, we're going to check back in with you in the team. I want to know, Anders Vergang, what's going on in that game over there?
Well, I mean, at the minute there is a technical pause in that game, but we're going to move over to the other game Tom's watching, in Nicolas. Last time we checked in with you, he was 2-0 up, he was cruising. How's he doing now?
It's only 3-2 now. Domisas worked his way back in. Maybe Nicolas starting to get a bit nervy, probably didn't expect it, but yeah, Anders still 3-1 down, technical pause at minute, long way to go in that one.
Long way to go indeed, and Shorey, on your perspective, it's looking like a bit of a long one to watch, one of those games. You've not seen anything in it.
Well, Rafa Montero game against Berra, you have to say, both putting on a great defensive performance. I mean, you don't often see 70 minutes into a game, 1-0. Nasada, more of the same in his game, 5-2 up, absolutely cruising, crazy attacking.
And Oberon, how's it going over there?
Yeah, actually the result for Alien Lion is 7-3 up, but it's not so true. Ulitis surprised me when I was handling the pressure of Alien. It was creating a lot of chances, but not scoring. And Karim is just scored 1-0 up.
Yeah, that Karim game slightly behind as well. A long way to go in that one as well. Anders Vergang about to get underway as well. Brandon, back to you guys.
Thank you so much, FG. Great to hear from the situation there, including that man there, Anders Vergang, who is trailing at the moment. There was a technical pause in the game, but here we are getting it slowly but surely back underway. We can see him having to reset the lobby, but 3-1 down the last time we saw that. Let's jump back here. Is this a goal for Ajax? Are they leading 5-4? Yes, they are.
Oh. To be fair, that's my reaction as well when I'm just playing at home food champs. And I see one of those driven passes, and with the first touch, you go in the right way, you go in the wrong way, and you're like, okay, you just know. Finesse. That's going in.
It's done. Let's jump into it live. Tekkz on the attack here. Eden Hazard. Oh, it's onside as well. Oh, to finish. I thought it was going to go across the face of goal.
How has Buffon got there? How on earth has Buffon got there? He was the talk of the town in Naples just a few weeks ago in the Serie A finals of how good he was in times. Look no further than that example. Torre, Campbell, Musiala, Tekkz! 5-5! I mean, Chris de Boer couldn't even believe that one in.
I'm not sure if this was a Pep tactic or if this was just improvising, because this was a weird set piece, to be fair.
It was, and the fact he squeezed in as well. The low-driven play style helping out with that finish from Musiala. You can look at, he's even looking at his coach there.
Well, he got the job done, to be fair. Once I saw the player lock outside of the box, I'm thinking, is it a power shot coming in? But no, a couple of passes, and Sol Campbell with the assist.
Exactly, yeah.
Great composure by Tekkz. Every single time. I'm thinking, because look at Musiala, he's pressing. I'm in disbelief, Ryan.
I tell you, Musiala is unbelievable on this game.
Look at the passes. Look at everything.
Wow, it's gone through. Hold on.
Is there a cutback?
Oh, just
maybe it is. Desiree Doué! 6-5! Well, look, he's one of the most expensive players in the draft. With a goal like that, he's proven his worth.
I'll be honest, right here, it is unfortunate. Schweinsteiger should be doing a little bit better there. If you're Chris de Boer, you saw the smirk on his face.
Come on.
He isn't happy, but the other side of things, a walk from Tekkz. It's an important goal in that game.
Back over here, then Emra Yilmaz leading 3 goals. So we had a 2-goal lead in this game, remember. That one was waved away in seconds, but did go back in front. He's 8 minutes away from his first 3 points of the game. Draws will stand if needed, as Pires might have just given the defending eChampions League winner the star that he would have dreamt of on his return back to Manchester, Gravison.
What a goal. I mean, everyone was expecting something to happen on the upper side of the pitch, because we thought the space was there, but he was always thinking about Pires every single time, and once the Piero Hincapié just put wrong the foot direction, it was just like a simple pass, and Pires scored. And that's the thing between teammates, like even when you're thinking something's going to happen on the other side of the pitch, it's just a simple pass and you're fooled. Fabregas, interesting choice.
Oh, space. Oh, he's just about managed to move back into that lane with Lucio.
Well, that's how the current standing is looking. I'm sure we'll hear more about it after the game from the team that have been looking over. But Alian Lyon, Ryan Pessoa, top 8 player last year. Obviously won his spot via the Bulgarian league. This time he had to win it via the virtual Bundesliga. And no doubt a very different league and the level to compete in. As it stands on goal difference, he's top of the league phase.
Yep, it's a familiar sight in terms of him scoring a lot of goals, because he did do that in the virtual Bundesliga. He scored a lot of goals up into that final against Nasada, where, again, it could have gone anyway, in my opinion. That was a really high-level game. But Alian Lyon, I've been very, very impressed with this season. I think he's incredible.
Damasas.
Wow.
3-3 against Nicholas. Great result for him over there as it stands. These are all games that are live, by the way. Do let us know in the chat who you want to keep a close eye on. There are still 18 more players that will be in action in the second part of round 1. We are showing you 3 rounds of action today. Those are, of course, split into 2 because there's that many players competing in Manchester.
For a 17-year-old kid, this is great game management.
That's one thing I noticed and affiliated with Guga Ferraz, especially when we saw him recently in Brazil, was that he's not afraid to keep the ball. I know I jinxed it right there. He's giving it straight back to Jafonzo, but I think for me personally, game management, I would say, is arguably one of his best attributes in his game.
Forget who they're playing. Chance for Jafonzo to make it 4-4.
Come on, Ryan.
That's on me, apologies.
Come on, Ryan.
But as it stands, guys, after round 1, Nicholas, Anders and the world champion Manu Bashore might not have a win next there, name.
Incredible.
That's the thing with this ECL, especially the first match. It's always the toughest.
I know I said it. It's on me, innit? That defender was really suspect. But Cristobal, 15 minutes to go in the game. He knows he has to score. He created that space with Yamal and puts it into the near post. 6-6 in that game.
Important goal, big goal, isn't it? 4-2, 4-3 here. Is there time? I don't think there's going to be much of it. Added time to follow there for Manu. Looks like the world champion is kicking off the eChampions League with a 0-1 record. Over here, though, are we going to have a match winner? 12 goals between the two of them, and there is still nothing to separate them, or is there off the post, Musiala?
Incredible build-up play as well. Just the way he created the space, got the angle for the shot.
That's the thing with Lamine Yamal as a winger. You won't get top speed, and he's not a lengthy winger. But if you're just dribbling, you won't be able to get the ball off him.
Added time of 2 minutes, and this will conclude our first feature game. Great to hear your support coming in as well. Nasada getting a lot of plaudits from everyone at home.
Rightly so.
What a season he's been having. As that goes off for full time. We knew the game might have gone that way, Gravison. It was either going to be like an 8-7 or it'd be a little bit more tightly contested. Emra Yilmaz was always just doing enough to pull away. The defender, the eChampions League winner, has 3 points on the board.
No, Sorlov attacking on the wing.
Match winner? No. First points on the board. There are draws, of course, in the eChampions League phase. That's a point apiece between Guga Faraz and Chafonzo as they shake hands at the end of round 1. Every player will be playing 6 rounds, 6 league phase games.
I would say deserved result for both of them. I think a draw.
I think it is fair.
Yeah. And Tekkz, what has he done?
Looks like he's taken the lead in this moment. That snappy pass into Hazard, who gets the finish. 10 minutes to go. Tekkz up by 1 goal now against Cristobal.
That's the reason why you should always be looking at the first touch playstyle with your wingers, your cam, your striker. If you're doing Evos or if you're just doing SBC, the first touch, man, is just so underrated.
I agree. I think it's a vital playstyle, especially at this stage of the game where a lot of players, you have the nice playstyle pluses already. You're kind of looking for the supplementary silver playstyles. Having first touch is an incredible playstyle.
Alien Line, by the way, has just been the first player to bag 10 goals in a single game. He is 10-3 up against Ulay, who's playing in his first ever eChampions League, the Azerbaijan champion, who came through one of the 17 different FC Pro League spots that have been available from different partnered leagues. Of course, the bigger, the more major leagues have been given more tickets, such as the Virtual Bundesliga, La Liga FC Pro, E-Premier League. This is a fully stacked tournament with all of the best European leagues, new leagues as well, coming into the competition, such as the Kazakhstan League with the champion there. As that shot comes in, it's tipped around the post, and that will be 6 minutes left of the game. We are slowly but surely getting some full times on the board. Well, people want to know about how Anders Vergang's getting on Ryan Pissarro. The last time we saw, he was 3-1 down. He got a goal back, but now he's 4-2 down against Lex.
Alarm bells are ringing. Again, I'm still going to say there's time left for Anders to get back into it.
He has got 1 goal back.
There we go. Literally, yes, straight down the other end. He gets with Ramirez, Musiala into the corner. Plenty of time.
Interesting as well, Gravison. Interesting to get your point of view on this. He was the last player to come through a league. 4 players came through the eChampions League. He didn't lose a single game in Italy. 6 out of 6 in the group stage. A 9-1 win against Danny Pitbull, the hometown hero. Sorry, Danny, if you're listening. It was a hard game for him in Naples. Went through. First time he's won a league, believe it or not. Surely he's coming in this with some confidence, if he hasn't got enough already.
To be fair, I was so surprised with the way he played, because it is fairly different to play a league rather than, let's say, ECL or the World Championship, or even the FC Pro tournament. The gameplay is slightly different. You gotta adapt to your opponents. So I thought he was going to suffer for a bit, at least, I don't know, in the first couple of rounds. But it was just so easy for him, Ryan. I mean, I thought he was going to win, but I didn't expect it to be that comfortable.
Yeah, Anders Vergang is a force to be reckoned with. We'll tap into that game shortly. This game, however, Tekkz has got 3 minutes to try and defend, or maybe even go for an opportunity to score into the top corner. And Tekkz is on his feet. Huge win for Tekkz and Leeds United. They will get their first 3 points on the board.
Well, a year ago, he was sitting in that exact seat here in Manchester where he was eliminated with the last kick of the ball against Bradley from Genk, the Belgium side. He's back in the same seat, but he's off his seat. 3 points on the board for Leeds United as they're marching on into round 2 with 3 points on their tally there. Of course, his teammate Nick Snebb will be in action in the next round there, but that's a big win for Tekkz Gravesen.
I'm sure he's thinking how last year 6-7 points were enough to qualify as the top 24. So he knows starting the day with 3 points just put him in a really good situation. Whoa, that's the left stick dribbling. No.
Beautiful bit of play there from Lex. The final moments of this game, we'll see it out. It's Cristobal. Again, goal difference does play a factor, especially in the league phase here. It could be the difference from advancing or being eliminated. Maybe there could be some consolation here. Beautiful turn, Yaya Toure, and it's a goal back, as we said. Of course, it's a loss for Cristobal. Right now, it will be a devastating moment. But again, the end of tomorrow, Gravesen, that could be the difference. 1 goal.
I mean, he's in -1 goal difference now, so it's not that bad. But of course, he'll be expecting to get more points. I'm thinking about that. You can see Tekkz. He's not happy because he's thinking the same. Last year, he was out of the competition because of the goal difference, and he's thinking how that is fairly massive. But anyways, starting the day with 3 points, it's the best start possible, especially against a great opponent.
Yeah, absolutely. Tekkz will be delighted with that start for himself and Leeds United. Of course, results are being finalised around the stage. We still will tap into the Anders Vergang Lex game. We left at 5-3 in favour of Lex.
Well, looking at the games that are up next for these players as full-time result. If there was 5 more minutes in the game, I'll be honest, I think we may have been in for a draw between these two. What a game. 15 goals, Tekkz. First time that Leeds have been in the Champions League with this level of roster. Of course, before that, when they were eChampions League winners, sorry, Premier League winners with Tom Stokes and Olelito. This time, Nick Snebb and Tekkz in the driving seat. There's a long time left in this game, by the way. 21 minutes. Lex is going to have his work cut out here, Ryan, if he used to try and see this through, but he's in a great position.
He's in an incredible position to be in the lead this late on in a game against Anders. I'm sure, obviously, Lex will back himself in these final moments. It's not going to be easy because Anders will be pushing forward, but Lex has had to deal with tough games, especially in the league. Of course, in Portugal, where he had tough games, he had to see out results late on.
Back to you, Lex. Fresh off the back of his first season in Portugal, representing Benfica.
This left stick dribbling, Gravesen, is great. It's been great to watch.
And especially, I think that's one of the... Wow, look at this control attack. This is the best position for Anders. How can you stop him? You can't.
Anders Vergang! 5-5! There was always going to be a chance. Well, he would come back knocking.
When he finds these 3v3 situations, it's just impossible to stop him.
It feels like more often than not, he makes the right choice it just seems like it's all the time.
Every time. It's just like the way Anders attacks. If you pull a fullback out of position, you'll feel like, okay, this is a tough situation to defend against anyone. But if you're playing against Anders, you're thinking, I think I just considered a goal, and it's still 3v3.
Yep.
But you're thinking, I think I consider a goal, because when you decide to press, he passes the ball. If you don't pass the ball, he shoots. So if you're passive, it doesn't work.
Yeah.
If you're aggressive, it doesn't work either. So what can you do?
Just a quick word on his team. I don't know if he is starting him or not. I think if he is, Barzagli at the back. The reason why I'm saying that, Ryan, the cost of him in the Serie A, no one was really using Barzagli.
Yeah.
He was And obviously it's been a bit of a ripple effect off the back of that with the requirements from the squad builders for the eChampions League. A lot more players are using him at the back. But for the price he is, he's doing a job.
Absolutely. More than a job. He's worth the amount of coins it does take to have him into the teams. He's not expensive as well.
There's a lot of the audience still watching from home at the moment, Gravison. They might be thinking, oh my God, 15 million coins. I don't have that sort of cash. Well, yes, you might not be able to afford a Desiree Doué or a Ruud Gullit that has got the coin value. Well, that man there, Cruyff, who's just under 3 million coins. But there's still a lot of affordable players in these teams that people at home can pick up.
Especially if you're doing Evo's back at home, and maybe you have a centre-back which is not the first option, but that you're thinking about an Evo or something. You can try these players. I've tried Bartagli, I've tried Sol Campbell. They're good, and they're cheap as well. So they might not be the best players that you can play in the game, but if you want to play with them for champs, let's just say, they do the job.
There's only 2 games from this round, by the way, that are still underway as it stands. There's Anders Vergang here against Lex, which, as you can see, is 5-5. And just behind me as well, I'm seeing Karim is back against Musti. He's 5-1 up as it stands. Back to Anders. Can he find a way through with Ramirez? No, Molina is there, just about. He's been so good up to this point as Lex. When the pressure's on him from the player that's on for potentially
a good one.
I would say a quadruple, but he could be on for 5 trophies this season. Baggio for Lex, just about gets it off his toe there with Lilian Thuram. Musiala finds Baggio only as far as another defender from Lex. Final 5 minutes here for one of these two to snatch their first 3 points of the eChampions League phase.
He has to score Lex.
Rashford. Has to go back to the icon of Bastian Schweinsteiger, as there is a bit of an overload coming. Well, he does a good job there to pull away 1 or 2 players of Anders Vergang's midfield and right side of the back line.
Smart.
Cruyff back inside. That's brilliant football.
You know what?
Smart.
Magnifique from the French pro that's been playing his EAFC this season in Portugal.
The way he triggered runs, the way he dealt with the team press as well, just that, you know, that with that touch with Ramirez is not turning at all, just literally just taking the ball, waiting for the run and then playing it back. It's so difficult to defend, especially when obviously you're not aware it's going to happen, but Anders isn't happy with that. There's still time to see if he can come back from it, but Lex has looked unbelievable.
Not only that, Ryan, but for the last 10 or so minutes, it was end-to-end FC. And when Anders is playing end-to-end, he's comfortable because the volume of chances he can get is higher. So Lex was so smart, even Lex or his coach, Baratelli, because he knew the end-to-end FC wasn't the answer to beating Anders. He knew the answer was try to get slow build-up and score the goal. Great FC.
Jumping over to this one, Karim is back. Looks like he's about to get goal number 7. Dink chip over the goalkeeper.
You have to say it, what a season he's having. He came so close, Gravison, 2 or 3 times, maybe 4 times, to losing the qualification game to qualify for the World Championships. Forget eChampions League. He's at the World Championships. He's representing Morocco loud and proud. And what a start he is having to his eChampions League. 7-1 up with 5 minutes left.
And not only the result and the 3 points and the goal difference, he's playing against Musti. A great player. And
he's a goal scorer as well, and he's not stopped him. Well, he has stopped him, sorry, from creating chances and scoring goals. One goal, which is very, very impressive for Karim.
We know there's a bit of a delay starting that game as well, which could often offset a player, but that's not the case at all there from Karim is back. We have got, of course, the closing stages of both this game and Anders Vergang's matches. Anders about to lose his first game here in Manchester. I mean, we spoke about how good he is as a pro player, one of the first, if the first, to break $1 million in prize money. He was missing a league title. He picked it up this year in the Serie A, but he's never won this one. He's never won an eChampions League. Tell you who could be on his way to an eChampions League is that man. 8-1.
I was looking at his selection as well. He's put a lot of budget in his defence. Obviously, Lilian Thuram's around 3 million coins or so when the draft was locked in. He's got Baggio and Totti leading the line, and they're scoring goals for fun for him. 8-1.
And the goal difference is massive.
Yep, huge.
+7 in the first match.
We saw it last year. How important is goal difference going to play a part here?
It's an extra point. Genuinely, it works that way. It's very similar to the exact same format to the real-life football scenario there, but it plays the same and has the same impact, where if you're relying on goal difference, you're delighted with that. Wins the ball. Hold on a minute. 4 minutes added on, Gravison.
Schweinsteiger. Don't count him out just yet. 4 big minutes here. We've got to see the reaction, by the way, from Anders after this game. He will not be happy at all. The levels he sets himself, he could be on his way to be 7-5 down. Rashford! It will be Lex. And Benfica, that will kick off their eChampions League with 3 points.
And Brian broke it down perfectly. It was all about the left stick dribbling. And I feel like that's one of the attributes that you gotta have when you're playing against Anders, because he's gonna be so aggressive with the tackles. Your left stick dribbling has to be on point.
Yep, and not only that, when you get opportunities, Brandon, you have to make them count. Against Anders, you need to make sure, because I was going to ask you before, it was around the 80th minute, how would Lex be feeling? He's given away a couple goal leads, twice, I believe, in the game. For him to obviously ride out that pressure, ride that wave of attacks from Anders Vergang, yeah, it's an incredible result for Lex.
Added time of 4 minutes. We've played the 4 minutes, Lex. What a start to your eChampions League phase. 3 points on the boards. And that man will not be happy. Full time there. Hats on and he's off. And a full time as well, Karim. 9-1 win against Musti. What a start he has got. As it stands, he has the best goal difference in the league phase, and Monaco are top. But we don't stop there, because we have our second part of round one. Nixneb against PHN will be our featured matchup. Don't go anywhere. It's up next.
No clue, to be fair. No, that's tough. Looking at the buildings around, I think it's in Spain. Closer look, can I see any hints? It's in England? Italy?
No, I don't know.
Maybe Red Star Belgrado? Villarreal. Is it Las Palmas? Cadiz. Turin? I think I'm really bad at this game.
Well, let me check.
Other one is tough too. Oh, this is a hard one. Ajax? This looks like I should know.
Athletic Bilbao?
I think it's a German stadium. Leverkusen. Leverkusen. This is Bayer Leverkusen. Oh, this one is really tough. I don't know. Random guess, let me think. I don't know, to be fair. Maybe this is France. Which club?
Maybe because of the colors of the seats, I would say AS Roma.
Lyon. Real Sociedad. Manchester City. Galatasaray, I see red.
This is Chris. He plays EAFC on PlayStation tournaments, winning FC points, cash prizes, and even a few exclusive experiences easily. But how? On his PS5, Chris launched EAFC, found PlayStation tournaments, and registered. It's that easy. New tournaments daily, win avatars, FC points, and more. Compete, win, and claim your prizes today on PlayStation tournaments.
PlayStation.
sets. What's promised to be?
This is what he does.
Yeah.
You alright?
Qatar Airways, official airline partner of the UEFA Champions League.
Welcome back to the eChampions League, and after a crazy first round right there, some ridiculous results there, Thomas, indeed.
I mean, it's thrown up some surprises already with Anders losing. There's been some big score lines as well. And one of the biggest ones was actually Tekkz. Tekkz won his game 8-7 against Cristobal. A mad game and a massive start for him, given that he's lost the last couple of years in the first game.
Absolutely, of course, had a very good performance at the E-Premier League, losing out in the final. And a player we want to pick out from Tekkz's team, who was just absolutely unbelievable for him today, is a man named Tuga. Now, Tom, tell me a bit more about him, because it's a big part of the budget.
Yeah, Tekkz always throws up some interesting teams, and a third of his budget has gone on Desiree Doué, and only 6 players have done that. Some of them, Tekkz, Anders and Nixneb, all liking him, mainly because of how good he is and his attacking play styles. And being honest, Shori, if you had to build the perfect winger, it's probably him.
Yeah, and we can just see a couple of stats over here, guys, for Doué. One thing you would definitely point out straight away with Doué is the 98 dribbling. Tom,
Yeah.
I mean, tell me a bit about that.
I mean, you look at the actual 99 dribbling, but the 96 balance, the 97 agility, that is what you need. In these tight moments, a lot of people are playing team press, so it's going man-to-man. You need players that can dribble well, get yourself out of them tight spaces, and that's exactly what he can do, as we can see of his play styles as well. Now, 2 play styles I absolutely love, plus, technical and finesse plus. You really feel that. If I wanted to, if I was building a perfect winger, I wouldn't want tiki-taka plus, but you can't have everything, because the silver play styles are just as good.
Yeah, you certainly can't have everything in this life, but I tell you what, Desiree Doué, an absolutely fantastic player for Tekkz. And yeah, we can actually hear from the man very, very soon as well. But I believe, got any goals to show, any highlights first of all?
Don't worry, Shuri, we've got some highlights here. We've got some highlights. Before we get an interview with him, we are here and we're looking at some of his goals. Now, you can see he's actually going to be using Doué on the triggered run, gets him out wide. And the ball roll, look, the close dribbling, what we're talking about, activating that technical plus around the box, can't get near him. You cannot stop that into a perfect low driven. It's perfect. It's exactly why Doué's in the team. We know Tekkz has always used his wingers, always, right mid and left midfield, particularly his right midfield is perfect in that situation, gets in the goal. I'd expect a lot more from Doué today.
Yeah, well, nice to see the goal there. And now we can hear from Tekkz with Ryan.
Yeah, thank you, Thomas. It was a bit early there, Shori, with the send, but I'm joined by the man of the moment, Tekkz. Of course, that game against Cristobal, 8-7, it was an end-to-end game. Talk to me how you're feeling now.
And I feel good. Obviously, my first game in the ECL last 2 years. I think last year I lost like 7-3, and the year before I lost like 6-1. So I just wanted to come and win my first game. So it's a huge win against a good player.
Speaking of years gone by, obviously you had that dramatic game against Bradley last year. Does that play a factor in your mentality and late on in games? Because obviously you've been in these situations where it hasn't gone in your favour. We all know how good you are. You can get across the line. Do you feel that way this year as well?
Yeah, not that game specifically, because I think last year I was beating Emra 4-2 in the 85th minute and I drew the game. Also, same with Bradley. So obviously I always feel like I'm on the end of like last minute goals and I want it to stop. So every time I have the lead late on, you're thinking about it. But a win is a big step.
Your next game is against Vera, where I'd say on paper you are the favourite. And of course, other games are going on at the same time. How much does that impact your mentality? Because obviously you've got the likes of Tekkz, you've got Anders, Nicholas, etc., to name a few. Do you pay attention to them at all, or is it mainly just focus on yourself?
Depends where we're at in the tournament. I remember last year when I lost to Bradley, I'm looking left and right, like seeing the results. But I think early on, it's good not to have a look. And obviously I got 3 points out of 3. If I win my next game, that's 6 out of 6, and you're looking nice and dandy.
Yeah, well, congratulations for that massive 3 points in that opening round. Let's head on over back to the hostess.
Yeah, thank you, Ryan. We have plenty of viewership rewards for you over this weekend. If you watch 15 minutes of the league phase, you'll receive an 85 plus times 2. And 60 minutes, you'll get an 86 plus times 2 player pack. You can watch the action across both Twitch and YouTube at EA Sports FC Pro. It was great to hear from Tekkz there. What a performance. Casey, I remember it last year. We were actually stood in this exact position watching the league phase unwind in that amazing last round of fixtures. It matters goal difference, it really does, and that's how Tekkz missed out last year.
Exactly that. He was up against Bradley. Every single goal mattered. Bradley didn't even need to win, but he did, and he knocked Tekkz out of the competition. So every single goal is going to matter, especially if we're looking at some of those goal differences that we saw in the first round there. I mean, Alihan had 10.
Yeah, 10 for Alihan. It's insane. I mean, speaking of goals, Brandon, 84 goals in our first 9 games here at the eChampions League. Firstly, what an advert that is for this format and this game as a whole, but also, what does it say about the attacking prowess of all of our players here?
It says expect, a lot more goals in my opinion. I think 84 is probably not the most we're going to see in a single round FG. I reckon we'll be getting over 100, hopefully at one point. As we said, 6 rounds of action, but some of our favourite games of the round. Nicholas coming through, he was behind, he was 3-3, then he won that game 4 goals to 3. Nasada, everyone's been talking about him. He's a goal scoring machine. He plays 4-4-2. Doesn't really care about clean sheets, but he wins games and he scores goals. He's in the top 8 as it currently stands. And as you said, Case, 10 goals from Alihan Line, top 8 finalist last year, FG, and kicking on like he means to go on here in Manchester.
Yeah, and I mean, it sounds criminal. We haven't mentioned one of the shocks of the round, Casey. A shock if you're involved in the esports, but speaking to Oberon and speaking to other people, Lex has been huge value for money in the lead up to this tournament. He's just started his eChampions League 2026 with a win over Anders Verkenk.
Yeah, obviously he won over in Portugal, so he's taking that momentum over here into the eChampions League. But like we said, there's a lot of games to be played, and so I'm sure Anders will come back swinging, absolutely.
Yeah, we've got a few good matches coming up. You can see them behind us as well. Nicksneb against P8 We're going to be back here watching. Who are you most looking forward to in this round of fixtures? Because Levi David's in action as well.
Yeah, I'm looking at that top match, I think. Nicksneb versus PH I was just in Brazil. I got to see PH in the final. Nicksneb obviously making it to the final as well in the E-Premier League. So I think that one's going to be a banger of a match.
Oh, we've got the likes of Tuga in action as well. Let's not wait any longer, shall we? They're all crying out for the chance to win that trophy in 9 days in Budapest. It's time for our second round of fixtures, and it's time to head over to Richard, Oberon and Shorey.
Yes, it certainly is. Thank you very much, FG. eChampions League glory awaits, but half the competition haven't even kicked off yet. We're about to wrap that up very shortly myself, alongside multiple-time eChampions League and FC Pro World Championship finalist Oberon and Shorey in the commentary booth.
Cheers, introduction.
I can't wait to get these games underway. I mean, we've seen shocks already. We've seen big performances as well. We've got another 2 real entertaining players coming up in our featured game. PSG against Nicksneb. I'll come to you first to talk about Nicksneb. Shorey, what can we expect?
Yeah, of course, just had an absolutely amazing run at the E-Premier League, just missing out on the trophy there. We know Nicksneb, he's a man over the years who's just got so much attacking talent, and you can certainly expect goals in this game.
And on the other side of it, a player in the league that you competed with, Oberon, in PH coming over from South America. He's competed in the FC Pro La Liga, finished in the top 4. Could the eChampions League be next for him?
I think he's one of the best players in the way he plays, like so aggressive, so direct. I think they are both really aggressive. Like in the second match that we have, Di Fernandes against Max Colemangi, they are both controlled. I think it's quite different games.
Well, here we go. We are underway, kickstarting Nicksneb and PHZin's eChampions League. We've got plenty more games as well to bring you throughout this round of fixtures, as Oberon mentioned. Di Fernandes, Max Kulimaya, and we'll be paying attention to Samu Gamer, an RVP legend, which is actually a rematch of last year's knockout phase, the qualifying game where Samu Gamer beat RVP legend, 5 goals to 2. They're kickstarting that rivalry again in round number 1 at the ECL 2026. It'll be from left to right in that Leeds United strip. Nixnep as Musiala opens up the scoring, 1 goal to 0 to the Leeds United faithful.
Yeah, lovely bit of work from Nixnep there, just triggering all the runs from the start of the game here in PHC. Aubrey just doesn't seem like he knows who to mark here.
Yeah, sometimes it's difficult when you don't have the time to put the team press up. So the defenders were they were not close to the striker. It was too difficult to defend.
Speaking of Di Fernandez and Max Krullemeier, this game here already 8 minutes in, no goals yet to bring you.
Yeah, and I've been hearing a lot about Di Fernandez.
Unbelievable player.
Going into this tournament. Quite the player, Mr. Buckley.
You saw him as well, Oberon, not only in the FC Pro Liga Cup, but also the finals. Runner-up on 2 different occasions against the Iceman Nicholas. And just as I'm talking about, when I'm bigging him up, he's 1-0 down.
Yeah, I was talking about how he handles the technical dribble. I think he's one of the best using that. But of course, I think also in defense, he's really good defending manually. He was just a little bit unlucky in that situation.
There is Max going 1-0 up. When we get the chance, we get a little bit of a, I'm not going to say downtime, but chance to talk about the teams as well. A couple of interesting picks coming in particular, for PHZ and RVP. Thierry Henry up top, 96. Thierry Henry, a lot of coins. I don't know if I'd like to go there. Just I'm talking about Thierry Henry. Look at that smile.
It's the commentator's curse. It's a good bit of work. I think one thing with Thierry Henry, I believe he is potentially missing incisive pass, which I think is one thing just derailing some people from using him. But Aubrey, when you've got him out on the wing in situations like this, you don't need the incisive as much.
I think the main thing is that you want a lengthy player on your wing, and because with the incisive pass they are just too fast, and Henry scored exactly in this way.
There is Desiree Doué with the finesse, forcing the save from Gigi Buffon.
Throwing it back to 19 with a couple of long shots there.
I guarantee you, we've already seen it. Nixnep knows the low driven. Musiala opening up the scoring with it. It's just what a scene here as well. So many games, so much quality, so many championships between all of the players here at the eChampionsLeague. It really is the meeting of the best, as PHZ can't quite sneak that one over the onrushing Buffon.
The build-up was really good because he triggered at the beginning Henry to bait and force the fullback to follow him, and then he tried to go inside with Musiala.
Good start though, Shori, for Nixnep, 1-0 up, and the one thing I will say, and I'm sure he'll also talk about this as well, is here a goal coming in here from Di Fernandez, looks to be an equaliser, Bastian Schweinsteiger with it. He didn't play that well individually at the Premier League. He'll be wanting to see this stage and go, let me prove myself now.
Yeah, 100%, and coming into this with a win in the first game, obviously, like his teammate Tekkz, obviously I know it doesn't work the same in this format, they're playing for themselves here, but of course, yeah, you know, still got a lot of confidence going the fact that he made it to the final. He was still part of that team.
And also sometimes when you play in 6 minutes, you don't have the time to show everything of yourself. Maybe now is the chance.
PHZ looking to get back into the tie here. Ramirez on the edge of the box, but he's been pressed very intently there by Nixnep. Could there be an opportunity to go through the gap? Not on this occasion. As you see, all the fixtures from this round at the bottom of the screen. We'll be getting a more comprehensive review of those games from the guys at the desk very shortly indeed. As you can see, the live standings on the left as well. If you're in that bottom elimination portion by the end of tomorrow, the eChampionsLeague will not be yours for the 2026 season. You want to be in the top 24 to have a chance at glory. Karim is back sitting top of the table alongside Alihan Lyon, but we have to remind you we have only played one round of fixtures.
Oberon, who would you say is your standout player of the tournament? We were just obviously touching on Desiree Doué, the UCL item just there that Tekkz is using. As we see here, PHZ slide tackles his way with a low driven into the far corner there.
And I was telling you, this man, Cruyff, I think that incisive plus is really good to have on your striker, especially if you do, for example, if you have a lengthy player like Henry on your wing, you want to do that plays and something also to bait your opponent to force them to pin, to get the defense pinned back. So I honestly like so much Cruyff. I'm using him all the time in La Liga also.
Robert Perez putting Di Fernandez back up against it as RVP legend doubles his lead. He's a player that I really think people should be watching out for. He's competed for the last probably last 5 or 6 years really at a very good level. Could be the opportunities maybe not come his way. The eChampions League feels like that tournament for him to really showcase himself, but a real good player.
Yeah, he's one of those players who always performs, whether it's group, league phase, knockouts, whatever. It's just once he gets sort of that latter stage, he just doesn't feel like he's had that sort of big break for RVP yet. But he's been very consistent over the years. As we see Sneb 1-1 against PHZin here.
100 goals scored already. Wow. In the eChampions League, and we're not even a game and a half down yet. Let's have a look at what's happening between Di Fernandez and Max Krulmeier. Baggio into Johan Cruyff, and he finds the top corner. That's Max 2-0 up, and we're just talking about the brilliance of RVP legend. And once again, who scores it? Johan Cruyff.
Stealing the show right now.
Certainly is. It's always RVP.
I think that RVP is the kind of player that maybe could suffer most the defensive players, more like Nicolas, like Levy, because when he has the ball, every time he's so dangerous.
Nick Sneb trying to build up here. Ramirez gliding down the wing, couple ball rolls inside.
Musiala, dangerous area, doesn't come to anything in the end. Let's see what else is happening here at the eChampions League. We've got plenty of games and plenty of goals being scored. FG and the guys at the desk, anything to report as Musiala forces save from Buffon?
Thank you very much, Rich. Well, I mean, I'm watching a game with Grav right now, and it's 0-0, so there's no goals in that one, Grav.
No, not really. Nothing happening in that match, even though Tuga is trying to attack. And it's curious because Tuga is using Luca Beraldo as a left back, which is something that we didn't see. And on that side of the pitch, is Sorloth as a winger. I didn't expect that, but it's happening. And still 0-0. On the other side, Marwan against Milkalov. Milka just scored the second goal, so it's 2-1. Did you see any Sorloth on the wing, something like that, Ryan?
Not in this game, but there was potential for an upset early doors. JP Slater was 2-0 up. It's now 2-2, but I think JP's got good value for that. He's been playing really well. The other side of things, actually a goal's just gone in right now. Georgia went up against Hezes. Hezes leading 2-1. It looks as if I'm watching two of the same play styles against each other. But Georgia Win probably should have scored maybe 2 or 3 more.
Yeah, what a start for JP Slater against Levy David. That was Casey. How's it going on your side?
Lots of goals so far. Honestly, Matías Bonanno from Manchester City starting off strong. We're only 16 minutes into the game, but he has 2 goals up against Danik. On the other side, it is Sofoglu up 3-1 versus Smalk, and he's just been dominating with Cruyff up top.
Yeah, it's been an enjoyable start to the eChampions League so far. Hopefully there's going to be a goal for you in a sec, Grav. We'll be back to you very shortly. Rich, over to you.
Oberyn, what's happening? Smalk losing, Samu Gamer losing.
Yeah,
what's happened to the Italians?
Yeah, I didn't expect that Smalk is actually losing against Sofoglu. I didn't look a lot about Sofoglu. I think sometimes it's difficult when you have to face someone that you don't know how he plays, but maybe he will try to come back in the second half. But right now it's 4-1.
Back in vision here with RVP legend, 3-0 up. Shori, I know we spoke about it already. Samu Gamer, he was one of the breakout performers of last year's eChampions League. This will be a tough start for him.
Yeah, always very difficult to process when you sort of arrive at a tournament and you're struggling in your first game. We see another goal here, and Max absolutely flying 4-1 up against Di Fernandez, the man that we were, of course, gassing up. But to get back to our point about Samu Gamer, of course, he's a very young player, but he's got a bit of experience behind him now. Would you see him coming back from this potentially, Oberyn?
Yeah, I think he have the possibility. Sometimes it's just how the game starts, and then you have every time you have to come back. Of course, when you are leading by 3 goals, maybe also like the confidence is different. So now the pressure is all about It's all on Samu.
Does he need to pause the game here, Samu Gamer? Because that ball on the wide for Henry, he seems to be getting in every single time. This could be a chance back into the game, and it is. There's 3-1, but still, would you like to see a pause? 2 goals down just to bring yourself back into the game, or now you've just scored, do you just let it go?
Yeah, I think right now you don't have to pause. Maybe after the Henry chance, maybe. But right now he scored. He just has to continue. Just has to get in the flow.
I mean, Samu strikes me, I mean, from speaking to him, the little I've spoken to him, he seems like a fantastic person. He seems like a very sort of calm mentality, or what would you say?
I think he has some ego, but it's something that you have to have when you are in this big stage.
Yes.
It's really good to have.
As Di Fernandez gets a goal back there in his game.
Yeah, plenty of goals. Let's go back into Nixneb and Piet-Jean. Oberon, you're very active in the chat. A lot of people want to know your opinion. There's a few questions that are going to come in here for you. Will we see you in next year's eChampions League?
I really hope. Like this year, I lost against Nicolas in the quarterfinals, and 2 years ago against the reigning champion Emra. So maybe next year I will not face a top player in the quarterfinal. Maybe I will be there, but playing.
Do you prefer commentating or playing?
Still playing.
Oh.
Still playing.
Sure. Commentating or playing?
Don't know if you can call me a player at this point.
Oberon, who has been your toughest opponent you've ever faced?
I would say Nicolas, 100%. I think it's, in terms of matchup, is the one that I suffer the most. But I think we are quite similar in the way we play. So of course I can handle better like players like Emre, like I don't know, Umut, others that are more aggressive. But against controlled player like me, like Nicolas, I suffer a little bit more.
Ever played Nicolas, Shori?
Yeah, a couple of times in some rivals back in 22, 23.
How did that go?
Let's not talk about that. No, you know what? I actually did beat him once. Yeah, put that in the trophy cabinet.
Was it Wanmaru who was playing for him?
Put that in the trophy cabinet. Beat Nicolas in a rivals game.
Samu Gamer trailing 3-1. We're approaching half-time. We just saw the Piet-Jean and Nixneb game. That was 1-1 still. I think they just went into half-time. Looking over my shoulder to see the 3 matches that we are keeping our closest attention to, as RVP Legend will go into half-time leading 3-1. Let's have a look. Tuga and Luke, I mean, you look at this game,
edge of the seat stuff
in particular. Is this to be expected with Tuga Oberon?
Yeah, of course, it's not a surprise that he's 0-0. I mean, he's a defensive player and he wants to defend before attacking. But like, of course on FC26, it's a little bit surprising that they are 0-0 at 15 minutes.
Yeah, this is incredibly rare.
We'll come to another game.
Back to Nixneb versus Piet-Jean. Did just want to ask you, Oberon, as well. Talking about Nicolas before. So we just see this attack here for Piet-Jean. Talking about Nicolas, do you think he's the most... Oh my gosh,
he's gave it away. He's tackled him inside the box. Nixneb just caught napping as Piet-Jean picks his pocket and goes 2-1 up.
Just kind of felt a bit inevitable, that, didn't it?
He scored a lot of goals also like this in Libertadores. You always recover the ball higher, and of course, when you recover the ball in the last third, you had always a lot of chances to score.
Yeah, I mean, it's important to touch on to the people at home. I mean, there is still some skill to that. He still player switched very quickly to go and grab Nixneb's centre-back there. But I just wanted to touch on Nicolas as a player. Yeah, do you believe he's one of the most impressive in terms of mentality? And obviously, I know you said you've played against him and lost to him a couple of times.
I think yes, 100%. Also, the way how he always controlled the game against everyone. He always tried to control the game, and he does it. So I think, yeah, mentality also, because he always tried to come back. Last year in the Champions League, he won against Foma, 10 against 11. So, like, yeah, when you think about good mentality, you think about Nicolas.
The mentality monster, Nicolas 99 FC.
Well, I've told this story before, but I sat with him and had a drink once after a tournament, and I just sat there for 20 minutes just asking him, how do you keep your mind so calm? And it was mesmerising to listen to, honestly.
I am the Iceman.
I'm the Iceman, nice to meet you.
No, I mean, you also look at the consistency that he's done it from 2017 to 2026. It's nearly a decade of excellence from Nicolas, and there's really nobody else who can be up there with him. Maybe MS Desaria, but he's not really playing as much. Obviously, the World Championships right around the corner. Tekkz. Other than that,
yeah, but
there's nobody really.
I mean, Nicolas qualified for every World Cup, like what we are talking about.
I mean, that's just ridiculous. I mean, it's most players' dreams to just play in one World Championship.
Nixon trying to force his way back into the tie here. Piégin leading 2-1 as Johan Cruyff looks for his runner in Thierry Henry. Hincapié across with that brand new third-place style plus, thanks to Arsenal's excellence in the Champions League, making the final. Ramirez from right to left in one swift move. Piégin leads 3-1.
Yeah, lovely touch down there to sort of go back on himself. Nice bit of work on the edge of the box. This is what we say is so important, the recycle play in Pro FC and the finesse from Ramirez.
Did you think you were going to go on the other side?
I think I'm just surprised how he's scoring a lot of finesse shots with Ramirez that he has not even the silver play style.
Shows the confidence that if he's that close towards goal, he's going to shoot anyway, as Di Fernandez gets one more goal back there.
Yeah, sometimes you just want to shoot because you don't want to concede the counter. It's a good decision.
It's always nice seeing the first game of the day for players, a couple celebrations, you know. I feel like you don't see it in the later rounds as much sort of in the middle, but first game of the day, you saw it from Tekkz. I was speaking to him backstage, and he was saying he's lost his first game of the eChampions League 2 years in a row.
Resende qualified last year on 6 points with good goal difference. You could be halfway to qualification by winning one game. If you're getting 7 or 8 points, you're through. When you look at the table.
Yeah, Tekkz definitely had some heartbreak last year, that's for sure.
It's so important to start in the best way for your confidence, for everything, because you know that maybe with 7 points you go through. So if you win the first, you are really close to that.
Max looking to get back in front with that 2-goal cushion. It's been pegged back here from Di Fernandez. That's lovely play though from the Dutchman. 5-3. Max back in front with that little bit of extra cushion now as we enter the final third.
Yeah, and I just really want to touch for the people at home on that piece of attacking play there from Max. The croqueta shot, what it does to the defence. You can just see the replay right here as he comes inside with Eden Hazard. Just watch this. The way that it just changes all of the defence. I mean, Emra, talk to me about that, because I feel like you see that at the pro level constantly.
Yeah, because the croqueta finesse is perfect, like you said, when you attack, but also because you change the angle of the shooting, and of course then you are able to have the perfect shooting with the finesse.
RVP legend 4-1 up now against Samu Gamer, re-establishing his 3-goal cushion as Piégin leading 3-1 here against Nixneb. There is plenty of action across the board. Lots of games, lots of goals, lots of superstars on show. Let's hear from our 4 superstars on the desk. FG, what is happening across the board?
Oh, thank you. What an intro that was, Rich. I mean, well, big news here, especially from Grav, because in your game, you've waited a while, but there has been a goal in the game with Tuga. And it's a goal scored by a player you were questioning before, Sorloth.
I thought Sorloth was a weird choice, but he got the job done because it's 1-0 to look at the moment, and it was a Sorloth goal. And you know what Tuga did? Sorloth is scoring goals. I'm subbing him in as well.
So Sorloth is against Sorloth now. What about your other game?
It's 3-4 to Milk at the moment, but I feel like Marwan has been playing well, so I think he's going to score and he's going to draw the game just in a couple of attacks.
Ryan, there's a lot of goals in your games as well.
Yeah, there's about to be another. Oh my gosh, I don't know how Levy hasn't scored. Also down the other end, JP Sitter should have scored to make it 4-4. Levy's currently leading in that game, and Jesus is cruising in this game. He's creating a lot of chances.
Casey, how's it going?
I have 13 goals across both of my games, and so I have to keep my head on a swivel. Starting off with Bonanno versus Danik. Bonanno started off very strong, but Danik is back in this game. It is 3-2, still in favor of Bonanno. On the other side, lots of goals as well. So Fogel is still leading Smolk, but it is 5-3, so Smolk is still in this one. He's 68 minutes in.
Well, you better keep watching them games because there's a lot of action going on. Thank you so much. We'll be back to you very soon. Rich, back to you, mate.
I dread to think Grav celebrations if Tuga equalises in that game. Shit will be off. 2 goals in the game from Tuga. Unbelievable stuff. We're back underway. Di Fernandez 5-3 down. He was the runner-up in the FC Pro La Liga. Was Di Fernandez. It was a very, very tight loss to Nicholas as we enter a pause here. 60% of the ball favouring Max at the pause with only 15 minutes left to play. Let's jump back into this one. Samu Gamer chasing the match. That's a lovely through ball to bring Perez into play, but he shoots right down the goalkeeper's throat. Obrén not very happy with that one.
Yeah, it was weird, the finishing. Like, no, I think the decision was good to go for a cross goal, but maybe the aim was not correct.
Yeah, and of course, important to mention that these players using precision shooting, Obrén, they've got to be so precise every time that they go through on goal.
Yeah, of course, especially with the cross goal. I think because maybe for the finesse sometimes it's more automatically, but with the cross goal you have to be precise.
Yes, just like this. RVP legend, precise as ever, finds the top corner, 5-2. For me, he's the star performer of this round.
If you don't score like that, then you probably will concede, and that's what RVP does it.
He had the extra pass there, he could have played it in, but he's just so much confidence. I'll just take it with Cruyff.
I mean, finesse goal is comfortably the best play style on FC26. I think we could safely say that. I mean, would you say defensively, intercept probably the most important?
Maybe right now, yeah, intercept and bruiser. I think also bruiser is really, really good to have, especially on your fullback. But of course, when you have the ball, when you have the ball with your striker, you want the finesse shot. At least on white, like Cruyff, this item of Cruyff has.
Look at all those games and goals being scored. If you are watching at home and you've got your console on, you fancy maybe earning a couple of extra awards. We do have the Mystery Nation that is running with each individual day of the eChampions League. So tomorrow will be a new nation. Today, there's a Mystery Nation. I was going to give a clue, but I didn't want to be too...
I was about to say, you dropped the clue already.
I didn't want to be too over. I didn't want to jump the fence.
The whistle.
Well, the whistle is wet. Don't you worry about that, Shori. Tekkz leading 3-1. Talk to me about confidence. Obviously, he's just come off the back of the Commonwealth E-Libertadores. He played in that tournament. He beat Nicholas in the quarter-final. He beat Facu Cohen in a very, very heated match. Brazil against Argentina. He lost in the final against Paulo Neto, but qualified into the FC Pro World Championships. It's the most recent tournament in reality, really, to the eChampions League. How much confidence will he be taking from that, Obrén, into this tournament now, as we see Di Fernandez getting one more goal back? That's 5-4. But talk to me about Tekkz.
Like you said, you want, at the start of your season, you want to qualify for the World Championship. Once you have done it, of course you arrive here, of course, like, you want to do really a great job in the eChampions League, but the confidence is at the maximum level. He lost the final, but I think that he was happy. He was happy as well.
Well, the player is playing against Nick Sneb back in the game. 3-2, Shori.
Yeah, and I tell you what, Nick Sneb, do not count this man out. Let's break this down right here. Lovely couple triggered runs there. Marcus Rashford, the ball roll pass. I mean, that's kind of the Anders move right there, the ball roll pass a lot, but you'll see Nick Sneb do it a lot. It's basically all the great attackers in games seem to do that ball roll pass, and I'd advise you guys to do that at home, as we see Mac go up the other end here and regain his 2-goal advantage.
It's crazy to see so many goals, but then some matches we see a 1-0. I think we saw 2-1 in the last round as well.
I had the pleasure of watching that.
Yeah. How varying the games can be.
I think it depends a lot on how the game starts, because if they start doing a lot of goals in the beginning, maybe they will continue doing that. Like Tuga, they just starting defending really good and then continue doing like that.
Would you prefer to be in a game where it's goal, or half-time 0-0, 1-0, 60th minute?
I am on the Tuga side. I prefer to just concede a few goals.
I'd like to be on the Tuga side, but I can't do it.
RVP legend to go 6-3 up and guarantee that 3 points in the bag. Finds the top corner. 6-3 with 8 minutes left to play. That will put him in a very, very strong position, and also put a little bit of pressure, Shori, on Samu Gamer.
Big time. I mean, look, these guys have got a lot of games in order to pick up those points to get through the league phase, but RVP has started off in fantastic fashion. And if you predicted before the game, you probably have said RVP would score 5 or 6 goals, to be honest.
I'm not surprised also by the pick of Puskás. He always loved to use a striker with finesse on plus. Also at Euro, he was playing with Morgan. He always loved to play with finesse plus.
This is a surprising result for me. I thought Di Fernandez
definitely
would have picked up 3 points in his opening tie against Max.
But like I said, they were both controlled players. When they are like so similar, you cannot say who is gonna win. It's difficult to pick one.
As we see the technical dribbling around the edge of the box here, just to close the game out.
There's an error. Maldini makes up for it, just offside there. We are getting a couple of full times starting to creep in from around the grounds. As this one is only moments away from Max Kulimaya going 3 points out of 3 in Capet with that Bruiser Plus.
I think also the draft, the team is really important. You have to pick the correct team. And for example, I think the Henry choice, the Henry pick on as a lengthy player on the wing was really good for the one they choose then.
Xavi Simons!
Oh,
what a goal!
Tell you what, with the 9-minute halves, there's a small chance, but it's tiny.
He wins the ball back, a little bit of technical plus dribbling, just goes through the space. Max didn't know if to come or go, and he finds the top corner, Di Fernandez, but, as you said, once these replays are finished, maybe a minute on the clock.
Yeah, but if you are able to do like some manual pass in defense, it will be not so hard to take the possession.
Samu Gamer with a late consolation there. This is going to be a full-time result. Creeping over the line, RVP legend with the win.
Yeah, nice couple player locks just to close this one out here. Looks to get one more goal to seal the deal.
Every chance is starting from Henry. Like, it's too fast.
Tell you what.
Look at Ramirez. Forcing the save from Buffon, but that was unbelievable.
Yeah, that's the problem when you don't have like finishing play styles, at least on white.
Well, he won in Romania, did RVP legend, and he's won his first game of the eChampionsLeague 2026. That's a bit of revenge as well for him. It was Samu Gamer who knocked him out to qualify last year into the top 8, as we see a full time there from Max and Di Fernandez. Max Kulimaya, 3 points to the good. This table, even though we're only after one round, starting to take shape as Matias Bonanno leading 6 goals to 3. Bobby Charlton involved.
Yeah, I mean, Matthias, what this man has done over the last couple of years is just absolutely unbelievable. Back to back ePremier Leagues it was?
Yes, which is pretty ridiculous, really.
I tell you what.
Talking of the Premier League, Shorey.
So you can't count this man out.
Back in the tie, he was trailing 3 goals to 1. 2 quickfire responses from the Leeds United representative. That is just... He wasn't offside. I thought he was offside.
I don't believe it. He was onside.
What a miss, Oberon.
Like the pass was really good. The timing of the double tap with the incisive was really good.
Oh, he's been robbed of the ball again. He conceded his 3rd goal from losing it inside his own box, but makes up for it on that occasion. Nixneb has got a chance here to wrangle what looked to be a defeat into a victory.
It can be too early to keep the possession because
last attack.
Yeah, there will be at least 2 minutes of extra time.
Do you think he'll give the ball away?
He will try. I think, to attack.
Here we go then, Nixneb.
Saria Doué out wide, forcing the contact from Hincapié. 2 additional minutes.
It's good game management this, but you just need to make sure you don't give away that last chance. The concentration, Oberon, at this point has got to be laser focused.
Has to be perfect.
It's dangerous to keep the eye line so high, the defensive line so high.
Yeah, and as Nixneb, you'll take that one last chance at a winner.
Will be a dream start for Nixneb here at the eChampionsLeague. Musiala out wide to Doué. This is it, last a chance. PSG goes sliding in recklessly. Doué to the back post. There's Solo. There's Nixneb. Leeds United, 3 points.
Come on.
Out of 3. He was 3-1 down. Had the last attack. And he made it pay, Shorey.
I said it at 3-1. I said, do not count this man out for a single second. I absolutely love the way that Nixneb plays this. Yes, he uses the cross at the back stick, but you've got to use the tools that you've got, and that Soloth UCL item he has used to perfection.
Come on, man.
I think
Yes.
yeah, that's why you put Sorloth in the bench, because he can like score in a different way and also like to defend. Without the fullback, it was too hard for him to defend this situation. Also the cross, I think that Weas maybe with that pass on White, so that's why the cross was perfect.
Right on the head.
Wow.
Soloff.
We just need to speak about the importance there as well. You know, last kick of the game. To have the clutch as well to sort of precision the header perfectly into the corner as well is not easy. It looks easier than it is to do.
ePremier League representing well at the moment. You got Nick Sneb, Tekkz, both winning their opening game. Jafonso with the draw, and then obviously Bonanno looks to be 3 points pending here.
Razu, just one of the most consistent players we have ever seen in the whole FC circuit.
Absolutely. Runner streaming forwards, doesn't fall into a chance, but that will do as Matthias Bonanno starts his eChampions League campaign, a 2022 runner-up in Stockholm, Sweden. In Manchester, a little bit closer to home for him. 3 points for Manchester City. Games coming thick and fast here at the eChampions League. Coming up next, what a cracker we have got. Jafonso against Nicholas. I also saw a few people in the chat asking about the Mystery Nation. Have a look at this, it might give you a couple more clues.
Duintidland. An FC player from this nation won the 2021 eChampions League.
Only 4 clubs from this nation have ever competed in the UEFA Champions League.
Der nimmt. It's easy.
This is Chris. He plays EAFC on PlayStation tournaments, winning FC points, cash prizes, and even a few exclusive experiences easily. But how? On his PS5, Chris launched EAFC, found PlayStation tournaments, and registered. It's that easy. New tournaments daily, win avatars, FC points, and more. Compete, win, and claim your prizes today on PlayStation tournaments.
PlayStation.
Stage is set. What's promised to be?
Beautiful skill. This is what he does.
Rio.
You all right?
Qatar Airways, official airline partner of the UEFA Champions League.
What a start to the eChampions League 2026. 79 goals in that last round of fixtures to go with the 84 in the first. Round one is now over. There was a lot of emotion, especially towards the end for Nixneb. Tekkz got the job done as well. Wow, joining me here at the front, Tom, Lisa and Oberon to dissect what we have just seen. The action is just starting here, Tom, and all we are seeing is non-stop action and goals.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if Oberon can relate to this as well, but for me, the first win is huge. When you're playing at a tournament, you want to win that first game. I think we're seeing it in the reaction of some of the players. Saw Tekkz in the first game, then Nixneb doing it there. It is a massive confidence boost for the other games.
It's goals galore here in Manchester, as you can see the results from the first round on the screen. What about when you get a draw, like people like Marwan have got in that first round? I mean, it's better than losing, I imagine.
I think it's not too bad, because when you know that to go through you need maybe 7 points. So like when the draw is not so bad. It's not nothing. And especially because maybe if you won the other 2 matches, you are already qualified for knockout. So yeah, not bad.
It was around the 6 or 7 point mark last season, which got people through to the knockouts. Here's the league as it stands. Of course, very early days, Tom. What a start for the man currently at the top. It's goal difference for him and Alihan as well. They'll be delighted, won't they?
I mean, yeah, I think that'll give you a platform as well. You can play a lot freer. You know, I've got the goals behind me now, so I don't need to focus on anything like that. I mean, I'm sure this table will change a lot in the next couple of games. There's going to be points going everywhere, but as I said earlier, you can't underestimate the importance of a quick start.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for those of you that are just tuning in this season, Tekkz last year, it went down to the last kick of the game for him. He went out on goal difference. Do you think that plays a part in the players' minds at this early stage of the competition?
Yeah, I think a bit. But for example, sometimes it can be also like dangerous to win too much goals. Like Karim won like 9-1, but he has to be focused for the next games. Maybe it was just too many goals for him.
Way too many goals. I mean, speaking of important goals here in Manchester, let's take you back then, shall we, to Nixneb in his game, because this result against Tekkz is huge, Tom. The way he did it is probably even bigger.
Yeah, I think coaching in the FC space has been a massive thing lately. And I think especially at the pro level, we're seeing what it does, because if you've been following Nixneb, obviously someone I played ePrem with, I know how he plays. You don't see him score goals like that usually. He doesn't normally use aerial players. I know his coach would have helped him with that and would have said to him, you know, maybe we add the saw off at the back post. It's like what a coach can do, how much it can influence you, because Nixneb normally would say, I don't cross it, all of my goals are nice, they're skillful, they're touches around the box, I'm not comfortable with crossing. He's gone away and worked with it since ePrem, because he wasn't crossing at ePrem, and he's doing it here. You bring on a sub, change the game plan, works perfectly.
Yeah, I tell you what, his dad is an absolute legend as well. We saw that at ePrem. I'm sure we might see him at some point throughout this tournament. Let's take a look around the grounds then, shall we? What we have seen so far, some more goals being played for you. I mean, that man Tuga, that game was interesting. It was very tight, very cagey, Oberon. As a pro player, would you prefer to be involved in games that are like this one with Levy, where there's 9 goals, or a bit more tighter with the 1 2?
Yeah, I'm a bit more in the tight game, because when you arrive, for example, at the 60 minutes and you're drawing, like for example 2-2, 3-3, like it's different. Like the atmosphere is different, and for example, for defensive players, it's better when the game is like this. I think that I'm better in defending, so of course I prefer the Tuga games.
Let's take a look at what's to come. Let's have a look at our fixtures here in this incredible arena in Manchester. Tom, I mean, first thing we're gonna say about the fixtures that we are seeing is that first game, Jafonso against Nicholas. That is incredible. And then you go to match 2, and it's Levy against Anders Vergang.
I mean, look at the top 4. You've got Banano against Tuga and Nixneb against Emra as well. Like, they are some unbelievable fixtures. Whoever's cooked this up. The only thing I'm disappointed, they're all playing at the same time. You can't watch all of them, you're going to have to choose. But yeah, I think obviously there's going to be eyes on Anders after losing the first game, expecting a comeback against him when he plays Levy, expecting a big result. He won't want to lose 2 in a row. But Emre, Nixneb, you've got Banano, Tuga, Nicholas Jafonso as well. I mean, don't want to talk too much about Jafonso after what he did to me at ePrem, but I'm sure it'll be a good game.
Yeah, it will be a good game. Anders Vergang, by the way, for those of you wondering, is literally right in front of us. We're so close to the players. He's about a couple of metres away from us, and he's hearing everything we're saying. Listen, he lost his first game, but we know with Anders, he is in this position, he's not going to be worried, is he?
Yeah, but the game right now is not so easy. He has to face Levy de Verde. He beat him in the FC Pro Open, but right now it's different teams, different atmosphere. We have to. He has to win, I think, right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, we spoke briefly about Tuga, an absolute legend in this scene. We want to show you something which will help you guys at home get to know him a little bit more.
Hi, my name is Tuga, and this is my life unpacked. Since I was like 2-3 years old, my fathers, they bought me and my older brother, who is 3 years older than me, the PlayStation 2, and we remember to play football video games. I remember when I was a child, we did a lot of tournaments at home, and it was amazing child for me. I realized I was good in gaming when I was a kid, because I was the best player from my group of friends. But the start of probably believing, it was if I'm not wrong, in the 2018 season, when I found some tournaments online. One of the best things that happened to me was like my hometown. They organized local tournaments. There were like 8 players from the competitive scene and myself, who I was not a competitive player. And I won that tournament against professional players. And it was that time that I stopped and think, wow, I beat some competitive players. What if I train a little bit harder, focus a little bit on the game, and start playing to see what I can get? I start believing a bit in myself, and I sign up in tournaments, in the qualifiers. And one of the most curious things about that season, I was not a professional player at the beginning of the 2019 season, and at the end of the season, I was in the World Cup, having 32 players, which was special. One of the best memories in my career was being the 2022 World Champions with Movistar Riders, who was a former club for me, and winning that world title with my partner. Back then it was Andoni. I was probably one of the happiest men in the world. I want to have so bad this title in a few years. I want to look back and see that Tuga won any Champions League. Would be amazing.
Yes, guys, welcome back to the eChampions League, where I am joined by my very good friend, Grav, to go through some R3 and go through a goal that we had in one of those previous matchups. Emra Yilmaz against, of course, Manu Bashore. I'm very excited to see you break this down and see what actually happens here, Grav, for this goal.
Okay, so this clip is gonna be fairly easy. The professor, I will call myself the professor, as you say, sorry, it's gonna explain to you how to break down defenses when they have a high defensive depth, which, to be fair, sorry, for me, it's impossible. Like, it's so hard.
I'm still trying to this day to try and defend it.
We're gonna see how it is, because if we just play the clip, Manu is attacking against Emre, and if you see this clip, Lucio is passing the ball to Hincapié, and if we stop it in here, as you can see, the defensive line, it's so high up, even though it's a bit of a mess, not gonna lie, but it's really high up. And the thing with the players, they're gonna run in this direction. So you gotta be really quick. What can you do? If we just go with this clip and we go back just a bit, because we wanna be going a bit, this is perfect in here. As you can see, Hincapié passes the ball, and if we stop here. The first thing that he do, and the way to break down those defenses, as you can see, Shori, is to trigger runs. So the first thing that he do with Musiala, just point to Cruyff, press L1, because he wants to trigger runs to run in this direction. So if we just see the clip, that's one run by Johan Cruyff. If we see the clip, you can see how Johan Cruyff runs, and now pass into Hullit. If we stop the clip in here, the main thing in here, as you can see, now the defensive line, as we saw, it's a bit of a mess, because you want it to be, if you're defending, like this.
Nice straight line.
A straight line, but it's not a straight line. And why, Shari? Break it down for me, because he's going to do another thing. Late triggering what?
Yeah, so as we let the clip roll out, just a slight bit more here. Once the pass is into Musiala, if we just pause it right here now, once again, he had triggered that run right up top there into that winger up top, and it just makes it so hard to defend. I think we want to talk about mainly here the importance of triggering the run late, Grav.
Yes, exactly. If we just pull it back just a tiny bit, just a tiny bit, just a tiny bit, in here is perfect, because as you can see, he triggered the run first with Cruyff. And you may think that the pass was going to go to Cruyff, but he's not thinking about Cruyff. He's thinking about the wings. He's thinking about here and here as well. So the late triggering is so important because, to be fair, Shori, we're not that good. So
Not these days.
I'm not late triggering. I'm just triggering the run and thinking about Cruyff. But what he does in this instance, as soon as Hulit passes the ball to Musiala, he's pointing to the wing and triggering the run so late. Even Emra, player switch really well, and he tried to cover the pass. It's just too late.
Impossible.
What can you do?
Absolutely impossible, and I think the importance there that you touched on with the Cruyff run is that it's kept the winger onside. And if we let the clip play out in full here now, you'll see Manu, the lovely ball through, and Emra is in no man's land there to go 2-all in that one. That's some R3, I mean, some fantastic breakdown from you there, it has to be said. And we can now send it to our next set of games with the casters.
Thank you so much, Gravison and Shori. As we said, we are ready to jump into round 2 of action. Brandon, Tom and Case taking us through this round. I mean, Anders Vergang takes on Levi David in this game. What a game that one's going to be.
I mean, this is going to be a rematch because we saw them in the semifinals of the FC Pro Open this year. Anders came out on top, and so Levi will be looking for his revenge.
And Tom, there's a lot more games, 8 more of them in this round. I mean, Jafonzo, of course, against Nicholas is another game we have to keep an eye on.
I mean, there's 4 or 5 massive games there. You've got Bonanno against Tuga, Emre and Nick Sneb. Nick Sneb just come off a huge win himself. I mean, you've got Tekkz playing. RVP's been smashing in the goals like he always does. There's so many good games here. It's an unbelievable round of fixtures.
Absolutely. Well, look, it hasn't been possible this eChampions League without a handful of our sponsors that have been here season after season, one of those being PlayStation, who have not just provided the controllers, the consoles and the headset to all our competitors. A massive thank you to PlayStation for making the eChampions League happen. They are a proud partner of the competition here in Manchester. Of course, they'll be with us alongside us all the way through to Hungary, Budapest, where only 8 players will make it there out of the 36 competing for a chance to pick up that trophy there and $75,000 in 9 days' time. This is only round 2, by the way. All the players are playing 6 games in total. Let's not hang around any further and let's jump back into this one. A player that's drawn a game already against Nicholas, Tom, who comes into this on fine form. He's a previous eChampions League winner, and one thing that he has is consistency. He's always there on the big stage, isn't he?
Always, always, always. It's never at all about Nicholas, is it? We're so used to him being so consistent for how long now? 8 years, is it? 8 seasons Nicholas been doing it, and I'm sure everyone is in the same belief here that he is going to make it through the league phase. I mean, he always does.
Second player as well, Tom, sorry, to make $1 million in prize earnings, but he's not won a World Championship yet. Could this be his year to go and do so? That's the team we are seeing coming through in the 4-4-1-1 that he has set himself out into for this game. Another solid bench as well. 50 million coins up for grabs here. Case, looking along the list of games here, any that stick out at you that you'd be interested to have a look at, other than Levi Anders Vergang, of course?
The Bonanno Tuga, definitely, I believe. What else are we looking at here? Emre Nick Sneb. Yeah, I mean, there's so many matches. I wish we could just see them all at the same time because there are some very important matches happening this round. But we have this one in front of us, which is a banger of a match as well.
Tom, so far, what's been a surprise in terms of performance you've seen today in that first round? The first round, of course, Karim got a huge goal difference of +8. We saw Ali Line getting 10 goals. He was at the final 8 last year. Anders losing the first game. Anything that's come to mind for you in that first round?
I think, obviously, Lex is a surprise to most people. I think if you watch a lot of the pro this year, see it I've forgot his name, Lex's form in the Portuguese league was really good, so I'm not too surprised by it. But I also think Tekkz starting well. Tekkz been a really slow start at the eChampions League. I think now people are writing off, people saying, oh, he won't go too far, because we're kind of used to Tekkz struggling on this stage. But I think probably the biggest surprise there, some big scores, but again, I'm not too surprised by that, as we do see the first goals going in.
Well, it was his birthday yesterday, Tuga. Happy belated birthday to him. Believe it or not, he's the oldest player in the competition. And when I say old, guess how old he is?
27?
Yeah.
Did I get it right? Oh, wow, that was a guess. I didn't actually know that.
36 players here, Case. That is old. It makes me feel very old. He is only one of 3 players, by the way. Tom, question for you. 3 players from this 36 played in the first ever eChampions League in Manchester. Tuga was one. Who was the other 2?
Tekkz.
And
who is it?
Consistency, Mr. Consistency.
Yeah,
Nicholas.
Yeah.
Cannot forget, this is the 8th time this competition has taken place. We are back for our league phase in Manchester. Tuga leading Matthias Bonanno by a goal. Now, how's he going to be feeling, Case, Bonanno? Because he's had a good season in terms of he may have missed the FC Pro Open, but he's made up for it off the back of winning the Premier League again. As he comes forward, he's also got World Championship in the back pocket.
Absolutely, yeah. Like you said, he had a difficult start to his year, didn't make the FC Pro Open, but honestly, Premier League went really well for him, and the duo with him at Manchester City with Jafonso as well. His first match, actually, he was winning 3-0, but it ended up being a cagey affair, and so he's not looking to have that happen again, as we see a goal go in for his teammate of Manchester City, Jafonso.
Yeah, that's his teammate there, Jafonso, getting a all-important goal back there. Again, we haven't seen much from yet. We will give you some updates from it. Is Levy taking on Anders Vergang in one of our main feature matchups. We also, of course, have more updates coming away from the team alongside FG of the other 6 matches. PH in, taking on Karim is back. Of course, Tekkz back in action for his second match in the league phase here. Emra Yilmaz, defending champion, taking on Tekkz's teammate in Nick Sneb. Plus 3 more matches, 9 matches per round. As always, chat, let us know who you are backing to go and get a top 8 finish. That is what they need to be. Top 8 to go to Hungary. Top 24 to have a chance in the knockouts, which seems kind of achievable, Tommy, like to sound the 36.
Yeah, especially if you get off to a good start. That's what I mentioned over on the desk. If you can get 3 points straight away, you're going, hold on, I've already got 3, and how many are we looking at? 7 here, as we see Jafonso going in to make him 2-1 up. Great finish, great composure. I like the finish there.
Nicely done from Jafonso. We're sitting on the replay case. He's done well to turn this game on its head against Nicholas.
Absolutely. Jafonso, one of those players. We've seen him compete all over the world. This year qualified through the Premier League win, but we also had a championship over in EMLS in North America for him. He's an esports World Cup winner, so he's dominating everywhere as we see a goal go in there. That is the first goal. It's not really a smile, but he did score the goal there, Tom.
Yeah, I mean, you always get some emotion out of Anders, always.
I won't mean to throw him under the bus, but speaking to Anders earlier today, and his coach said to him, Brandon, ask Anders how many games he played in our practice day yesterday, our media day. 0.
0. Right.
0 practice games you played yesterday.
It's so interesting. Is it just when you know you're that good? I feel like when you know you've got it, and you know, I guess as well for Anders, I think it's something we actually notice quite a lot with him, is it seems to be the big games get him going. I can't imagine he feels too much need to practice. It's a great finish from Banana. Doesn't feel the need.
1-1. I think you got all right though, Tommy. You're that good, and you've won that much already this year. What's he won already this year? E-Euros, check. FC Pro Open, check. E-Serie A, check. Everything he could have won, he has won. There is a world, Tom, and it's scary that he can win 5 trophies this season, Anders. An eChampions League and another World Championship.
And I think for him, he can't replicate what a tournament feels like. You can't. What's the point in him practicing and potentially making other players better? Because I think that is a big thing in the FC Pro space. If you play against the best players over and over again, you will pick up and start mimicking the way they play. And Anders probably doesn't want to give too much away.
If he's got 9 points to play for today, Tom, and it was not to go his way, what does he need to get at least from today? 2 points? Worst case?
Yeah, worst
Just to
case.
still be, because let's not forget last season, as Levy comes forward to try and find a second, he wasn't in the top 8 at the end of the league phase. But obviously, then he had to go and play the knockout round to then earn his top 8 place in the end as Hullins hits around the post. As long as you're in the top 24, you're in the conversation.
I think Anders, until he can't go through late on, he's always going to be in the conversation because he's a big game player. As we see Levy go 2-0 up, using Ruud Gullit at them corners. So it's not the start he'd want, Anders, but Levy looking very, very composed.
Can't complain at this start, can he, Case? 2-0 up, Levy David.
Yeah, this is exactly the redemption that he needs from that FC Pro Open semi-final. That scoreline was 6-5 back in the winter when we saw that take place, and so it's a different situation if it continues as is.
Back over to this one then. Jafonso against Nicholas. Schweinsteiger, there's the player lock into Lamine Yamal. Do you want to know a scary thing from Anders Vergang this season? He has only lost 1 game at a live event. Make that 2 off the last game.
Is it FC Pro Open group stage?
It was the FC Pro Open. It was that really weird game against Lucas, sorry. Well, he did concede 10 goals, and it made viral hits on social media. He's lost 10-7 to Lucas in the FC Pro Open, and then he's lost his opening game of the eChampions League. Other than that, he's not lost at a live event this season.
I think sometimes Anders is going to be suited to every game. He's going to make himself suited to every game. But I think this game is it's very based on how good you are, how do I say it, like at your core. There's not too many mechanics that are going to cause him too many problems, like time finishing or goalkeeper movement, not as prominent. It's now just about how well can you do the fundamentals of the game over and over again, which suits Anders to a T. That is what Anders is best at. He doesn't use too many player locks. He doesn't use all of the mechanics, just core understanding of the fundamentals. And I think this game is perfectly suited to him. That's why when he loses, it's such a surprise. And if he loses this against Levy, we're going to be very, very shocked.
Big goal back from Bonanno there. And as Jafonso looks to find a third. Can Musiala get round Maldini? No, he can't. This is a good opportunity for us to check in with FG and the team. There's only been 19 goals so far in the first 30 minutes, but where have the goals been coming from, FG?
I mean, that's a great question. Thank you very much. I mean, first things first, Shorey, you're watching Emre Yilmaz. There's 3 goals in that game.
Yes, I mean, it's a bit of a controversial one, this, because it was 1-1. Knicks have just had a penalty, attacking unbelievably, missed the penalty. Emre Yilmaz goes up the other end and scores. And then over in the other game, Manu Bashore, business as usual, 3-0. And to be honest, after losing his first game, you can see the anger coming out of him there.
Yeah, you want one to play Manu Bashore, who is angry. Mr. Richard Buckley, you're watching Samu Gamer. He got off to a bad start here. How's he doing?
He's just conceded. It's now 2-1. Samu Gamer is leading, taking on Musty, VBL top 4 semi-finalist. In the other match that I am watching, PH Zin looking to bounce back after that devastating defeat against Kirby's back. Just kicked off 0-0, 3 minutes into it. But Samu Gamer back on winning ways as it stands right now, 2-1 up.
Ryan, how's your game going?
Milk Love against RVP Legend hasn't started yet. However, Tekkz versus Barrow. Tekkz did actually just score, so he's up 2-1. And I feel like on paper you'd expect him to win, but Barrows, he's putting up a big fight.
Must win.
Yeah, it could be a really, really good start for Tekkz. Here at the eChampions League 2026, Manu Bashore's just got a 4th, by the way. Sure, he was itching to tell us that. But head back over to the commentary team. Thank you very much.
Thank you, FG. As we said, we're already showing you 3 games here that we are focusing on the eChampions League league phase, but there are 9 games in total. We'll try and give you every beat of the action. 5 minutes away from half-time. And, I mean, I have to say, Case, this has been a real strong half for Jafonso. Going in at the break against the Iceman, he is in a leading position so far.
Yes, definitely. We saw Nicholas back over in E Libertadores a couple weeks ago. He had a disappointing end to his competition. He lost to PH Zin. And so I believe that he's looking to get that comeback here. He's won this competition before, but for Jafonso to win this match, this would be a massive win over the Iceman if it stays this way.
That is the knockout phase, which we'll be following, of course, on Sunday for our top 24 players. Right, update over here. Is that a goal back? It is. Anders Vergang pulls a goal back. 32 minutes on the clock there. There's also an update and a goal to show you from Tuga. It's a brilliant through ball into Ruud Gullit. Round the goalkeeper. And the birthday boy from yesterday looking to add a late present into the eChampions League.
Does that make me older than Tuga? Did you say he's just turned 27?
He's turned 27.
Wow, I feel old. He's just turned 27, yeah? Just double check.
Yeah, 27.
Wow, that is some serious consistency. I did want to shout out him, Tekkz and Nicholas for the amount the game titles have changed. Also with...
Absolutely.
We went to a new console as well, remember?
We did.
And they've managed to stay at the top level for 8 years. I think sometimes doesn't get the credit it deserves because there is so much change, so much happened over that period of time, and they're still here doing it at the top level.
We want to hear from you at home as well. Who are you backing? Keep your messages fired in. Vergang coming very close.
Someone said they think that Emre's going to go back-to-back. Definitely a possibility.
What is it about this tournament, do you think, Case, for Emre Yilmaz? Because we know he's good. He's always at the FC Pro Opens. He was in the final of an E-Euros. It's either him or Vergang so far this last season, but it's something about the eChampions League that he just thrives in.
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point we could definitely call him Mr. Champions League as we see another goal go in there for Matías Bonanno. But back to Emra Yilmaz, I think he's just so comfortable in this competition. In the interview earlier, I asked him, could it be a third time? And he goes, if it doesn't happen this year, it'll probably happen next year. So he has that confidence in this competition.
Is it also the stage of season it's at? Is it just, does Emre peak around this time? Is this his time when he heads into here, then the World Cup? Does he always time it right? I mean, can forgive me if I'm wrong, but from memory, it seems like Emre is a second half of the season player.
I think people forget, Tom, as well, that the two finals that have been this year, the two big finals, the E-Euros and the FC Pro Open, who was in those finals that didn't win? It was Emre Yilmaz. He's been pushing Anders. And the last time they played in this final, it was Emre Yilmaz that won. Of course, in Munich, champion there, added time of 2 minutes. And speaking of Emre Yilmaz, 4-1, and speaking of Levy, 3-1. Musiala, and this is where the goal came from, Tom.
It looked like tight dribbling, skillful at first. Musiala, I think he's using the analog sprint perfectly, the low driven as well. Really, really good. And I think ever since we've seen Nicholas use that analog sprint at La Liga, it's started to become a hot trend within the pros.
How could you describe this start, Tom? What is lacking? Is it the difficult matchmaking that he's got? I mean, you say that there's no easy game. You're in Europe's best competition as goal number 200 has gone in.
I don't think difficult matchmaking is a thing with Anders. I think it's all dependent on Anders, how he plays. Because no one's hard for him when he's playing at the top of his game. He makes every single player look inferior to him when he's on the ball. So I don't think we can put it down to matchmaking, because if Anders steps it up 10 to 15%, we know what we're going to see. We know we're going to see him score and win games. He's just got one back. You're kind of just waiting for him to catch fire. He's just playing a little bit without his normal assertiveness, if that's the right way to say it.
The hard part is as well, Case, it's not like a Swiss round, this, is it? Where you're playing players that have both lost the game, or you're playing players that have both won a game. These fixtures are already preset.
Yeah, so he's known who he's going to play over the next 2 days for a little while now, so he knows exactly what to expect. And I know that, Tom, you say that matchmaking doesn't go into play, but if you ask anyone else, you have Lex and Levy round 1 and round 2, they're not going to be happy with that matchup. Those are two very difficult opponents to start the competition off with.
Yeah, I guess if you are playing even 5% below your standard, they're players that will punish you. Maybe if Anders is playing a weaker player and he's not on his game, it's okay. But when you're straight into two, feels like knockout games, knockout players, then yeah, you will get punished a bit more. I just know Anders will think, if I play my game, I'm better than everyone here.
Well, bad news for Anders. He plays Montaxa in his last game for day one, who is, a Malta EPL champion there as a goal goes in for Nicholas. They're shaking the head, he's still not happy. Neither is his coach Juanma. They know there are better levels to get to. They're coming in fresh off the back of Sao Paulo, which by his own standards, Case, I mean, that probably wasn't a tournament that he would have wanted to go there and win.
Absolutely, yeah, he needed that one. We've spoken to him. That is definitely a tournament on his bucket list that he wants to win. He's won this current competition. As we see another goal go in there for Bonanno, makes it 4-2 versus Tuga.
What a save. What a save. How has he got around there? Nick Snebber's got a bit of a mountain to climb. He was clutch in the last round, Tom, but against a different player.
Yeah, I think for Nick Snebber's work, probably feels like a free hit this game. I think it's one of his harder games, although he has got a really hard set of fixtures. But I think he's got a free hit of Emre here. He gets one back. We've seen him do it against PHN as well. He come back from 3-1, so this game is no means done yet, but he's going to need something big. You don't really see Emre throw many games away, apart from when he plays Anders. There's been a few of them, but you don't really see Emre throw it away. He's normally good in these positions. We could see a fifth here.
Penalty. That might be game over there. Penalty for Emre Yilmaz. A yellow card for Sol Campbell. We know he loves a slide tackle, but not like that. Up he steps, Eden Hazard. 5-2 if we can. I think we'll leave him to it.
It's funny when you see them slide tackles as well, you're probably thinking at home, why? Why has he just done that? But I think this year in particular, slide tackle is a bit more overpowered, or a bit more useful than it usually is, and it's been a real hot topic with pros that if you don't think you're going to get there, you might as well slide tackle on the basis that you could get something, you could get a block in. So you do see a lot of pens given away this year, and you probably are thinking, why? Why are they diving in like that? These are meant to be professionals, but it's actually a tactic that they all do on purpose, because maybe 1 in every 3 or 4, your player there will wrap the ball around the foot and win the ball back. But when you give away the penalty, you're probably thinking it looks silly.
Well, we're going to have a little break in play after this attack comes in from Anders Vergang, who's trying to get back at 3-3 here. Can he? No, Desiree Doué, that's not a finish that he'll be happy with. Right, let's take a pause in that. FG will check in with you and the rest of the team.
Yeah, thank you very much. Shori, you're seeing a lot of goals in this game with Emre Yilmaz and with Manu Bashore too.
And we've just seen another one. Nick Step now 5-3 against Emre Yilmaz. Emre Yilmaz leads by 2 goals in that one. And then Manu Bashore just continues on with what he's doing. He's 6-1 to the good. Probably secured the 3 points there. Bosh.
Yeah, I'd say so. Bosh indeed. Rich, how's it going over there? You were watching a couple of games there. P8 Zin, what a game that is, by the way.
Yeah, that's kicked off. 35 minutes on the clock. PHZ 1. Karimi's back 3, which will be 0-2 for PHZ if he doesn't turn these results around. You can see that goal that just got scored right there on the finesse. As for Samu Gamer and Musti, Musti is looking rusty. 6-2, Samu Gamer leads.
Oh, right, Ryan, take it away, mate. What are you watching?
Yeah, this game kicked off a little bit late. Milka Love is down 3-0 in 15 minutes against RVP Legends. You might have heard him. Actually playing the drums on the desk over there. He's not happy. Milka Love, it's a rough start from him. Beryl was 5-1 down against Tekkz. It's now 5-3. So maybe a comeback on the horizon, who knows? But up until this point, Tekkz has looked pretty comfortable, to be honest. We see some of the goals on screen as well, where Tekkz managed to take the lead 4-1 at that stage for that goal. But yeah, I could potentially see a comeback, you know?
It's a must-win though. You can't drop points there.
Well, OK, we've heard it from the man himself, Mr. Richard Buckley. Let's see if Tekkz can get the job done. But for now, let's head back to Brandon and everyone else.
Yeah, leading on from Richard there, speaking about dropping points. Well, Anders Vergang might not be dropping points anymore, because he has come back again at 3-3. And this was the goal. We might be on for a 4 for the bottom corner of your screen. That was a chance. And this is the replay, top of the goal. Musiala into Doué. That time, it's not out for a throw-in. It's into the top corner.
We did highlight Doué earlier. He spent the big money on him, a third of his budget, and that is why you must trust him when he arrives at the back post. So we see Matthias and Pretty Sure go 5-2 up against Tuga. The goals are flying in.
Pulling away as well as Nicholas here, Case. That's a 4th for him.
Yeah, that's a tough one here for Jafonso, because he was leading the entirety of this game, but one person to never count out in their matches is the Iceman, and so I would assume that there'll probably be a couple more goals in that matchup, but currently is Nicholas in the league over Jafonso.
Well, we're back to this one now, our main game. Chance for Anders! And there he is! The first time he's led in the game against Levy de Vier. 4-3 leads, and he comes from this moment of play here. Baggio, Musiala, Schweinsteiger all involved. There is Baggio that fed the pass, and Musiala makes it 4-3.
Be interesting about Anders, that's a little creative run with Musiala at the end. He started to divert his run, or maybe Musiala just ran that way anyway. We see him throwing up the celebration for him. And I think that's actually the first time Anders is leading in the whole tournament. He was chasing Lex in all the first game. That might be the switch we've been waiting for. We did say we're waiting for Anders to turn it on. When is it going to come? Is this the moment?
Was that an A celebration? Was that an A? That
I think he's trying to do the M. Musiala does the M.
There we go.
Yeah, I think he's trying.
I don't know if he was
he's doing it for himself.
I don't know if he was doing an AV, but if he was going to do the V, maybe it's better not to do that on camera. But Perez, 5-3. Well, one Man City player's doing all right here, Case. Matthias Bonanno, he was trailing early doors when we saw him. Now he's pulling away. He's just got a 5th.
As we see on the other end, it's Nicholas pulling away. So yes, it is one Manchester City player in the lead, but unfortunately for Jafonso, it is falling away for him in this matchup.
Nicholas looking to make it 6 points from 6, and over here, Levy looking to tie the game up. Finesse! Saved. Well, let's stick with this one if we can for the last 25 minutes or so. If you have just joined us, welcome to the eChampionsLeague league phase. We are in Manchester for day 1 of 3. 36 competitors down to a final weight. Hincape can't get the shot away that he was looking for as Sol Campbell is in the way. Said this earlier in the first round of games, Tom. There's a lot of money being spent on these teams, no doubt. 50 million coins in total. Players such as Desiree Doué in possession might be slightly unattainable when it comes to budgets. But is there anyone in these 11-player squads that people at home could be looking at to run into their teams this weekend, especially with the new edition of the La Liga team of the season, which I think has just dropped about 15 minutes ago as Musiala can't find a way past Buffon.
I mean, Anders is locked here, by the way. He's celebrating saves already. Sorry, just picked up on that. He's celebrating saves no end. I'm trying to think of
anyone like in these kind of teams, Tom, that within a budget.
I mean, needs to get price check on Ramirez, but he's being used by everyone because of how good his playstyle pluses are.
Obviously, forget the likes of Hullet. Cruyff's about 3 million coins.
Yeah. Oh, Pires.
35 out of 36 players have Pires.
Yeah, pains me to say it, but Robert Pires, that's your budget option right there. And he's not just there to make up the numbers. People are using him on the wing or cam, I'm pretty sure. He's got a look at his play styles on that Pires, and I promise you, you'll want him at home. He's really, really good.
275k as well for him. He's cheap.
When you compare that to the millions of coins that have gone everywhere else, it is a bit of a bargain. Back to this one now. There are 15 minutes left in this game. If Jafonso can try and unpick the defence of Nicholas, that could have been a chance for him, but he's now got to deal with a counter-attack on the opposite side. Chance to break away. Rashford, can he get round the goalkeeper? Should he have taken a shot earlier, Tom?
Should have, maybe. I don't know how effective it is dribbling around the keeper like that. Maybe need a ball roll. Maybe in them situations where the keeper's on rushing, you can go for a low driven, sometimes goes underneath them instead, or look for a chip.
We've got Mystery Nations, Case. Can we have a hint, maybe? We haven't had Mystery Nations since the FC Pro Open. It's good to have them back. Get your guesses in. I'm sure someone will ruin the surprise, but do you know what the Mystery Nations? Can we have a hint, maybe?
Your hint will be that it's not Netherlands. That is the hint.
It's not Netherlands, it's not Spain. I think I'm correct to say there is one player representing this nationality, the only one from the nation, in the whole 36 players.
There's also 2 icons from this nation.
Only 2?
Only 2.
I believe one's a goalkeeper as well.
Correct.
Chance to break away. Tuga, 6-4. He's trying to get back in the game now. Let's see if those clues have sparked any more of your Mystery Nation guesses. Back to this one now. 15 minutes away from a first win in the Champions League phase. For Como's newest signing, Anders Vergang, the Serie A champion. Cannot forget, though, as you said, they played in the FC Pro Open. It was a win for Vergang there in London. Is it an update over here? Has Jafonso got a chance of getting back into this, maybe? I think he does. Don't know if I was watching the Premier League there. Thomas Brolin. What's he doing in the final third?
I've seen him in months.
Final 11 minutes here. Back to Levy, still knocking on the door. Needs a serious defensive display from Anders. That's the scores that come in. The only game there is a little bit of a delay in is the Milkolov RVP game. 3-2 as it stands for the Romanian champion against the top 4 in the virtual Bundesliga this year.
I mean, look at that table, Brandon. PA's in. Nearly basically lost at that point. Really, really surprised by that. I think.
Look at Tekkz as well.
Yeah. I mean, that's where we're used to seeing him. But I think that now people would say it's a bit of a surprise. You wouldn't expect him to start that well. But I said it after he beat Chris. It's a massive confidence boost. 6 points. He can go and play pretty freely from now on because he knows he doesn't need too many more to get him through the group stage, which he struggled to do in previous years.
Well, Manu is not hanging about, is he? He is 8-2 up in that game, and then Karim is back, Case. His goal difference is looking incredible, isn't it?
That's exactly what you need in this competition because the fine margins are definitely going to come into matter tomorrow. Every single goal is going to matter. And so it's games like these that you want to try to get as many goals as possible because it could come into account when everything shakes out tomorrow.
Musiala, Cruyff, all building in the attack here. Final 6 minutes of the game for Levy to try and find himself a fourth. What a pass that is! Unlocks the 2 defenders with the smallest of spaces. 4-4 game on.
There's a winner coming here. It's unbelievable footwork. just found the little pass through as well, but there's a winner coming here. I'm not sure which way it's going to go, but it's just set up perfectly, isn't it? 6 minutes left.
How hard is that to unlock the door to that defence with a pass like that? Closing stage of this one, Emra Yilmaz. 6 points from 6 by the looks of it. It might be another year of the Champions League, but it's the same Emra Yilmaz. One final corner to come in. Another goal for the tally. No, full time there, back to the drawing board for Nick Snebb. Of course, he's still got one more game to play today. He's looking good though, isn't he?
Absolutely, yeah. I will say, obviously we're not surprised by an Emra Yilmaz going 3 points for both of his games, but if we look at his matchmaking, 2 very tough matches as well. He started off with Manu, previous world champion, then Nick Snebb as well, a veteran in the competition. And so to have 6 points from those 2 matches, he's definitely off to a great start.
Added time of 2 minutes. This is Nicholas seeing out his second win as well of the competition. I think we'll leave him 2 if we can. Can we jump back across if we can to Levy against Anders? I think that's also in the closing stages too. Nicholas also 6 points from 6. The top side of this league phase is looking very dangerous. The 2022 eChampions League winner. He's just found his second win of the tournament. Back here now. Added time of 2 minutes. 20 final seconds. I think Levy might be happy with a draw by the looks of it, Tom. He will be. He was winning.
Oh, I'm surprised he didn't just go for that, but also a draw is important because you're not giving Anders the points. And if Levy looks at his fixture as a whole, 6 games, he'll say, point out of Anders. I don't mind that. I'll go and win my others.
6 points up for grabs here, Case. He's had 1 point so far, Anders.
Yeah, that is shocking, and I know that he's not going to be happy with that outcome as we see his reactions here. But yeah, he needs to win this next match that he has. It's a must-win situation for him. He's definitely gotten himself in a tough situation.
Well, you know he loves the cameras, Anders, but not today, when the results aren't going his way. Handshake between the 2. And the last 3.5 minutes left now. Bonanno, can he hold on to this against Tuga?
Oh, he's rushed it. He's rushed it. Did he need to do that? 88th minute, he might not see the ball again.
What do you do from this point, Tom, to see out the game, to make sure that you are keeping hold of those 3 points?
I mean, my only concern is there's been a lot of added time recently, but you've got to keep it high up. Like, these areas are good. It's really hard to keep it in defence. You have to play out here, up high, use the wings, use both sides of the pitch, and then just wait to see. It's a +4. This is what I mean. It's difficult to keep the ball. We're asking him to keep the ball for 6 minutes now.
We had some big chunks of added time, haven't we? 4 minutes here. Can confirm as well that Manu has got himself into the 10-goal club. He's just found a 10th in his game against Ulay, the Azerbaijan champion.
He's going to have to go in behind. You can't keep the ball for this long, not in FC 26. He might have got away with that, though. Take the free kick. He's taken the free kick, so he's used the L2-R2 to cancel the advantage. Said, actually, I don't need advantage. I'd rather set it back up. Free kick, timer resets. You're probably going to see him change the player 3 times now. Just use every second of the clock. You can see, look, he'll watch the replay. He's actually pausing it as well. Maybe just to make sure there's nothing on for a counter-attack, but it's a 101 in game management. We've seen it before, and we'll see it again. He's basically going to wait every second, change 3 times. I'd imagine he probably passes it short and then goes back to the keeper, or he's just going to send it as far out to a corner flag as possible.
Well, he's probably playing against the player that also would do exactly the same.
Oh, yeah.
Speak of game management, you look at Tuga.
Tuga was the inventor of this. I remember playing him in 22 and he was doing that. He's changed corner taker 3 times, paused it, waited around. Like, Tuga probably wants to pause as well. He's going to make sure every single tactic is all-out attack. You can't mess this up. It's worth a pause. 3 points at this point are massive. It's huge for Matthias. These are the top pros in the world. They don't leave anything to chance.
Well, the other 2 games we will still be giving you updates from is Karim is back against PHG and Milkalov, RVP legend. They're the only other 2 matches that are to conclude. Alongside this one, from the first half of round 2. Remember, there will be 3 rounds played today here in Manchester. Tomorrow we come back and play 3 more rounds. After that, we'll find out our top 24 players. And on Sunday, we'll find out our best 8 from the 24 that will be on their way to Hungary.
There's the first change of player. Not sure it's going to happen again. He's got side to play. He's going back to the goalie. He's just waiting, biding his time. Decided to keep it in the attacking end. And I think he's done enough. Unless.
Full-time result. Well managed by Matthias Bernardo. I don't think he wanted to play the extra 30 seconds that he had to play there. That's a big 3 points on the board for him at Manchester City. And as we jump over here now, it is safe to say that Karim is really back in the Champions League as he looks to get a 6th. No! Might not think much of it, Case, but on goal difference, who knows what a big goal that could be for PH.
Absolutely. I thought that almost crossed the line, but I will say this scoreline is a bit surprising for me because we just saw PH Zin competing over in Sao Paulo. He made it to the final up against Paulo Neto, so we know that he is competing very, very well right now. He's at the top of his game, and so to have a scoreline like this, he's going to be kicking himself because every single goal is going to matter.
It's a brilliant through ball, maybe more of a consolation. Schneider on the finesse. There's one back. But he's not happy with the start he's had in Manchester, rightly so. How hard is it to trigger a run like that, Tom?
Yeah, I mean, the amount of L1 use from pros, I'd love to see just how many times they trigger throughout the game, really. They're just always got options, always using it. It's just the way to be. You're too unpredictable.
Well, this is RVP Legend now against Milka Love. RVP Legend, the champion in Romania. So we got his ticket here. And if you want to join us in Hungary, by the way, you can for the eChampions League finals. Grab your phone, scan the QR code, and if you're quick, grab yourself a ticket. And we are there on the 27th of May in Hungary. Just 3 days before the eChampions League final, as RVP is offside. Speaking of that, the eSuperliga Romania champion. He won 14-9 over 2 legs. Currently 33rd in the world, RVP Legend. You'll know him well. Chance for PH to get another goal back here. Sword off, finesse, off target.
I mean, I think RVP goes under the radar. Online, been really, really good. And when he gets going, attacking-wise, there's a lot of players in that Eastern European region, like him, like Nasada, that you just can't stop them when they get going. I'm surprised they haven't won something big, but maybe their time's coming.
Looking at the results, Case, what's been the biggest surprise of the round, would you say, or the best game?
Ooh, I mean, in terms of surprise, I will say PH Zin scoreline, I believe. But best game, I think we have to give it to Levy and Anders. The 4-4 across the board. It was end-to-end, a lot of drama there. I know that Anders isn't happy with that scoreline, but yeah, lots of fantastic games. We knew there would be in this round with such great matchups. I'd probably say those.
I can't wait for tomorrow, by the way, the last round of action with our L-Bar here, when it's going to be updating relentlessly with so much on the line. Of course, we'll be finding out who will be missing out on the knockout phase. If you finish in the top 8 tomorrow night, you can make your life a lot easier when you come back to Sunday. You'll be 1 win away from Hungary. It's not the start that PH would have wanted, though, as it looks to be to his name. 0 points from 6.
Couldn't see that coming. I mean, there's a few in there. You look at Tuga, look at Di Fernandez, a couple of players on 0, and it will start playing into your mind now. You're thinking, I want to get the first 3 points. PH Zin been unable to, but for Karim, an unbelievable start.
What a start for Karim is bad. What's this season he's having? They really went under the radar. A lot of the players actually in France during the French League 1 were kind of joking about Monaco at times, not expecting them to go through to the finals, let alone win the whole competition. Especially when they stopped Fuma from picking up another French title. They stopped PSG on the way through, and then they went and beat Troyes in the final, the duo of Levi de Veer and Manu. What a final it was. And what a win. Buffon didn't fancy getting two hands on that one. I was just having a look here at who PA Jim will play last. He plays Rafa Monteiro in the final round. I say that though, there's no easy game.
Not when you've lost 2 games as well. Everyone feels that a little bit more difficult. It's not really sticking. You're not really flowing, are you? You're just hoping things start to go your way. Everyone is a difficult game, and that's why this league phase is so good.
Perez finds Cruyff now. Is there an overlap available? Cruyff will try and interchange with Robert Perez. Hincapi. Last 8 minutes here of our start to round 2. Just a quick word as well on Milka Love. It was quite an interesting scenario in the Hamburg Virtual Bundesliga this year, because we were commentating on the action, myself, Ryan and Richard, but behind the stage they had to play a playoff game to work out who would get the World Championships. They were playing, I'll be honest, in the best way I could describe it, a shopping mall. They're upstairs in a shopping mall. They were in the back of this shopping mall. We were following on our grand final. There's a small admin issue here for RVP Legend. He might not be happy about, or is he okay? Hopefully we're okay to continue.
Okay. No, it's okay.
It's okay now, right? We can continue. Basically, long story short, Milka Love won that game in the playoff round between him and Musti, and that's how he decided the World Championship spot. So he's not only going potentially to the final way of the Champions League, if he can turn this around and have some better results, he's off to his first ever World Championship case.
That he is, and he's one of the rookies in our competition. I'll ask both of you, do we know how many rookies we have total? Can you take a guess?
So never played in the eChampions League before.
Correct.
First time. Ooh, 36 players. I'm going to go for 8. I'll go 10.
11.
Wow.
11 players have not competed in an eChampions League before.
Special tournament as well. It's a bit different, isn't it? Just feels that extra bit of prestige behind it. You can feel it, all the players, all the atmosphere. I mean, especially tomorrow when them last games come. It's something special.
It's the music, Tom, as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
Those eChampions League tones that play out, the famous anthem. Well, if he had any controller issues, RVP Legend, he actually scored straight after the restart. He's got a 4-goal lead here. And this is the final match of the round.
It's another player I'd expect to get away with goal difference when he starts winning. He doesn't win by 1, RVP. But if he does win by 1, it'll probably be like 12-11, but he normally ends up scoring a lot of goals. So we know how important that is. I expect him to go through as well, based on form, based on how he's playing this year. I'd expect RVP to be in and around, I mean, he's definitely into the knockout, but he's definitely around the top 8 as well.
Is he I say he's an underdog, but we only say that because of the champions that are in this tournament.
I think he goes under the radar, yeah. I think he does. I think people might respect him a bit more after this one, especially if he performs the way I'm expecting. There's so many names here, it's hard to call. I mean, most important thing is getting points on the board early. You don't want to be chasing tomorrow. You don't want to wake up tomorrow thinking I need to be flawless. If you can just get going today, be full of confidence tomorrow, and doing what RVP's doing.
Adding time with 3 minutes, Milka Love trying to find a consolation, which isn't going to happen. And it might give RVP Legend the chance to break forward one more time. Lovely little turn. I thought he might have come back into a potential shot on goal. Didn't fancy the angle. It's a brilliant through ball into Totti. Has he got the legs? No, he can't get past Barzagli. And that will do us for the first part of round 2. 18 more matches. Near enough concluded, but up next is this one. 2 players that are on winning form, and one of them beat Anders in his first round. It's Lex taking on Nasada after the break.
This is Chris. He plays EAFC on PlayStation tournaments, winning FC points, cash prizes, and even a few exclusive experiences easily. But how? On his PS5, Chris launched EAFC, found PlayStation tournaments, and registered. It's that easy. New tournaments daily, win avatars, FC points, and more. Compete, win, and claim your prizes today on PlayStation tournaments.
PlayStation.
Stage is set. What's promised to be?
Beautiful bit of skill. This is what he does.
Yeah.
You alright?
Qatar Airways, official airline partner of the UEFA Champions League.
Manchester City cruise into another E-Premier League final. Leeds United are in the E-Premier League final! The three-time champions against the one-time winners Leeds United. Manchester City will score first in the grand final. Jafonzo nicks them!
Outstanding goal.
Is he going to be the one to the shot? No, Estefan will!
That will do us 3-2 at the break.
The next game is might be one of the best we've ever seen in E-Premier League history.
Two former teammates deciding who is going to win the E-Premier League.
These script writers have had a field day.
Oh, we are all square in the grand final. Extra time is on the cards. Manchester City! It might be a different Giro, but it's the same result. It's 3 on the bounce. Manchester City, your E-Premier League champions!
Welcome back to the eChampions League live here. I'm joined by pro player Oberon. Of course, you would have just seen how the E-Premier League players got their spot in the eChampions League. We're going to take a look, though, at two top players. Jafonzo is one of them, representing Manchester City, and Nicholas, 99. This goal, of course, was the goal that made Nicholas take a 2-goal lead. Oberon, walk me through this gameplay here.
Yeah, it's always good to analyze Nicholas' goal because he always does everything that you should do it. And he was playing 4-5-1, and of course, if we can see the clip, he has 3 passing line because 3 midfielders. When he is able to Ramirez, we can stop here just when Ramirez had the ball, like.
If we go back a little bit
just
first,
a little bit, yeah.
Just to see the position where,
like the defensive line when it's like, it's really high.
Yeah, but to me, it looks like it's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. But when you have the ball, you have to trigger in this situation because otherwise you cannot score. Like the defensive line is too good. So you trigger Pires. But when you have the ball with Ramirez, you go for a driven pass to Totti. So you arrive here. But when you have the ball with Totti, if we can go just a little bit. When you have the ball with Totti, it's not just. I don't think this is just an incisive pass. I think this was a manual pass, so that you can do at home with R1 and incisive with triangle, but it's difficult. It's not easy.
For 1 second here, you can see Jafonzo selected Hincapié here, which is the right thing to do to try and track the run. I feel like he's done what he can do to try and prevent it, but even still, is it too late?
Yeah, because if the timing is good, if the defensive line is too high, and you have the good timing, it's just too late.
Yeah, we'll see the clip play out in its entirety to see how Nicholas ended up getting his 5th goal in the game here. He gets in behind here, and again, when you're with Perez, he's got the rapid plus kicking in, finesse shot plus play style. And Nicholas 99, that was his 5th goal against somebody like Jafonso. And I'm hearing that we've actually got an interview from the man himself. Nicholas is joined by Casey.
Yes, I'm joined by the one and only, the Iceman, the 2022 champion of this competition. Obviously, you are on 6 points. Damasis and Jafonso, massive wins there. How are we feeling after those two?
I mean, I'm happy obviously for the 6 points, but I think I didn't play too well both the games, but at least I won.
That is true. That is what you need to do. So we need to know, are you going to win again this year? Because we have a 2-time champion, but you could be the 2nd one in the history of the eChampions League.
I mean, I want to. I think we as a players, we want to win all the trophies, but let's see. I think this year is even more like difficult than last one because there is new players and really good players, but let's see. I will try.
Lots of great players, and you do have Chris de Boer as your last matchup for today. So how are we feeling going into that one?
I mean, I will try to improve because from 1 to 10 now I'm playing like 6-7 points. So I will try to improve and do my best.
Well, a lot to play for, Nicholas, but I will let you get back to it. One more game to go. Let's go check in with FG over at the host desk.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm joined by Shori and Brandon. What round we've just seen. I want to focus on the shots so far. P8 Zin is on 0 points. Anders Vergang is on 1 point from 6 games. They've got a lot of work to do as we look at the league standings.
Yeah, I mean, look, they're lucky that we're coming back tomorrow and they're playing 3 more games tomorrow. But I was just speaking to Tom in commentary, more so for Anders. What would you look at as a worst-case scenario from day one? 2 points, which sounds ridiculous from 9. But top 24 go through, Shori. You know, even if you're not at your best, you've still got a chance as long as you're in that top 24.
Yeah, it's just about sneaking your way through for those players who are just like sort of teetering on the edge. Another man I just want to touch on in his first 2 games, Tekkz there. I mean, it was looking, you know, got a bit closer. He was 5-1 up, went back to 5-4, managed to secure his result, and 6 points out of 6 for the Donny boy.
And also 6 points out of 6 for Matti Bonanno as well. What a start it's been for him. We said earlier on, to get into that 24, Brandon, you need around 6 or 7 points.
What are you doing there?
What do you think?
Oh, you're doing
the yellow card.
You're doing that. Oh, okay. Thank God you're not reporting this next round, right?
Yeah, I've got the round off actually. But listen, there's definitely an incredible round of fixtures coming soon. This competition, the format is fantastic. Thank you for sticking with us. Let's head over to the commentary team, Mr. Richard Buckley, Ryan Pessoa, and Graf.
Thank you very much, chaps. The game's going thick and fast here at the eChampions League. By the end of this round, every single player in the tournament will have played 2 matches of the group phase. Our highlight game that we're going to be keeping all our attention on, Lex versus Nasada. Both won their opening game. Got to talk about Lex. He beat Anders Vergang 7-5.
Yeah, incredible victory from him, especially obviously having that as a starting game. There'll be a lot of pressure from Anders, of course, to perform. And you're playing against a player that won his league, what, a couple of weeks ago now? Yeah. So he done extremely well. And Nasada as well, Gravis, and goal scorer. I love both of these 2 players here.
I don't really know what to expect. I would say Nasada is a favorite coming into this match, but Lex did win against Anders, so it's a tough to call. But with the way Nasada plays, especially with the way he... To be fair, it's a similar way to Anders in the way they both attack, they both go forward, they both trigger runs. So Lex could be comfortable in this matchup, but let's see how it goes.
I don't see anything, I'll be completely honest, other than an Nasada win. I actually think he might win all 6 games in the group phase. He is a very, very scary competitor, and I can't remember who said it earlier, but I've heard this being said already today. The fact that he won his league gives him so much more confidence.
Yeah, that's what I mentioned earlier in the thing, because I think when you're missing that, because everybody knows how good he is, the players, the cast, all of us, we speak highly of him. He was just missing the silverware. He's got that silverware, the pressure's off his back, he's already got his spot in the World Championship. This is an opportunity to showcase that he means business.
Yeah. The VPL title is his. Could the eChampions League be close to follow? Lex with a lovely extra pass. Finds himself 1-0 up in the early stages, Graf.
It's a similar way to which he attacked Anders. I mean, he's patient enough to look for the pass, but when he gets the ball with Ramirez, he's just looking for another pass.
Ramirez is like the facilitator. Like you said, he done the same thing against Anders. The exact same method where he gets the ball with Ramirez and plays it off. This is another game though. Tuga up against Hezes here. Massive opportunity for both players to get more points on the board. Tuga with 1 point, Hezes with 3. That close game, he just about won.
We've got Ryan and Grav in the commentary position. Any questions for these two? Get them in. It can be FC, it can be real life football. I'm sure Ryan would like to talk more about that than Gravison would right now.
I'd like to avoid that right now.
Any questions? Get them in. Any comments that you've got for any of our team here as Tuga looks to goal, 1-0 up. Grav, talk to me about that Lex goal.
I had a great chat prior to talking about the Lex goal. I had a great chat with Hessers prior to this game. They actually played against each other 3 times this season.
Okay.
Hessers and Tuga, because they were in the same group on the FC Pro, so that was 1 win each. But actually, to qualify for the FC Pro in Atlanta, they played against each other, and Tuga won. So Tuga is leading the head-to-head 2-1, and Hessers was telling me, I just want to draw. I want to make it 2-2.
Yeah, that defending, I'll be honest, Hezes, you won't want to look back at that. He pulled the defender completely out of position, couldn't get his player switching right, and it left acres of space. You'll see it here from this replay grab. Look at the space. Ends up moving across. Actually, in fairness, it's not actually, I think it's just, I thought it was him that moved him manually.
It was him. You know why? Because he's pressing R1 twice.
Yeah.
He's doing...
got you. Yeah.
That's the way he's defending, which, to be fair, I'm not a fan. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. It's the pressing R1 twice, you get you cover passing lanes, right? I think it's called. So sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
Georgie winning 1-0 up at the moment. He was victorious for Levski Sofia in the E-First Bulgarian League. Picked up the title there, and this would be a big result for him if he was to beat Montaxa in this matchup. Early pause there, and changes are being implemented in. Let's jump around and we can head back to Lex versus Nasada. Confidence oozing from Lex at the moment. Beat Anders Vergang in his first game of the day. That was a pretty risky step there from Nasada, but got away nicely with it. It feels like one of the biggest momentum players, Lex. When it clicks for him and when things are going his way, I mean, you see from the online rankings.
Exactly, yep.
He is a real scary competitor.
Lex is unbelievable. He's so good. We're seeing it obviously in these opening 2 rounds, that win against Anders, currently leading against Nasada, and his dribbling has been so impressive, the extra passes in the box, and you mentioned, Rich, confidence. And I think, again, winning that league title in Portugal can help with just getting silverware to breed confidence. Nasada, however, beautiful dig chip over the keeper.
Perfectly placed chip over the keeper. Nasada back in the game, 1 goal apiece.
Look at the player lock.
Yes,
perfect.
Unreal.
I would say Lex, it was a tough situation for him going over to Portugal, because it's one of those leagues in which when you go there, you gotta win. The only thing that you can do is win. And he got the job done, which wasn't easy, because the Portuguese people, especially the ones playing the league there, are really good. And not only in the finals, during the whole regular season, he was impressive as well. So the final against Tuga as well. Sorry, Rich.
No problem.
I thought that Lex did a great job, and this league, this year, the Portuguese league had a great level, and he won it comfortably.
Yes. We saw that snapshot there coming in from Hezers. Guga Ferrez, we saw him, Ryan, up close and personal. Commonwealth E Libertadores. He was a semi-finalist, but it feels as though every tournament that he plays, he's just improving and improving and improving.
I agree. I think there was one thing where he would even say himself he's guilty of, is not taking initiative when the opportunity arises in games. You'll see he draws a lot of games, or there's games where it's very close. And sometimes we've seen it in years gone by where Nicholas is always in those close games, but he comes out on top. And Guga Ferraz will be hoping this will fall in his favour as well. He takes the lead 2-1.
It's a lovely finish. It's almost textbook. Grav, work down the line. L1, R1, stop back inside there. Jamal to Musiala, finds the edge.
Yep.
Does it close him down quick enough, and an easy finesse into the top corner.
I had a good chat with Cecinho about the use of Lamine Yamal as a right wing, because I'm not a big fan, to be fair. He cost... Wow.
Goalkeeper rooted to the spot.
Sorry, I need to see that again.
It was Baggio with the left foot. Let's see how it is.
Talk me through it.
It's just a pass, triangle pass. That's the reason why you should be using Rashford. one pass and what?
Oh, so I thought it was down the middle of the goal. I was going to say why the keeper didn't react.
We've got another goal here. Montaxa did get one back, but Georgie Witten 2-1 up at the moment. Disappointment for the Italian Montaxa. You can see some smiley faces in the back there. Tom Lee, Shorey and Oberon joined alongside Brandon Smith. Let's head on over there. We can see what else is happening from across the grounds.
Thank you so much, Rich. Yes, we are, I think we've got about 25 goals already in this round so far. We've got Tom Shaw and Oberon taking a look as another goal just gone in. Tom, will come to you first. Christoph Ball against Danik and Di Fernandez Small.
Yeah, I mean, Christoph a little bit unlucky losing to Tekkz as late as he did in the first one, but looking to get back on that. Very good player, been playing really well online, 3-1 up. Di Fernandez drawing 1-1 against Small. Small going under the radar a little bit, but Di Fernandez needs to pick up some form soon.
Shorey, Alain Lyon still scoring goals?
Yeah, he's absolutely flying here, and he's actually got a free kick on the edge of the box here where we actually might be able to see it live and direct. Surely this is going to be a goal here from Alain Lyon. He's got 5 on the wall. It doesn't matter. Actually, it does. It does. They've actually completely sorted him out there. And then Luke 2-1 up against Domasas. Bit of a cagey affair over in this one, but Alain flying.
Francesco, over with you. 2 games you're looking at. What's the better one so far?
I think the one between JP and Max Coleman is because it's a draw, it's 1-1. Magwan is playing really good. He's leading 3-1 against Sofoglu. He just conceded a goal by, for me, the best item of the entire competition, that is Thierry Henry, but he's creating a lot of chances by the wingers. I mean, the Marwan ways.
Amazing stuff. I'll pass it back to you, Richard, and the guys, but so far, these Monaco lads are flying at the Champions League.
Issa Real must have been a good one. I didn't know you and Oberon on first name basis. Francesco. Still Oberon to me. Lex and Nasada, 2-1 here. It would be a surprising result.
It would be.
Even after the fantastic result that Lex got in the opening matchup of the day against Anders Vergang. Nasada is one of those players that you think could go all the way. That was that goal that Hezes just scored there before we thrown over to the guys. And it looks like Guga, straight from kickoff, has found himself back in front. Robert Perez finds the finesse, finds the angle, and leads 3-2. And the goals simply do not stop coming. A mistake out the back there, and Montaxa makes him pay. Dicked over the top, Ruud Gullit. Wow. Flush on the volley.
And another one, because Lex did have an attack passing to Cruyff, and it was unlucky. It was a reflection, and it was offside.
Yeah.
As we just jump over back to the game between Lex and Nasada. And we got a question in there, Ryan or Graf? So I'm going to ask Ryan. Who is your favorite item in the game and today?
It's got to be Thierry Henry. Has to be.
Great answer.
So you agree with Oberon?
Yeah. What's yours?
I'm going to say Alexander Sorloth. I'm telling you guys, I'm a big fan of the lengthy.
I like it. Guys, who has been your favourite player to watch in the is that the Champions League or the eChampions League? We'll go Champions League, real life football.
I'll let Graf go first.
So, player, for me is Lamine Yamal.
Fair enough, yeah.
For you, Ryan?
Ooh,
Gabriel, Saliba,
I don't know. Gabriel.
Say one.
Gabriel, go on.
Okay. And who do you think is the underdog of the competition?
I was going to say Alain Lyon, but he's an underdog, not really. So he doesn't count. There's so many players that I rate really highly. I'm going to say Karim is back because
that's a great shout.
Yeah,
great shout.
What about Lex? Grav, is he an underdog?
Could be one, but he just conceded 2-2.
See there as well. Hezes making it 3-3 against Guga Straz. A lot of goals in that game.
Everywhere you look, left, right, up, down, there's goals being scored here at the eChampions League. This was the
how quick
finish.
It's within a split second. He's defending and then in one-on-one.
That's the thing with the 4-4-2. It's just like a couple of driven passes and you're through.
3-3. Guga and Hezes all tied up at the moment. Hezes is one of those names, and look, I'm sure if he even asked this himself, I could see him getting into maybe the top 8, but I just can't. He's been close before as he forces a great save there from Buffon.
Oh my God.
He was in the final of the Champions League.
Yep,
he was.
In 2023 in Istanbul, but
Wow.
I mean, what a finish. If he scores goals like that, it'll make me look silly. What I was going to say is, I don't know if I can see him going all the way.
Do you know what it is? I think...
But he can beat anyone on his day.
100%. I think one thing I heard Nicolas saying as well in Spain, and you can see from his record with the goals he's scoring, goals are winning games in this variation of the meta right now. Jesus scores a lot of goals. However, he concedes defensively. I'm sure you won't mind me saying this. It looks like he's going to concede every time.
If he's scoring 8, he's conceding 7.
Yeah, so it's you get into those. Hold on.
And speaking of scoring goals, Ali Han Lion.
My goodness.
He's roaring right now. Grav.
I mean, another 4-4-2.
Nah, look at the state of this. This is dark. Wow, 40 minutes, violent. 8-1.
You know how he is as well. This might end up 17-18.
Just thinking about, like, if you're Rafa Monteiro and you're losing 8-1 against, and you're thinking about the goal difference, do you try to make it to hold possession for a bit, or what do you do, Ryan?
I don't even. 8-1 in the 40th minute is... That's crazy.
Hand up to the admin. Can I take the 4-3-0 loss?
You know what I'm doing? I'm working my foot under the desk and I'm trying to catch a wire. Just to, which one is it that turns this on?
We don't condone that. Max Kuhlmeier 3-1 up there against JP Slater.
Great ball.
Great ball.
Rod Perez getting one back there. Marwin still leading though, 3-2 as we jump back on board. Live action here between Lex and Nasada, 2-2.
I will say
8-1 Alihan Lion. Sorry, Graf.
It's great.
It's just like you can see him at the top. Of course, the goal difference. How?
It's incredible. And look, he got close last year, and maybe just that experience that he lacked. He looks like a different player this year. We saw him at that VBL final, and he put Nasada under a lot of pressure.
Because for me, all of us gave our predictions. I predicted Nasada, but I changed my prediction before the final based on watching Alihan's gameplay. He was that good. This game has tons of goals in it as well. Georgia Win makes it 3-2. See the dip of the head there from Montaxa. There's still a little way to go in that game.
Lex comes forward once again. Marcus Rashford with the double shooting play style to his name. I'm going to ask you, Grab, about some of these players that we're seeing here. Alihan Lion and even Jesus now leading 4-3. The level is so high at this year's eChampions League.
Yes. Is that the question?
It is. Just an observation. Like, you've played in this tournament before, 2019. Yes. It feels like this is the most competitive eChampions League we've ever had.
Yes, 100%. I mean, back in the days, there were favorites. I mean, you would expect Tekkz to win the tournament. Of course, he did lose against Nightwatch, and it was a close one. But now it feels like, even though Emra and what a ball! Even though Emra and Anders are the favorites, it wouldn't. I'm just thinking about Lex and RBP Legend. They're underdogs.
Yeah.
But they are scoring 10 goals per game if they are able to do it. So
Nasada over the free kick hits the post.
I do agree with you, Rich. I think it's the highest level that we've seen so far.
The table tells you everything. He's in.
Robert Perez onside, rapid push to get away, and what a finish! He'll put the laces through it and finds the top corner.
Perez has been a focal point for a lot of the players in this tournament. You can see there, you can trust him in front of goal. He's got the finesse shot play style, rapid as well. You can trust him even with the 4-star weak foot. It doesn't matter if you have him on the left foot for the finesse shots.
I would tell people at home to try the Perez item because he's not that expensive. It's just a couple 100,000 coins, and it's just, I feel like it's the combination between the body type and the accelerate that when you're analog sprinting with the rapid, it's just flying.
Yeah, he goes. It's quick.
It's flying.
I mean, there's no sort of mistake why so many people have picked him as well, Ryan.
Yeah, exactly. He's been selected in 35 of the 36 players in this tournament.
You're the one who's not selected him.
What are you doing?
You're looking around, Wayne. Sorry, did you?
Big mistake.
You took Perez? you took Perez as well. Might be a bit of bother here as the man that we're speaking about does pick up possession. Johan Cruyff linking up nicely, looks for a finesse, bounces off Barzagli. Nasada.
Whoa.
Just conceded, but equalises right down the other end as we hit 60 minutes on the clock. Unbelievable action everywhere you look. Let's jump on over for the second half update from Brandon and the guys. Where should we be looking?
I mean, Rich, it's hard not to look anywhere but Ali line. I mean, he scored 70 goals in the virtual Bundesliga this year and didn't win it. He scored 80 last year in Bulgaria. We'll jump straight to you, Shori. This man is on a mission. 6 points from 6. And what is that? 19 goals scored so far?
It's an all-you-can-eat buffet back there, and the only man not invited is Rafa Montero. I'll tell you that. It's unbelievable stuff. 10 goals from Alihan Lyon in one game. And can I just mention also, it's the 50th minute.
Was it plate after plate after plate?
It's just seconds, thirds, fourths, fifths, whatever you want, mate.
Tom, quickly checking in with you. I mean, we left it. Di Fernandez was in a winning position, and it's continues to do that. Same for Cristobal.
Well, yeah, I said Di Fernandez needs to step up. He definitely has. He's now 6-1 up. Cristobal was cruising, but it's now 4-3. So we've got a game in our hands there, but Di Fernandez has definitely won at 6-1.
Obrun, your 2 matches, any differences there? Any different stories coming out of them?
Yeah, just Max that now is winning 5-1. I think that in this competition, the croqueta finesse shot is 100% the signature move of Max, because he scored other, I think, 2-3 goals with this type of finishing, and Marwan is winning 5-2. I mean, good goals by Sofoglu, but Marwan is just better, I think.
Yeah, Mats Kulumar coming so close to a World Championships, but can he make his mark in the Champions League? Rich, back to you and the guys.
10-1, Alihan leading. That's pretty much him through. 6 points with unbelievable goal difference.
Yes.
We saw it last year with Resende. That was the mark. He'll be looking at 18 for Alihan Lyon. Let's jump back on board here with Lex and Nasada. And a very, very fortunate rebound. Schweinsteiger quickest to it. Is this a Hezer's 5-3 goal? Yaya Toure bursting past. Nkapie can't get back, and a low-driven finish for Hezer's. Well, Taxa and Georgia Wynn, they've been trading goals all game long.
Yeah, I think Georgia Wynn was impressive in that game I was looking at as well in his opening round. And another day he could have more points on the board than he currently does. Let's jump back over to this live though. Lex 4-3 up against Nasada.
It just goes to show there's no easy game.
No.
Even the players that you look at and you think they might struggle, they might not quite pick up that many points. Everyone is competitive here.
There was a game I was looking at, and on paper you'd expect Levy to be the clear favourite against JP Sita. And hold on a second, it's got to be Lex, and it's 5-3. He's got a bit of safety now, a 2-goal lead. And what a start this would be for Lex. 6 points, and he's potentially defeated Nasada and Anders along the way as well.
You were mentioning JP Slater and Levy before that goal went in.
JP Slater I thought was great in that game. I think the game got away from him, but he could have been 3-0 up. He was 2-0 up.
Small margins, Graf.
Yes, it's just those small details. Because I feel like that's the difference between a top player, a player that can win competitions, and the rest of them. Because I feel like, for example, when we used to compete, Ryan, I could beat anyone, but anyone could beat me.
And the thing is as well, what separates the top players, on a bad day for them, they're still walking away with something, you know, whether it's even Anders today, he could walk away 4 points on a bad day.
Whereas on his worst day.
Literally, whereas, for example, some players, I'm going to bring up Musti because he's got the lowest goal difference, and he's having a bad start to the day, and you can see the goal difference is heavily against him.
That Lex result, actually, when this season, that might be second competitive loss he's had. Luke's official beat him at the Pro Open. His Serie A, there was
none.
Group games and whatnot, but I think he was pretty perfect throughout. Knockouts, he flew all the way through. It's his second competitive loss this season.
I think there was a cup, and he said, if we're cut, I guess we're cut. Are we not? We can't. Now are we?
Probably not.
Yeah, I'll be fair. I won't be.
And then he followed that up with a draw. Fascinating. I'll be really intrigued to see how that wraps up. Montaxe, 4-4, 71 minutes on the clock.
This is the thing that doesn't happen to Emre, to Nico, to these guys. Georgie was playing well, but look at this mistake, Ryan. I mean, it's just that drawing pass there doesn't make any sense.
Can't do it. It's not even on, as you said, Gravis, and it doesn't make sense. You've invited pressure, and he knows it as well. It's the worst way to concede. Speaking of conceding, Lex, straight after scoring, suffers a goal here from Nasada. Gets the ball with Totti, near post.
That's the second kickoff goal that he scored, the 4-4-2, and he said it was exactly the same.
Oh my gosh, I've just had a complete flashback. He was doing that in the virtual Bundesliga. So many goals from kickoff, if you remember, Nasada was doing that. He had like a method to the way he attacked from it.
To be fair, this is a fairly similar situation to the Lex Sanders game.
It's very close at this stage as well, same as the last one. Lex in the box, Cruyff can't get the space. Oh, wow.
That's never a penalty, come on. What do you guys think?
I don't know. I need to see it again. At first glance, I didn't think it was.
Johan Cruyff steps up, fires it into the bottom right corner. And that cushion, this is the penalty decision. Cruyff,
He touched the ball. Nah, Sol Campbell.
That's crazy.
It's a soft call. But Lex won't care.
No,
Back in front with that 2-goal cushion.
You do not mind if you're Lex here. Nasada will be thinking it's not his day, though.
We also saw Nasada at the VBL. He's an emotional player.
Yes.
I think at one point the headset was off, maybe letting the desk let him know how that was feeling as well when he was playing. So those sort of things, they will maybe disrupt his flow. Speaking of flow, Montaxa and Georgie Winner in flow state right now. 4-4. Jesus, Guga Ferrez, everywhere you look. Johan Cruyff is at the heart of every attack.
We're back to 2019.
That's plausible, yeah.
Runner, top of the box. There's Perez. Goalkeeper rushes out. Easy finesse. 6-5.
You just know it, Rich. Once that triggered run is there, and then you've got the likes of Perez or whoever, you don't even need the finesse plus play style. The keeper's way off the line. You'll see it in the replay grab as well.
If I'm Lex, I'm looking at Sol Campbell. What is that? Look at the line. What are you doing, man?
Is that because Musiala's been triggered? It forces the AI to step back a little bit?
I think so. And that's the thing with 4-4-2. Because you're triggering runs with both strikers, and the defensive line's just gonna take a step backwards, and that's it. You're through.
Jesus leading at this junction. 5-4 against Guga. Robert Perez, we've seen how dangerous he can be on the turn in and around the box as we head into a quick pause now.
I think this was a great example of what Ryan was mentioning about that. You were watching this and you were thinking, he's conceding.
Yeah.
Jesus conceding. But that doesn't happen to other players. You feel like he's fragile at some times.
Some massive, massive scores coming in at the moment across the other games. I've just had a quick look over to the live scores. 9-1, Di Fernandez leading as well.
He was sensational in Spain as well. He was so good.
Struggled in his opening game though today.
Yep. I thought it was poor, to be honest. So it's a good response from him. 9-1 is a convincing way to get points on the board.
Oh, it's emphatic, to say the least. Georgie Wynn can't quite fire that ball into his attacker's feet.
I've seen this game many, many times, and it ends with Montaxa winning the last kick of the game. Just of the way Georgia has been playing throughout the whole game and the inconsistency. I'm telling you guys, I've seen this before. It happened to me too many times.
Does he play for last attack here?
Too early for me.
Yes,
way too early.
Agree.
Just have a quick glance over at Lex and Nasada. It looks to be a 7th goal and maybe the final blow for Lex to solidify 6 points out of 6. Possession turned over from Montaxa. Georgie Wynn flying forwards, a little bit too hesitant on possession. Didn't quite know if he wanted to wait for the triggered run or step himself. Soloff looks to probably be the final pass if he can find him. We've already seen the big man at the back post secure 3 points for Nick Sneb today.
I think now you have to wait for last.
I've seen this before, guys.
We did call it. Is it going to happen?
Yaya Toure into Rude Hully. Back to Yaya Toure. Building up. Runners being sent. Is there that killer pass? Is there that final blow? The dagger to put this wind out of Georgie Wynn's sails. Rude Hully. It's going to fall for Ramirez, and another 4-4. Quite a familiar scoreline today from what we've seen across the games.
I think both players will be upset with that.
Yes.
I think they will be upset because it's an opportunity to get more points on the board than... it's a tough one for both players, and maybe that point could be the difference tomorrow. We don't know right now, but what we do know is that Lex will be having 6 points from a possible 6. He's going to get another goal. Look how direct that was down the byline, Gravison, but what a win against Asada here.
Now he has to defend because the goal difference is important, but you played against arguably two of the biggest names of the competition. Not only that, but
two of the favourites.
Yeah, genuinely.
We could say top 5 players in the world at the moment. Yeah. Maybe top 3.
And what did I say?
Got the drums.
He's a big fan of that desk. Frustration from the Sada. 7-5, could be 8. With Lex bearing down on goal through Marcus Rashford. Goal difference might be pivotal, and not only at the bottom of the table, but at the top as well. Irate is the VPL champion. Lex, the Portuguese champ, 6 points from 6.
Das geht nicht. Warum das geht nicht, Liga? Es geht nicht, das geht nicht. Es ist unmöglich, dass ich das verliere. Warum nur Chip-Tore? Jedes einzelne Tor war Chipper, Mann. Jedes Tor, Bruder. Jedes. Digga. Geisteskrank, war geisteskrank.
I'm going to do it prematurely. I'm sure there was something that said there in German. Apologies for any language that you might have crept in there from the side, but clearly, Grav,
not happy.
Furious.
Not happy. Not only that, he of course he's furious because, wow, 13-2.
13-2.
And
do you know what the thing is? I already know. Like you asked Alan, how was that game?
Yeah, okay.
No, it was, yes, that's it.
What was I talking about? The Sada. When you win the BBL, not with the names that are in that competition, and in the FC Pro he played the way he played, you think you're invincible. You get here, you get the first win, and you're thinking, doesn't matter who I'm playing, I'm beating them. Maybe when I play against Anders or Emra, I'm gonna suffer a bit, but when you're playing against Lex, you're thinking, not a chance this guy is beating me.
Am I the only one that rates Lex that high? I rate him so highly.
Yes.
I did an unofficial prediction yesterday with a few people,
yeah.
And I had Lex in my top 8.
I rate Lex so high. I must be the only one that's like... No, but he's so good.
I just think as well, getting his hands on silverware and winning something is very important.
Oh dear, that sums up.
You see it for a lot of players. I think now he's won that thing. He's won that tournament, he's won that trophy. I do think it might take him to a different level. Alihan Lyon, he's got the eChampionsLeague in his eyes. He has been the most impressive player we've seen over the 2 rounds that we've watched today.
Do you know what it is as well? On paper, you would have expected him to win both games, but that's
the
pressure,
manner of victory.
And it's the pressure on his shoulders where, because you're so far as the favourite, some players, it may work against them.
Yeah.
He doesn't feel pressure. Zero pressure there.
Guys, what do you think about game management hazards? Because I've never seen the same one.
I remember giving an interview with him, and he said his best form of defending is attacking. And in these positions, you can see why. He's giving it back to Guga. Last attack.
Yeah, Jesus
might
be the worst player in the world at keeping the ball. As Guga snatches 3 points from Jesus. 5-5 draw. Jesus cannot keep the ball.
That is criminal. That is criminal. Huge moment for Guga Ferrazzo. You take that all day long, but he should have never seen the ball again. I'm sorry, no chance. You got the ball down the other end in the corner. There's no way.
I'm just thinking about how Jesus has been working with Ferran Juanma throughout the whole year, which has been massive for him. But sometimes you can never change who you are, really, as a player.
Guga with another draw.
Jesus is Jesus.
You gotta go forward if you're Jesus, because the game management won't be there.
Well, games are wrapping up here across the board. Another draw. I would say more draws than we saw last year, which could influence this table as well quite a little bit.
Especially at the start of the day last year, day 1. I don't think we saw many draws. It was just wins and wins.
This one a little bit later in the day between Damasus and Luke.
I had the chance to see Luke playing against Tuga, and it was not much happened, to be fair.
Was it 2-1, right?
2-1 with the Sorlov headers. And
common denominator right here. I was going to blame Tuga, but how can I?
As you can see it there in the goal difference, that's the reason why Luke, even though at the moment he has 2 wins,
he's at the bottom of the 6 points.
Yes.
But 6 points, you will not complain one bit. There's Sorlov at the back post. As for Damasus, 30th in the table right now, 0 points from his 2 games for the Lithuanian star.
I'm gonna tell you guys, Resende last year representing Sporting de Gijón, he got grouped. Now PH representing Sporting de Gijón on 0 points as well.
Resende was close to coming. I think
did he not go through?
He might have gone through
24.
6 points.
24.
Was it 6 points?
Yeah. With good goal difference, and then he got knocked out first game.
Yeah. I remember.
Some of those 0 point players, though, are quite surprising. Obviously, Tuga, looking at Musty as well down there.
Seen Anderson 25th. As
well, 1 point.
What's going on?
Guga, 2 draws.
Yeah.
Same story as the FC Pro Open. Draws won't put you through.
No.
You have to win at some point. Jafonso, 1 point from his opening couple of games. All the familiar faces up at the top of the table that you would expect to see there. Bonanno, Tekkz, Emra Yilmaz, the Iceman Nicholas.
I was impressed with Tekkz with the way he played in the first game, to be fair. Feels like he has a chip on his shoulder.
I feel like he would have lost those sort of games where this end-to-end, second at his block there, it tends to have, it's falling against him a lot in the eChampions League, where he done, as you mentioned, really, really well to defeat Cristobal in that one, and then obviously the one where on paper you'd expect him to win, he done it a lot closer than expected though.
Look at the Divise as well. Matt, 6 points. Emery, 6 points. Luke, 6 points.
Yeah, crazy.
3 of those players who came through that tournament. Cristobal's on 1 at the moment. Obviously, you mentioned him losing against Tekkz in the opening game of the day. So you tell me he'll score 4 goals, Luke, over the course of 2 games.
2 games, yes.
If he wins this 2-1.
And conceded just 2 goals as well.
And Alihan just got 13. It doesn't matter if you get in the results. It shows how good of a defender he is, Graf.
If you're gaining the points, it doesn't matter. And he's going to look for Sorlov with a lengthy power shot. One can only imagine. I will say those power shots, they do go in.
Yep.
They and with Sorlov, he has it on Playstyle Plus. You should go look for those.
You mentioned it earlier, Ryan. I think it was Nicholas who said, attack will win championships. Attack will get you over the line here. It's a high-scoring game. Luke is the opposite of that right now. But if this is a common theme and he is this good of a defender, he will win the Champions League.
Got an opportunity as well. Space opening up. He needs to get more of an opportunity. I was going to say more of a...
You wanted the roles to be reversed there.
Yeah, true.
Musiala dinking it into Solov.
Musiala does have good jumping stats.
He's got like a blueprint of the way he attacks, which obviously it does. It's worked so far in these opening 2 games from him. I just don't know how reliable
is it sustainable?
Yeah, how reliable is that in those games where you're up against an Emre or Alihan Line, for example? I don't know.
I'm thinking about the team selection. If I was playing here, I really don't know which right back I will use, because I feel like Nahuel Molina is a bad item.
Is it because no lengthy?
Not only the lengthy, but it's, of course the lengthy as well, but strength-wise,
yeah.
he's not going to win.
When you play though, that back post is getting dunked on by Solov.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. You kind of, unless you're splashing on Turam, you're not going to do that. I don't know. It's a difficult selection in my opinion.
Let us know your thoughts at home. Who would you have in your teams? Who has to be in these eChampions League squads? 15 million coins the budget, with a pretty strict set of requirements, really.
Yes.
Icons and heroes are free to be used, but you have to be using some of those players from the Champions League promos throughout this year, as that we can see.
6 shots on target in
2 games. And he's conceded 2, he scored 4.
You know what? Fair enough. Like, genuinely, if he's able to...
He scored 5.
There we go. That's another shot on target. And it's another goal for PSV and Luke.
And it's a great example of how the press proven playstyle is used, because it's a hard one to explain to people. I really like to say that for me, he's not happy with something. The press proven playstyle is like of a composure playstyle, like on composure plus, you could call it. So sometimes if you don't know how it works, basically when you get the ball and someone's pressing you, that's when the press-proven playstyle activates.
We're just looking over there, actually, into that corner where that game's taking place. You can also see players filing in as well. We've got Nicholas, who's taking his seat at the back of the arena here. Di Fernandez is getting in for the next round. Tekkz is in here as well. The players in the next round are all starting to file in and get ready for their games. And we've still got 15 minutes left to play in the round previously as well. Jesus just was in action there with Hellas Verona. We're back underway. Luke leading 3-1. It must be quite strange though, Ryan. I mean, both of you guys who have been competing, where you're coming in to play your game and there's still games already happening.
And if you also look at it as for both Luke and Damascus, obviously their game would have started later. You get revved up, you're ready, you're sat there, and then there's obviously some sort of delay. And
you see distractions as well. You see like Tekkz walking in, you're like, what's happening here?
And I think naturally, I'll hold that as a thought after this attack.
Could there be a fourth goal for Luke here up against Damascus? Twisting and turning in the corner flag. What was your thought, Ryan?
Hold on a second, he's got the ball across. Musiala goes for the shot. I thought the ball across the hood it was on Gravis, and he just didn't take it.
Agree.
I was going to say, naturally, even though you try your best not to, you will still be looking at other games going on in the group standings. And even though it's only a couple rounds in for the players, I think it's a normal thing to do.
100%. He's holding the ball there. When you are a player, and sometimes these things happen, like you're the only one playing and the round has to finish up. How would you feel? Like, would you be concentrated on your game? But what happened, Ryan, when this situation happened?
Hold on a second. I think that's job done in this game for Luke.
Quadrupled his goals.
Yeah, 4-1 victory. So the question is, how would I feel if I was the one that's delaying?
But are you thinking about, like, so if somebody passes through, are you thinking about somebody passing through, or is it, or were you able to concentrate on that match? And I'm asking you this because I will be fuming. I remember someone passes by, I'm fuming, I'm screaming.
Oh, you mean it's not, I hated that. I hated it. But again, when it's something you got to get used to. It's going to happen anyway. You're not playing at home where it's just you and your bedroom or wherever. You have to acknowledge there are others around. But yeah, I used to. At the start, I found it very difficult.
I remember playing with Rafsu just beside me. I would be fuming. I'd be fuming. Like,
shut the desk.
Brother, stop it.
We've got a long way to play, but that goal there, you can see, puts Luke into the top 8.
Yeah.
With the goal difference.
He just conceded 2 goals in 2 games, which is
which is pretty. I mean, you look at the bottom of the game, bottom of the screen there. 9-1, 4-4, 4-4, 5-5, 7-5, 10-4. No one's playing matches. He's playing a different game.
I also like the way he's the way he defended there to bring back yards. And it's a difficult one because if I'm a player, I would hate to play against someone defending like that.
With the CDMs.
Yeah. But when I'm watching it, I'm like, you know what? Fair enough. It's discipline because I don't have that level of discipline to do that for 90 minutes.
I'm not sure Damascus is going to touch this ball. In the final 1 minute of action we've got here. Oh, I was wrong. Luke representing PSV with the victory, 4-1. He's only conceded 2 goals in the entirety so far of the eChampions League. Granted, it's very early stages, but the indications showing that he could be a player to watch out for, Ryan Pessoa.
Yeah, absolutely. You have to keep an eye on him. Defensively has been very resolute up until this point, and he's sitting pretty in 7th in the league phase standings, so he'll be delighted with that.
We gave you a quick peek of what is to come. There will be goals as Jesus takes on high-flying Ali Han Lion, and it's coming up right after the break.
Is it PlayStation? Break kick.
Like a midfielder penalty kick.
Maybe match day?
It's a coach.
I think this is coach.
Playmaker.
Nah, impossible.
Wow. Oh my days.
Football stadium.
Jersey? It's a jersey?
Maybe corner? Corner kick?
Corners?
It's referee.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
Player?
Players. Is it stadium?
This is free kick.
That one is half time.
It's hard.
This is impossible. What?
No idea.
Player, like football player. Penalty kick. Opponent. Stadium. Football.
Offside.
Linesman.
It is play style.
That was not close at all.
Did anyone guess? Nah, these games are getting really tough.
This is Chris. He plays EAFC on PlayStation tournaments, winning FC points, cash prizes, and even a few exclusive experiences easily. But how? On his PS5, Chris launched EAFC, found PlayStation tournaments, and registered. It's that easy. New tournaments daily, win avatars, FC points, and more. Compete, win, and claim your prizes today on PlayStation tournaments.
PlayStation.
Stage is set. What's promised to be?
Beautiful rescue. This is what he does.
Ryan?
You alright?
Qatar Airways, official airline partner of the UEFA Champions League.
We've just concluded round 2 of the eChampions League. 4 games out of the 9 ended in score draws. A massive win for Lex. He beat Nasada 7-5. Guga and Hezers shared 10 goals. You can see the anger, the frustration from Nasada there as we welcome back to the front Casey and Ryan. First things first, I mean, we're seeing so many goals here, Ryan. I know I don't want to look too far ahead, but tomorrow, do you think it's going to chill out a little bit? Because this is mayhem.
Maybe get more nerves in those decisive games, obviously, depending on how the matchmaking works in that end of the league phase. But right now, I can't complain. I love seeing a lot of goals, to be fair.
I mean, speaking of a lot of goals, Dean Fernandez got 9. Alihan Lion got 13, Casey, and then Marwan got 10.
Yeah, he's now in the 10 goals club. I mean, we've seen so many goals across the board, but for Alihan, those 13 goals have put him top of the table.
Yeah, let's take a look at the table then. These are league standings here. We're in the league phase right now. Only 24 players out of the 36 can make it through. Anders Vergang currently is 25th. He's got a massive, massive game to play now, Ryan. I mean, it's an interesting one with Anders because you still think he's inevitable, and when he needs to get wins, you back him to do that.
He could have 0 points right now, minus 25 goal difference, and I'd still back him to just turn it around. I just feel like he's capable of doing so, but one man that we need to give respect to as well, Lex. The players he's defeated along the way, Nasada and Anders, of course, ridiculous results from him.
Yeah, he's on 6 points. And speaking of him, we can see some of his highlights, including his final goal, Casey, in that game against Nasada. We saw how frustrated Nasada was. He's a fantastic FC player. But this man looks real, like he's the real deal. And he looks like he's pretty... If he carries on going like this, he's going to get in the top 8.
Yeah, Lex obviously qualifying for this competition through his win in Portugal, but that momentum has gone all the way over. We see the passion there from Nasada. Obviously, going up against Lex is a difficult task, but he was not able to come out on top in this matchup. But he's going to have to regroup because there are more games to be played.
Yeah, we've got 10 players, by the way, currently on 6 points. I mean, remember, goal difference is important in this format, so every goal is super important. It's also important to welcome in Mr. Richard Buckley and Oberon for our MasterCard moment of the match.
Yes, thank you very much, guys. It is time for the MasterCard moment of the match, and there's been some incredible moments, incredible goals. Oberon, you picked out one of the best here, and it hurts you to do this as an Italian because you're going, it's the goal that Hezes conceded. Talk me through it.
Yeah, that's 100% a big mistake from Hezes, but this should not detract him from the work that he's doing with his coaches this year. He's trying to add something else to his gameplay that is, of course, is the keeping possession maybe in the last minute. This is a big mistake, but also we have to highlight the composure that Tuga had because he's just 17 years old. I mean, he has a deadly composure because when he had the ball with the cam, we can see.
So let's pause it. Where would you like to pause it? Right here?
Yeah, like when he had the ball with Cruyff, he just take the space because what Hezes wanted is just to come back with the midfielders because otherwise...
So Hezes controlling here.
Yeah.
And he's probably also thinking maybe this player could be dangerous.
I think right now you just look at one that he triggered. Okay. So you just want to, I think, to come back. I think you just want to come back with Yaya Touré to just defending with him because otherwise the 1v1 is really too difficult to defend.
So then, talk me through what Tuga does here to create this chance.
I think the game-changing play by Tuga was the player lock for the cam. If we can advance to the clip.
Let's roll it on.
Because it's created, you just take the space, then the player lock, because after the update, the first time through balls, they are not perfect. But if you put like Cruyff in this spot, so with the perfect positioning of the body, he was able to do the first time through passes to Pires, and then with Pires was too easy when you have the finesse shot player, plus it's just too easy.
Tuga, 2 draws for his opening 2 games. Hezes can't let that affect him though, and he's an absolute character, Hezes. Have a look at this, because you will fall in love with the Italian.
Repeat me the question?
What?
Okay, I remember. One word that I could use for describe the Champions League is adrenaline. This year I qualified for everything. I think this season is like, it can be my best season. I feel really confident, but the tournament is not started yet, so we have to see how I'm gonna perform in the next days, and I really hope that I can perform at my best level. I think the players that can make me in a bad position are the one that I'm facing in the league phase, because I have to worry about that, and after, if I go through, I will think about knockout. So I will go for Afonso. If we talk about all the other players that are in the tournament, I think Emra, Anders, but also like Levi, they are right now the strongest. I think that my loss against Emre is like by far the loss that I think the most time, because against Emre I was really close, and honestly, like when I am at home and I see that I don't have the trophy and I was like by only 1 win away, I am like sad. Honestly, I hope to bring this tournament at home.
What an opportunity it could be for Jesus to go that extra step further and potentially bring it home. He's been in the top 8 before, he's back in Istanbul. Of course, this time he has a chance to go to Hungary Budapest. He's finished third in this competition before, and as we said, he's been a finalist. Fun fact, actually, I just did a lie detector with Jesus.
Oh, yeah.
Didn't do very well, did he? He just wears his heart on his sleeve, doesn't he? He doesn't really lie about too much, does he? But we jump back into this one. He spoke a lot about the players he didn't want to face in the eChampionsLeague league phase. One player he forgot to mention, Tom, was Alian Lyon, because he's on goal-scoring form at the moment. They're up against each other in round 3.
Yeah, Alian's proven to be a real problem, isn't it? Goal after goal after goal. A bit of a machine. We don't see any reaction. It's all very normal for him. So, yeah, Jesus is going to have his work cut out, and he also will be upset with himself for losing or drawing the last game, throwing it away. There's one thing in this game. It's going to be goals, surely.
Well, this will be one of our featured matchups. Jesus are taking on Alian Lyon, who's already been scoring plenty of goals already. Di Fernandez taking on Tekkz. Lex against Karim is back. There are 3 featured matchups here with myself, Tom and Shuri.
Yeah, guys, pleasure to be here. Another fantastic game.
Speaking of a goal-scoring machine, Mohamed Salah very nearly finessed into the top corner as we go into a pause already. There's already been a goal over here, though. Di Fernandez, he scored 9 in the last round. Tom, you were watching his game. He has already scored 1 against Tekkz here.
Yeah, player hotly tipped amongst the other players. I don't think too many people at home be talking about Di Fernandez, but they realise the level he's at. A lot of the players are aware of how good he is. Pretty sure he's using the analog sprint there to get himself in behind Tekkz and get an early goal.
Tell you what, could be 2 here. Good bit of work from Tekkz with Mike on there. Tekkz looking to make it 9 points out of 9 if he can take down Di Fernandez here.
It's that good in some ways, Shuri, that tomorrow you could just pick up, honestly, I generally think a point, 2 points at max, and you'll still be in the top 24.
Absolutely, and you know, Tekkz really here, probably going to score this one right here. Buffon with the far reach, but you know, Tekkz can really start aiming if he can get past this game for that top 8 spot.
Well, chat, we can see you and all your comments come through. We want to try and get you involved in the conversation. As always, give us one player who you are excited to see in the eChampionsLeague as Tekkz ties us up with Yaya Toure. Ball roll finesse, thank you very much. Leeds United all square against the Spanish side, Cadiz, in the 9th minute of the game. He made it look quite simple, Tom, really, didn't he?
That's why the Finesse Plus is so important. These pros won't have anyone without Finesse Plus these days because it's just too effective. As we see for the first time, Lex in a spot of bother as Karim. I mean, they're probably the 2 most informed players right now, matching up in round 3. And Karim gets the early goal. He's run away with every other game. But yeah, going back to Tekkz and his equaliser, finesse is just way too important. You have to have a plus.
Yeah, I love the way he scored that goal as well. Sort of really disguised the shot, really sort of slowed it down. And I think just sort of caught Di Fernandez with a bit of a flashbang there.
Right, Mixed 2 Nation conversations. Guys, can we give any hints to the audience? Kay said that there's 2 icons from this nation. I said there's one player only representing this nation, and he's not won a game yet in the eChampionsLeague. Any further clues you can give the people? It's not Wales.
I mean, we've given some very good clues there, I'm not going to lie.
Rashford's off the post. That should have been 1-0 for Jesus.
I mean,
is it Germany? No, it's not.
Is it subjective if I say beautiful capital city? Beautiful place.
There's probably quite a few nice capital cities, no?
Yeah, but...
Good clue, Tom, good clue.
Yeah, we're narrowing it down, aren't we? We're narrowing it down. You already had enough with the icons.
I'm going to try and think what else we could give them.
Maybe we could say one of the positions of one of said icons.
Well, okay, well, I think that will help things out. There's 2 icons from this nation. One's a goalkeeper, one's an attacking midfielder.
That goalkeeper should help you out quite a lot.
There's not many goalkeepers on the game, is it?
Pretty sure as well, if I drop a big one. They've won 1 major tournament.
Chance at Cruyff! Jesus off the mark! Surprisingly, it's not Alian Lyon.
Yeah, 13 goals in his last game for Alian Lyon, but Jesus here, just a nice, simple build-up goal really here, Tom. I mean, that's kind of one of them that's very, very difficult to defend.
Yeah, it looks really easy, doesn't it? But you can't really defend it. See Lex with a bit of a disguised finesse shot there as well. There's certain angles, isn't there, Shuri, they're taking. It's like
they're not quite facing the goal, and you think that angle's not on, but with precision shooting and finesse plus, you can make these angles work.
And Di Fernandez here, getting another goal on the board. I mean, do you use a player without finesse plus at this point? No, surely not.
Maybe a centre midfielder has to have it as a normal play style, but
any attacker, though,
yeah, the attackers,
has to be.
yeah, you have to have finesse plus.
Couple of updates. Karim is back. Speaking of finesse shots, there's another one that goes in. We've spoken a lot about Lex and how good he's been, Tom. Karim is back. He's looking pretty deadly, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, full of confidence after his E-League earned performance where they won it and no one was expecting that. I mean, they won it in convincing fashion as well. He's come here and he's just riding the wave still. He's still going. As we see an equaliser in this game, Alihan Lyon, we said there'd be goals, 18 minutes in. The referee gives a penalty.
Question is, does he score? That is the opportunity for Eden Hazard for Alihan Lyon. He doesn't! Wow!
The percentage of penalties that get saved when it's technically an 80% chance of scoring is just crazy.
Well, there's been 350 goals scored in the game. That could have very nearly been Alihan Lyon, but he wasn't quick enough to put it in the back of the net. I mean, as far as he's looked so far, there's Hullet, there's his goal. That's 24 for the tournament he scored. I was going to say, his average time per goal, his goals to game time ratio has probably gone down quite a bit there, that he's not scored in 22 minutes.
Yeah, he'll probably be a bit disappointed with himself there, but gets himself on the board against Hezes, of course, a top player. Kind of just looked like he was running 100 metres there, Tom, with Hullet.
I think it's disguise. Hezes was waiting for the ball roll pass from that triggered run, doesn't use it. It's Di Fernandez, nearly goes 3-1 up. That is what the pros will use all the time. The trigger and the run, you don't have to use them. You just see it and you go, okay, well, you now have to mark that, so I've got a decision to make. I either time the pass perfectly or I just run myself. He overstepped on the pass and Hullet's just run forward, taking it for himself.
We're going to take a quick pause in our feature matchups because there's 6 more games taking place. FG, what's the latest across those games?
Latest is we've got goals as expected, a few shocks as well. Katie, we're going to come to you. You're watching 2 players who have both got 6 points. We'll start with Nicholas. How's he doing?
Yep, he's up against Chris de Boer right now. It's currently 2-1. It's been end-to-end. He actually scored the first 2, but Chris is back in this matchup, but Nicholas is looking to go 3 for 3. On the other hand, we had Matías Bonanno go up 3-0 in the first 13 minutes, so a fantastic start for him, but JP Slater was able to get one back, and as I speak, it's now 4 for Matías Bonanno.
Ryan, a huge potential shot. I think there might have just been an equaliser in the game involving Anders Vergang and Montaxa.
Yep, equaliser, exactly that. It fell the weight of Anders, who was 1-0 down against Montaxa. Anders hit the post early on. Both players are sort of end-to-end, but no one's getting clear-cut opportunities. And there actually has been another goal in the other game between Levy and Max here. It's Levy to make it 2-1. So, yeah, fairly poised in both games, to be fair.
Grav, another shot, another potential shot. PH in, last time we checked in, he was trailing.
He was trailing, but now he's leading 2-1. And if we go to history books, last year there was a Brazilian player representing Sporting de Gijón, and up to the 3rd round he was on 0 points, same as PH. What he did in the round 3 was get the win. So if PH is able to do it, will be history repeating again. I mean, what's going on? Then on match 9 we have Jafonso leading 1-0. To be fair, Luke conceded 1 goal in game 1, 1 goal in game 2, and he's conceding 1 goal in game 3, so could end like this.
He's coming with the stats, I absolutely love it. 6 games, loads of goals. Back to you guys.
Thank you, FG. Speaking of goals, Alihan Lyon's got back to goal scoring for me. It's the penalty. That was a bit of a warning shot. Then he went down the other end and scored. Then he just scored this, Tom. He's up by 2-1.
Oh, it's an unbelievable finesse. I didn't see he could do that. I mean, use the finesse perfectly. As we see another one. Is that Karim again? Getting the extra runner in. Pires. I mean, we've seen Pires prominent in every team for good reason.
Buffon, Chori.
Keeper's pulled to Stinker Street, hasn't he? Ah, it's a shocker.
How has he not saved that? That is my question. Another update as well. Tekkz loving the finesse shot. So why wouldn't it be if Desiree Doué?
He's so good.
2-2.
And we did do a bit of a feature earlier, Tom, talking about that Doué, and just saw Tekkz sort of in awe of how good that item is.
There's a reason he's done it. There's a reason he's gone for it. You feel that confidence. Sometimes it's nice. It's like the way I play as well, similar. I like to have a star man. Someone just a bit better than the rest.
Yeah.
Doué is that man. I mean, you see what he does for Tekkz there. Tekkz has always thrived off the right midfielder as well. Like, he loves attacking down the right, so that's his best player. Especially now he's added to this game, this finesse angle. Keeps getting that finesse angle in where, especially with Tekkz, people are used to the extra pass with it. Now he's just having the finesse. As I mentioned earlier, if you can master precision shooting, you have a field day.
I was having a little look earlier at Allianz Lyon's results last season, the eChampions League. He never scored more than 10 in a single game in the group stages. At the league phase, I should say. He scored 25 goals in under 2.5 games so far. What a difference performance we're seeing. I mean, it only felt like last season it was his first time we got to see him compete in a league, in an eChampions League. Tom, why do you think he's just continued to thrive?
Maybe it's experience. I mean, we're going to see him probably nearly cooking there, but maybe it's just that experience. I think he came through. A lot of shouts of him being at Anders level, potentially new wonder kid, which is probably overwhelming as we see Lex getting one back with a little pass back. Make sure there's an open goal, get himself back in. But there was a lot of pressure on Anihan when he come through. Online, mirrored a lot of Anders. Wonder kid, I think they're both at Leipzig, and everyone's saying Anders has finally met his match. He didn't reach up to that just yet, but maybe now with the experience, a bit less limelight on him, he can just play. He's learning every time he comes to these LAN events how to play, and he's starting to put it together nicely.
I think as well, sure, him playing in the FC Pro Open so early this season really allowed him to flourish as he's through and up it.
Yeah, really interesting shot choice from Hullet there, but again, screaming the importance of the Finesse Plus. But I think you can see in Anihan's performances showing that sort of no fear from, you know, sort of a young player playing at these events. And as you mentioned, Brandon, playing in the FC Pro, getting those reps in, coming to these LAN events, just means you can start thriving as a player, and he's doing that.
Well, a couple of updates for you, people in the chat asking about how certain players are getting on as it stands. Anders is drawing against Montag, so he did draw his last game against Levi David. It was a 4-4 game in the end between those two. There's been a goal for him, believe it or not. He's up by 2 goals to 1. As that will do us for half-time. That could have been a late goal there, Tom.
Yeah, I mean, Tekkz reacted really well for the call not going his way. Little tiki-taka, 2 great passes to get him in. He'll be disappointed that hasn't found the back of the net.
Game we haven't really spoken too much about is this one. Bonanno against JP Slater, the winner of the Irish League. It's his first rodeo, I should say, in the Champions League for JP Slater. It is normally his ticket, his invitation through via the Irish League. What a half it's been, though. 6 goals between the two already. Looks like Bonanno's going to get the last laugh of the half and potentially a goal to add on to the tally. Hullet with the finesse! 5-2. Perfect way to end the half, Shori.
Yeah, I mean, that Ruud Hullet item, that Finesse Plus, it is just a lethal combination. As we switch back to the Anders game now, finds himself in the league. Can he get his first win on the board of the day, which is mental to say for Anders 3 games in.
Anders was trailing this game against the Maltese E-Premier League champion in Montag, a former world finalist. He was actually up 1-0 in this game, but Anders has come back with 2 goals. Could be on 4.
I mean, worth mentioning, Tom, when we were backstage just then, Anders had a little joke with you, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. He said, I've got 1 point. Unlike Spurs, I think he said. He said something about it. He's going to score anyway. And Anders might finally be catching light here. We've been waiting for the moment that he can pull away. Obviously, he did go ahead against Levy. He's putting himself 3-1 up with Bastian Schweinsteiger. Could be the moment he comes alive in this eChampions League phase.
Well, 1 point from 6. It could be 4 points from 9. Not the best day, but at least he's still in the conversation and might just be in the top 24 still.
I mean, that's how the top players roll. Even when they have a bad day, even when they're off form, they still turn up. They still manage to keep themselves in there.
2-2, back to this one now. Tekkz Fernandez. Remember, each of these players will play 3 rounds of action today. There are 6 rounds in the eChampions League phase. Sunday, we'll find out who will be our final 8 from the 36 that will be going to Budapest, Hungary. Chance of Musiala for Tekkz. Goes for a corner.
We saw a guess of the Mystery Nation before, that was Portugal. Just to be clear, Portugal do not have an icon goalkeeper on the game. So just trying to help you out a little bit there.
Even at France don't have an icon goalkeeper, do they?
Italy do, though. Someone did just guess Italy. Can confirm it's not, but it's an effort and a half.
Keep the guesses coming through on that Mystery Nation. We are going to be revealing it very soon for you. Back to this one now. Lex 3-3. What a start to the second half for Benfica's champion. of Liga Portugal this year. And Allianz Line has continued to score goals. It may have taken him 23 minutes to get his first, Tom, but he hasn't stopped scoring. He's just scored his 4th for the game. And Di Fernandez back in front.
Oh, it's frustrating for Tekkz. He had 2 chances, quick succession there. Didn't take either of them, then it was a quick counter-attack. But for Alihan, business as usual. He is absolutely flying. And yeah, this is the frustrating thing sometimes. You go and have 2 chances, you pin your opponent in. If you don't take it, you are always open to a counter-attack. And we know how quick counter-attacks can be so effective in this game. I think Tekkz has suffered there, and I think Tekkz does suffer from that in general sometimes with his slow build-up. If it works, it's great. If you don't score, you're very, very open. And this game in particular, people can slice and dice through you very quickly.
Yeah, and I think that's worth mentioning big time for people at home is when players are building up a lot and treating loads of runs forward, as soon as you do lose that ball, you're so open to a counter-attack. You see that turnover in these games here between the top pros so often.
Just looking at that league phase there for a second again, if we could see the top 8, who would you say is a cert that you would expect to see in Hungary, in Budapest?
Nicholas. Absolutely. Has to be. I just think his consistency is, his mindset is just next level.
Would you say Emra? Would you say...
Yeah, I mean, Emre's not there
Line
yet.
off this form?
Emre's not there yet, but you would say Emre, Nicholas, Anders is probably the 3, as we see Hezes get one back. I think from what we've seen so far, Alihan and Karim Lex right in the mix as well, but obviously it's only day 1. It's Tekkz, another equaliser and another finesse from a similar angle. Di Fernandez is refusing to read them, keeps giving him the chance up, and Tekkz keeps taking it. We've got a cracker of a game there. We've got a cracker of a game here as well. 3-3, they're all set up nicely for the last 30 minutes.
I think we've already surpassed 350 goals in just day 1 of the competition. A few people in the chat were asking, is it just the league phase? Well, it's technically the league phase and the knockout phase that we're bringing you here, but we're bringing you the eChampionsLeague finals in 9 days' time, where we will be in Hungary, Budapest. For our best 8 players, one of them will pick up the trophy and $75,000 on the 8th season that this competition has run. Finesse was the idea from the hero of Eden Hazard. A few of the pros were saying, Shuri, that it feels like Eden Hazard's finally got the item that he deserves now. This new promo that he's been given is allowed him to have the right play styles and the right in-game stats to really show off the player that he was.
Yeah, definitely. That's the man Hazard there, reflecting his real-life play. As we see, Di Fernandez gets his goal against Tekkz to go 4 to him again. It's probably mentally a very frustrating game for Tekkz, that one. He just can't sneak ahead there, Tom.
I mean, he had similar against Cristobal. He had similar. It kept going back and forth, and he managed to get it at the end. I think a few of these games, it's now about who peaks in the next 10 minutes. To be honest, you've had your spar. You've had your goals back and forth, you felt each other out. It's now approaching the crunch end, and you just need to play better than your opponent for about 10 minutes here, and you will get the win. I wonder who does it in the Tekkz, Di Fernandez. Same for the Lex and Karima's back as well. These are set up really nicely.
We're going to take a quick pause in our feature matches as Lex wins the ball back. FG, we're going to check back across to you because we're approaching 400 goals nearly, I believe.
Yeah, we absolutely are. And a lot of the goals are here right now. Casey, you're watching 2 very, very good games from 2 very, very good players. Nicholas and Matty, they're cruising, aren't they?
Yeah, both players are absolutely cruising. Nicholas currently winning 4-1 against Chris. But on the other side, Bonanno has scored 3 more goals. He's got a hat-trick with Hullet. It is 6-3 up against JP Slater.
A little bit more breathing room in the other game with Ryan Pessoa. We mentioned Anders Vergang, the start he had, currently on 1 point. It looks like he's adding 3 more to that.
You'd think so. There's about 20 minutes left. He's on the attack, and he's actually made it 5 goals to 2. So you'd expect him to get 3 points on the board. Hear him celebrating over there as well. Levy's also up 5 goals to 2 against Max. Again, very comfortable from Levy. Is just coasting, really.
And prediction, the same as last year, was going to happen to PH Zin. How's he looking?
It's happening. History has repeated itself because PH is leading 5-1. Resende qualified on goal difference with 6 points last year. Maybe PH is able to do it again. Let's see how it goes tomorrow. But then on match 9, we can see that Jafonso is leading 2-1. So for the first time today, Luke has conceded more than 1 goal.
Yeah, well, there you go. Snapman Graf at it again. Let's head back to the casters. The games are really, really good today.
Absolutely, FG. The chance to get into the knockout phase is huge for these players. Only 24 will get there. As we said, we are here for 3 days in Manchester. Goal number 400 has gone in. I dare to think how many goals are going to be scored by tomorrow. What who got the goal? Oh, was it this man? I think it might have been. Alien Lions 6-2 up.
Hez's sort of giving a face there of just, you know what, you're just playing better than me right now. Go on, just keep going, son.
He did a great job of keeping him out for 20 minutes or so as Lex finds a fourth there. Tekkz looks like he's 5-3 down with the through ball's about to come in from Baggio into Francesco Totti, who just goes on his own bottom and a technical plus play style. Tekkz gets a goal back. And it's 5-4 in that game.
Just finesse again. It's like the snapshot.
Is there a way you can stop a finesse shot, Tom?
I mean, not the way Tekkz is doing it. I think it's all in the setup phase before it. You have to stop him from playing into them areas, because once he's in them, you can't stop it. No, you're not going to be able to move a keeper. You're not really going to be able to get someone in the way of it. It's all about the setup before and making sure that you don't allow yourself to get pinned back by Tekkz, whether that's using offside traps, whether that's using team press. There is something here that is stopping Fernandez from getting to Tekkz earlier. He needs to get him in these spaces, because once in the box, this finesse comes off. He's not going to be able to stop it. Look, not many offside traps, not much team press going on, so Tekkz has arrived in the space once again.
Final 18 minutes of this game so far. I mean, what a start he has had in the tournament today, surely, for Tekkz. You know, yes, you think like it was yesterday in the group stages last year where he was eliminated because he went out on goal difference. It feels so much more that fate is not just in his hands, but his tournament's a lot more in his control.
Yeah, absolutely. 6 points out of 9. And if he can sneak something out of this one, I mean, he was very lucky not to go an extra goal down there. But look, we know Tekkz. We know he's an absolute mentality monster. He probably would say his ability is not where he'd like it to be in terms of results. At times in the last couple of years, as we see him go 6-4 down here. But that's only because we're going off where Tekkz was, which was like no one could ever touch him, Tom. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, we're frustrated there, but it's obviously he's got to get back to where he wants to be. That's why he's still going. That's why he's still playing. And I think it's a good start today, even if it is only 6 out of 9 points. I think Fernandez, 2 goals ahead, 15 to go. He's a good player, Fernandez. He's been playing really well. La Liga as well.
It just feels like he needs his moment, Fernandez, Tom, because he's been a top 4 player in the Cup and the League in Spain for quite a few seasons now. But where we maybe haven't seen it in the Champions League or in the World Championships, where he's really gone on for that big run there, that he's not really got the credit he deserves.
I think he's very respected by pros for that reason. Pros respect other pros that are consistent, because it's all good turning up for one tournament, but when you're constantly there, top 4, top 8, that's when I think you earn the respect of other pros. And Fernandez has definitely done that. A lot of people in this building are saying, keep an eye on it. Will this one be the one where he goes above and beyond? Because we've seen it numerous times. You said, Brand, he's around there. He's always there, especially when Pratt's in as well. He's always super consistent. Online cups, you know what you're going to get when you're playing him. You know he's there. He's just waiting to have his breakthrough moment. But no better stage to do it, as we see Tekkz going back into the game against him. Is it going to be another finesse shot?
Oh. No. No finesse for a change. 5.
Nice little McGeady cancel on the edge of the box there. Tekkz flies in with the low driven.
That's that finish here. Karimki, an equaliser.
Quasi moments here. Baggio.
Oh, wow.
Off the chest and then back. Into the path of Karim's back. That one's got to hurt for Lex. He's got to be asking questions of the goalkeeper.
I mean, that is just almighty unfortunate. He's going to be having some words here, though, surely.
I haven't seen Lex frustrated like that in my life. That's a reaction. He never, ever reacts. It tells you the frustration he's got, because he knew how important. Look, you never see that. Lex is one of the calmest heads in here, so...
I missed that bit, and I was thinking to myself, he looks really composed when he's annoyed.
No. There's a little bit of emotion come out there. I mean, it's frustrating waiting that minute. He's now got a chance, though, if he can build up the last attack. He'll have a chance to still nick it if he can just keep himself locked in.
7-4 here. People asking for results about other players as well. We'll try and keep up to date with everything that's going on. I have seen PH score an 8th goal in that game, though. He was desperate for a win, as he just potentially turned his eChampionsLeague league phase around. Matthias Bonanno running rings around JP Slater there as he wins the ball back only as far as the Manchester City shirt.
Do you guys have a dark horse favourite for the tournament? If we're going away from the obvious names of, you know, Anders and Emra and...
Dark horse, I mean, I'd go, from my experience, Lex and Di Fernandez. Probably Di Fernandez. I wouldn't have backed Lex until I've seen him today, so I'm a bit late to that one, but Di Fernandez, I think.
I might say someone like Marwan.
I like it, Randy.
Teammates
I like
with Karim is back, who won the French League One Champs. A lot of Moroccans tuning in as well and backing them. Added time of 2 minutes. Last chance. Can he go and win the game here? This has been an incredible ending for Monaco's Karim. Cruz. Musiala expects the finesse no doubt to fly, and if he can find it, Musiala saved.
Can't believe he didn't low-driven finesse.
He can't believe he didn't score.
I mean, I'm no man to tell Karim is back out to finish.
He put his controller down for a minute. He's won a corner, though. Can he make the most of this?
It's gone short.
No, he can't. He knows what a big 3 points that could have been.
Just feels like no player's happy there after that one.
Lex will feel like that's the least I deserve after conceding the goal that I conceded to make it 4-4.
Take another look. Is the low-driven finesse on? Sure, he's called it. I think it could be the play.
I think it's just low-driven, open up the body.
Let's try and... I mean, he's obviously lost his head as well, because I don't know why he's gone short on the corner. I really don't know why he hasn't tried. There's so many corner routines that pros have got. Short going backwards with the time against you just blows my mind. But sometimes these things happen. Your mentality gets shifted. You're under pressure.
Frazzled in the big moments. So you see Nicholas, 4-2 win. In his game, 9 points out of 9, the Iceman.
It's a very Nicholas performance, that is. Very Nicholas performance. He wins 4-2, just calm, composed, defends well, gets over the line. Again, just goes about his business, Nicholas.
A few quick updates as well for those that are wondering. PH is 9-2 up in his game. Anders Vergang 7-2 up. He went 1-0 down against Montaxa. Looks like Anders Vergang is going to end on 4 points from 9 for day one. PH is going to end on 3 points from 6 from his day one. And we are back tomorrow for 3 more rounds of action. As the extra pass is played, JP Slater, big chance. It would have been nothing more than a consolation. Another full-time result coming in there.
Bonanno slowly going about his business, quietly,
right, isn't he?
Maybe sometimes the Man City boys don't get too much credit for how good they are. Maybe they're not everyone's pick, but they're playing well again. We saw them at ePrem. People didn't really go with them, and they delivered once again. They're just quietly going about their business. Very good day for Bonanno. Hezer's starting to mount a comeback. He's got 10, 15 minutes, maybe even 20 minutes actually with the added time. Same for Tekkz here. I'd expect +3s and +4s. So we're approaching the end of these games, and they're set up very, very nicely. We've got Hezer's 6-5 down to Alihan, and Fernandez 6-5 up against Tekkz. Some big moments incoming.
Yeah, Tekkz be looking to win this back and potentially counter-attack here against Di Fernandez. You guys will notice he's trying to do as many offside traps as possible to win this ball back. But Di Fernandez just sort of picking him apart here. It's a finesse.
That was the finesse, and on the rebound, Baggio's there. 7-5. Is that the gap now between Di Fernandez and Tekkz as we're moving into the final 10 minutes?
Well, I mean, we know in 9-minute halves it's still possible, but you could just see here Tekkz was really fighting to get the ball. Got the finesse shot off, and it was just a little bit of luck from Di Fernandez, but you make your own luck in FC, that's for sure.
I mean, Tekkz activated the team press, gone after him, and then can see by the rapid plus of Pires that Di Fernandez actually used the analog sprint there. He didn't sprint fully. He's probably held his right bumper at about 70%. Analog sprint activated, got him away nicely. Finesse hits the post, gets the rebound, but he played out team press really well. As Alihan is looking to wrap this one up. 83rd minute. If he gets a goal now, it should be all over.
This was 6-2.
So, I mean, Hezer's got a chance here.
What a chance that was. Michael in the way of the through ball. Hang on a second.
I believe
that was the chance we just missed. That could have been 6-6. As it stands like this, 3 players have been superb so far. Nicholas, Bonanno, Ali and Line in a winning position. Could be 9 points from 9.
You'd imagine all through 9 points. Should be enough to get him over the line. Alihan's not guaranteed 9 points here because Hezes could have the best comeback of the day, but Alihan's looking to stop that. He's got a big chance.
People are asking as well, where's Nasada? He's back in action in our next game. He's alongside 17 more players in our closing round in round 3. That Mystery Nation will be revealed as well very shortly. If you haven't guessed it yet already, get your guess in. Yaya Toure thought about a shot, then also thought about a free ball to Robert Pires. Added time. Do you go for another goal, Shorey, or do you look after possession?
Well, being pragmatic, I think you sit there and go, I'm just going to hold possession. But we've seen in previous rounds, we literally saw Hezes do it himself, try and hold the ball a little bit in your own half, and it can really punish you.
It's only a +1.
Just +1 in this game.
It's only a +1, so he should have done enough now. He should have done enough. Alihan just plays this one backwards, and that is game over. Alihan, oh, he's giving it to Hezes. He's got a chance.
Hang on, Hezes on this left-hand side of the screen. He's got one more attack here. No, he hasn't. He can't believe it. Was he offside? Is that why he blew up, or the referee just had enough?
Had to have been offside. That's why the ref blew the whistle.
It's got to be offside, I think. That's what they normally do, right? It's normally an offside, just go straight to full time. I mean, Hezes will be watching replays, he'll be asking questions, but I think the offside call is what's made that finish.
I just love Hezes, man. I just love the way he's just smile on his face.
All the expressions coming out from him.
I think in his head there, he's just gone, I can't believe I've just almost got a point on the board after being 6-2 down. And to be honest, he can hold his head high. Alihan has probably been the top performer of the tournament so far as we jump back into this Tekkz D Fernandez fixture.
Well, Tekkz was so close to going 9 points from 9 in his day 1 here in Manchester. We're back tomorrow to play more action. 3 more games he has coming his way tomorrow.
Such a good time waster, that manual long ball that players do.
Yeah, it takes up 30 seconds at least, doesn't it? 30, 45 seconds, because by the time the player even gets the ball back in from the throw, it's impossible to score. But yeah, Tekkz losing his first game here at the eChampions League. Still would take it as a decent day. I think if you offered him 6 points of his fixtures, he does get one back. Could be important for goal difference later down the line.
Absolutely. It's only a -1. I know there's not the 3 points, or at least a point he would have wanted, but it's only a -1 goal difference.
Yeah, really good performance from Tekkz so far. I love the way he opens up that angle.
Played Cristobal and D Fernandez on day 1. Come away with 6 out of 9 points. It's not perfect, but given Tekkz's recent eChampions League form, he'd probably take that.
Well, last closing minutes of the game. And that is half of round 3 done. Handshake between the two. We'll see them back in action tomorrow, D Fernandez and Tekkz. And up next is this one as we close out our final round of action. Milkalov from the virtual Bundesliga and Danik, who made the longest journey here to the eChampions League in Manchester, in action our next game. What a story. We'll see in a few minutes.
My name is Daniel Harabadi. This is my first Liga Champions. Ну, это значит, для меня это огромная ответственность. Я это чувствую, и я должен выложиться на максимум. Я покажу свой максимум на этом турнире. eChampions League, it's a very high-level tournament. I will travel 3,000 miles to be here. I can prove the Kazakhstan. I can bring the trophy home.
This is Chris. He plays EAFC on PlayStation tournaments, winning FC points, cash prizes, and even a few exclusive experiences easily. But how? On his PS5, Chris launched EAFC, found PlayStation tournaments, and registered. It's that easy. New tournaments daily, win avatars, FC points, and more. Compete, win, and claim your prizes today on PlayStation tournaments.
PlayStation.
Stage is set. What's promised to be?
Beautiful rescue. This is what he does.
Rio?
You alright?
Qatar Airways, official airline partner of the UEFA Champions League.
Have you guessed it yet? You should have guessed it. The mystery nation is Denmark.
Well, there you have it. The mystery nation is Denmark. So make sure you complete the objectives in FC. Welcome back to the eChampions League. Casey and Gravison alongside me. If we're looking at the results behind us, Grav, there's only one result at the top which stands out. And that is the man who is got a 100% record here, top of the league so far. He will be absolutely delighted, won't he?
I'm sure he's happy with the way he's playing today. Not only that, but last year he had a great result. But it seems like this year he just wants to go on, and not only that, but win the tournament.
Yeah, what a game it was. Sorry to interrupt you there, Grav. What a game it was, Casey, between them both. Hazard played his part in it, and in true Hazard's fashion, he was smiling at the end, and it was sort of as if to say, I nearly did something here.
Absolutely, but it was Alihan who came out on top, and he has scored the most goals of the competition to date right now, and so he is absolutely cruising. But Hazard's definitely still in this one, definitely a veteran in the competition. As we see his reactions there, we've seen a lot of great reactions from the players. We see how much it means to each and every one of them. But it was Alihan who came out on top of that matchup.
Absolutely, and we can see, Grav, the league standings as they stand. I mean, 3 players on 9 points so far. Anders Vergang as well, back now to 14th with his first win here in Manchester. I mean, it's shaping up to be a sensational end.
And it seems like the top 8 is going to be tough this year. I mean, the amount of players getting 7, 9 points, because of course Emra is going to play now. So it looks like the top 8 is going to be tough this year.
How many points do you reckon you're going to need to get in that top 8, Casey? I know it's a really difficult question. We can throw in some highlights as well from around the grounds whilst we speak about this, because we are watching the best FC players in Europe, and rightly so, in one of the most prestigious competitions in FC. But how many points to get in that top 8?
It's so hard to tell. Only 3 players have been absolutely perfect. Emra is trying to lock in that last game as well and done 9 points. But yeah, it's going to come down to fine margins and definitely goal differential as well.
It's a really interesting one as well.
I'll give you an answer if you want to that question. I think it's going to be 12 points. 12 points and a good goal difference.
12 points and a good goal difference is Grav's prediction. He actually said it was an answer, so we'll write that down now, actually. We'll see where we get to.
You know what? I actually think it's going to be 12 points.
12 points as well. Well, I'd love to hear from everybody watching as well. But one thing's for certain, the action goes down right to the wire in this league phase. We saw it last year. We saw a player with the last kick of the game get knocked out on goal difference. We've got another day of it and another round to go today. But for now, Mr. Ryan Pessoa is somewhere around with one of our players.
Well, FG and the desk seem to think that 12 points will be enough to get into that top 8. I'm joined by someone, of course, the banana of Manchester City. You've got 9 points, and for me, I feel like you've sort of flown under the radar a little bit. How's this day gone for you, aside from the results-wise, but performances?
I think my performance was good in terms of results. Of course, it's 9 points, it's really good, but then in defense I was more or less sometimes, so I need to improve for tomorrow.
Obviously, you know your 3 games tomorrow already. What does tonight look like in terms of preparation for that?
No, the same time always, like maybe I will watch some games of Nasada, Anders and Marwa. But after, like the same mentality, keep going and keep improving.
You've come so close in this tournament in years gone by. Obviously, you've won countless trophies since then. How do you back your chances this year? Is this the year the one?
Yeah, of course, I'm not thinking about the past. I lost 2 times. I was close, and then I try to not think about the past or the future. Just now. Now I with 9 points, and tomorrow I need to fight for being the top 8.
Well, you're in a great position to do that, of course. Matthias Banana, one of 3 players with 9 points as it stands. Let's jump on over to the analysis desk, and I believe it's Tom and Shuri waiting for us.
Yes, thank you, Ryan. Well, we are indeed here at the analysis desk for ECL Showtime, presented by Pepsi. I'm joined by the main man, Thomas Lees, and we're going to be looking at the best skills and goals that have happened so far today. I mean, Tom, we've got some wonderful, fantastic, beautiful clips to look at here.
Yeah, we're talking high-level gameplay today, my friend. There's been some unbelievable stuff on action. And I think the main thing to highlight, 2 things. One, the skill move to finish a lot of the goals off has been superb, but also the finesse shot angles. People are finessing at angles I've never seen before. Look, there's quite a lot of that. Skill move as the final finisher, because they've got so many options, and then a nice finesse to wrap it off.
Absolutely. I think another thing I've been noticing all day long, Tom, is the triggering of runs from all these players and their ability to trigger a run, not play it straight away, and then have the ability just to snapshot. That's just like that Rude Hullet right there. We've seen so many finesses all day long. It's been absolutely sensational so far. And we are now ready to send it over for the final round of today. Take it away, casters.
Thank you so much, lads. Yes, this is our final round of action from day 1 of our eChampions League league phase here. Brandon Smith, O'Brien and Richard Buckley alongside you for this last game. 9 more games to play, Rich. What have we made of the day so far?
Yeah, it's been really, really good, I've got to say. I think we've seen the players that we expected to see towards that top end of the table delivering, which is harder than expected, but also we're only halfway through the day. If we're saying 12 points to go through into the top 8, you're probably looking at 6, maybe 7 to qualify into the top 24. You could end today on 0, win 3 tomorrow, and it doesn't matter. You're playing on Sunday.
O'Brien, people like PH in that ended the day with 3 points. Anders still got 4 points from today. I mean, you need to take something from today, don't you? Even if it's a couple of points.
Yeah, 100%, especially if it's a bad day. It can happen. You just need just win the points that you can win, and then you go for tomorrow. Maybe with an unplanned, with 9 points, it can happen, then you still qualifying for the top 8.
Look at Fuma. Day 1, he got 0 points. Day 2, 3 wins from 3, qualifies into the top 24.
Yeah, it can happen, just a different day.
Well, are we ready to get our final round of action? This is round 3 of day 1. Remember, back for 3 rounds of action tomorrow. We have to speak about this guy, Danik. First ever time in an eChampions League. First time a Kazakhstan FC Pro partnered league, of course, has been part of the eChampions League qualification. Over 3,000 miles, Richard, he travelled to get here. But he's so excited to be amongst the best in Europe.
Yeah, and the rest over from Kazakhstan, where he obviously is playing his FC from. A fantastic learning experience as well. These are the opportunities that you scratch and claw for in the FC scene. He is among the top 36 at the eChampions League. And every single game that he's been playing in, both of these 2 players need points. It's premium at this point of the tournament.
Absolutely. Milkulov as well, qualifying for the World Championships. Let's not forget that. He's got another big tournament to play later on this year, but just a word, O'Brien. Obviously, you've played in the eChampions League before. You had a very famous match against Anders all those years ago in London. Remember it rightly so as Milkolov looks to try and come forward now. What league phase would you have preferred to play? This new league phase with the big bracket, you got to be in the top 24. Do you prefer the typical style that you played back then?
I think the typical style back in the years was more simple. Like this one.
Maybe one simple, eh?
Yeah, like this one. You always have big games. Like Lex today, he played Anders and Asada. Same for Montaxe. Like back in the days, it was not like this.
I think the only thing people would argue, Rich, is that the match is already fixed in, aren't they?
Yeah, you know you play. There's no surprises. You can prepare a week out or so as soon as those fixtures get released, and you've got the opportunity to game plan for certain players. And also, you can look at your matches and go, okay, that game maybe I'm playing against Emra Yilmaz. I've got that game against Anders Vergang as Danik goes 1-0 up against Milkolov here. And then you highlight the games, you get the felt tip out and you go, right, I'm playing that player, that has to be 3 points. I'm playing this player, that has to be 3 points. And those are the games that you really, really have to win.
But this can be dangerous also for your mind, because maybe you put too much pressure for that game. For example, also Monta, you know, he played today Anders and Asada and then Georgia, so maybe he will circle Georgia win as the game that he would have win, but he didn't, he drew, so sometimes it's hard.
Well, speaking of Danik, that's a 6-pointer there for him against Milkolov. One of those two players has to take a win. A draw would be the worst case scenario. Right, let's speak about Emre Yilmaz for a second. We've spoken about players that have been perfect today. It looks like that could maybe be the case, but he's got RVP Legend in the way,
who's also had a fantastic day of FC.
0-0 there. There has been a goal over here, though. Looks to have gone the way of Damasas, who is leading against Samu Gamer. No surprise, it's a finesse. Perfect start there, and also a perfect start for Milkolov, who has pulled a goal back.
Yeah, equalising. Ruud Hullet off the left-hand side, low driven into the bottom corner.
Sometimes it's really risky playing a driven shot across goal, because especially with this Buffon, sometimes he just saved that for the place out plus that he has.
If you had to give a prediction, O'Brien, who's winning this game?
It's too easy to say Emra,
but you're going to say Emra.
I'm going to say Emra.
This was the goal that Milkolov did score. It was the low driven there from Rashid. We saw the replay of it, but there it is in all its glory. Finds the bottom corner as Damasas and Samu Gamer, 5 minutes in. Samu Gamer with an equaliser. First time round the corner, Ruud Hullet with the finesse. 1-1.
Proving his value and proving his worth. Of course, those are our 3 featured matchups. We'll be checking in shortly with FG and the rest of the team. Give us updates from the likes of Manu Bashura. He's in action. Marwan against Guga Ferraz, the 17-year-old Brazilian. Those are all the matches that are taking place. And Nasada, people were asking for him, Richard. He's 3-0 up already in his game.
Yeah, I mean, I had the opportunity to commentate his game in the previous round against Lex, and he really did struggle in that matchup. That win would put him on 6 points. It'd put him on the tail of the top 8. But there's still so much FC left to play. We come back tomorrow, we do the exact same again before we round out on Sunday with the knockout phase until we have 8 remaining.
Those are all the games that are underway in this round. Smalt leading against Manu Bashura by a goal to 0. Of course, he had a final against Anders Vergang. Incredible story for him before he signed with Torino. Was actually going to quit playing competitive FC. Next we know he's in the World Championships, and he's also an eChampionsLeague. Right, back to this game for a second. We left it when Danik was leading by a goal to 0. Milkolov has got a goal back. Speaking of a chance, this could be one here for the Kazakhstan FC Pro League champion.
He spent a lot for his midfield with Zidane and Gullit.
How hard is it, O'Brien, being sort of playing against players that have got a completely different play style that you would never experience? We've got 17 different pro partnered leagues here, all from different parts of Europe. Then yes, we're playing the same game, but there's little differences, isn't there, in the play style?
Yeah, I think every league has their own play style. And
but especially when you don't know nothing about your opponent, it's hard. It's not easy to play against, especially if you want to prepare a bit the game.
Samu Gamer with a goal there to put him in front against Damascus. Would you like to see Danik maybe a little bit more playing with intent in the midfield? You said he's controlling it a lot as Robert Perez finds a finesse. There is the 2-1 lead. I was just saying that he played quicker then. He got into Bobby Charlton and then found the passes around the corner.
Yeah, I think he's playing in the right way. He's not forcing too much, but maybe just want to play around the pressing of Milka a lot, because Milka is using a lot the team press, and of course it affects a lot the stamina. So maybe want to play around that.
Frustrated, Brandon.
Absolutely. Well, someone who is frustrated but turned into motivation is Samu Gamer. He's leading by 2-1. I mean, you've said it before, Oprah, it sounds crazy, but you'd rather play like a top 30 player in the world than potentially some of these matchups you're going to be given of 189th in the world, 187th in the world, because you've just never played them before. You don't know what you're going to be facing.
I think especially like Danny K, because it's the first time that he's playing. But for example, Domasas, you know a bit about him, because he's playing the Champions League. I think it's the third appearance, so at least you know about a bit about him.
Big win back. Sorry, Oprah, we'll hold that thought for a second. We're going to check him with FG and the rest of the team. There's people wanting to find out about Nasada, Tuga, Musti, FG. What is the latest from those 6 games?
Well, there is a lot of things going on here. Tom, we'll come to you first, because Manu Bashore was trailing last time I checked in with you. How's he doing?
Yeah, it's now 1-1, but this is a tight game. Small's actually just gone 2-1 up, so he is trailing again. Small's giving him a hard game here. Didn't see that coming. And Guga, I feel like every time I've watched this man at a live event, he's drawing.
Yeah, same.
It's 1-1. He's drawing again.
He's drawing again. Ryan, who are you watching and how's it going?
I'm familiar with Tom. 0-0 Musti against Georgia win. Honestly, there's nothing to report on that game. I'm deadly serious. We'll skip over that for now. There might be some more action in the second half. Tuga's just scored to go 2-0 up against Barrow, where defensively Barrow's made a lot of last-ditch tackles, but Tuga's been pretty dominant in this opening first half.
Now, Case, we spoke about Nasada a lot. We saw the emotion from him after the last defeat he had. How's he faring?
Yeah, so he was able to compose himself. He has gone into this game up against Sofoglu. It is currently 4-0, and honestly, if things keep going on, he will be entering the 10-goal club, because he is just cruising in that matchup. On the other side, a little bit closer of an affair. Ulight went up 1-0, and then Nick Sneb had 3 quick answers for him. It's currently 3-1. Make it 4-1. Nick Sneb in the lead.
Yeah, a couple more goals going in here. Ryan, you've just seen a quick goal. Quickly, we'll come to you again.
I was actually looking at the next step goal there, but there was actually a goal as well for Musti in this game. So that's a deadlock broken between Musti and Georgia Win, finally getting a goal just before half-time.
Yeah, well, Nasada 4 goals up in less than 30 minutes of FC. It could be a long, long game for his opponent. Let's head back then, Brandon.
Thank you, FG. What a storyline as well. Nasada cruising. Not just 4 goals, but a clean sheet next to his name as Damascus tries to get a goal back. He's 3-1 down against Samu Gamer, Rich.
Yeah, some lovely goals. Samu Gamer, just as we were going over to the guys, did go 3-1 up. I've got to say, that Nick Sneb goal as well, the roulette to create the chance, really, really nice. And the deadlock has been broken between RVP legend and Emra Yilmaz. When 1 goal score, it seems like the floodgates do open. Omri on the finesse, 1-1. As we are approaching half-time, and Milkalov, we saw out the corner of our eye, did get that goal back. There's Bastian Schweinsteiger, 2-2.
I was expecting more goals between Emre and RP. I still remember the match at Euro. It finished maybe 8-9, like, something like that.
Well, there's still plenty of time. I'm sure there'll be plenty of goals. It's Samu Gamer. You wouldn't believe he was 1-0 down in this game.
This is one of those must-win games. You look at Samu's fixtures. This game, if you're not getting 3 points in this game, your aspirations of a top 8, even a top 24, look to be very, very short.
Yeah, but also because if we win this game, at the end of the day, he just lost 1.
Yep.
He has 6 points, then today he can go for the top 8, 100%.
Last chance of the half here for Danik. Looking to make the most of it.
Playing for the last stack of the half. He's just given the ball away there in quite a poor position. It gives Mokulov the opportunity, Brandon, to go into the half leading.
I thought he was going to find a through ball there on the ongoing run. Bobby Charlton with incisive pass. Can't find the pass to unlock the door in half-time there. We're all square-ridge.
If I'm Milkalov at half-time there, I know obviously Zetmore's behind him. Over Risa at left-back for Danik. I'm looking at that and going, we've got to get round him. He's a weak point in the team.
Yeah, maybe he can be, but I think he just has to switch his mentality. Also the body language, like how he was reacting to the goal of Danik. I mean, you are on the biggest stage. Just focus and just go for a goal. Then he can change everything.
You don't like to see that. You don't like to see the frustration.
I don't like it because I think it affects also a bit your mentality. So you just have to focus on the game. Then when this day will finish, then you can go to the hotel. Then put out all the frustration that you want.
Does that take time though? Experience? When you were younger, were you showing that emotion more?
Yeah, sometimes it's also, I think, just personality. Yeah. They're just different.
You won't believe it, we have still got a good 8 minutes left of this first half. Must-win game in our final round for Samu Gamer.
What a group phase he had last year, by the way, Samu Gamer. Flew through the groups.
What an end to his season he had, Rich. Off the back of winning the East Serie A, which, as I said earlier, was the last European league, really, that concluded before the Champions League. Felt like the right time to build a bit of momentum and get that form. Here he comes now. Tries to lift the pass. It's a strong tackle from Rashford.
It's a red, no?
Let's see what he gets here, just to warn him.
No card. Straight through the back, I think.
It was so risky. Like, also, like, no sense.
Unnecessary.
Yeah.
We're about to kick off the second half between Danik and Milkalov. They took the full pause there.
We've watched a lot of FC, Brandon, this year. I don't think I've ever seen as many draws across a group phase. So many draws, and I think that will impact the table as well. Because there'll be people who you maybe draw 2 games out of your 6, which you'd rather lose one and win. So you're getting 3 points.
I think that a single draw can be good.
Yeah.
2 draws, like, they're useless.
For someone that won't want to draw, want to get maximum points today is Emra Yilmaz, defending eChampionsLeague winner. He squeezed that one in somehow.
That's the finish you were talking about, that low driven on the angle, over and across the goalkeeper. It's a difficult finish.
Yeah, it surprised me that he went for a driven shot, because I don't think that this item of Pires has the driven on white.
Who has been the in-game player of the day? Robert Pires has been he's been here, there and everywhere, and for the price you pay, O'Brien, it works out quite well.
Yeah, 100% because it's really cheap. But for me, Emra as a winger was smashing everything.
I like Hikapié as well.
One of those Champions League items, of course. 50 million coins was the budget in there. Champions League promo items must be used. This is the standings as it looks right now, with lots of draws going on, as Richard said, rightly so. And that bottom 12 players that are out of it as it stands. It's not looking great. Nasada has scored 6. Where's the keeper going there? Danik, 3-2 up.
He tried to rush out with the goalkeeper, but when you have a player, especially with finesse, it's too dangerous. Like, I think it's useless, because it was so easy for Danik to score. I think that's some decisions that you make when your feeling is like that. Huh?
Yeah.
I mean, he looks like he's played 6 games, doesn't he, Milkalov? He looks exhausted out there. Well, luckily he's got Zach Morris behind him, so hopefully he can calm him down.
We've got a big evening ahead of him.
A lot of odd review, no doubt.
Yeah. Well, also probably quite honest reflection as well. There's no point if you're leaving to down 0 points saying that you played well, because you've not.
And for a lot of these players, if you're not making it at least to the finals, it's a longer wait before the World Championships, isn't it?
I think the frustration comes especially because he knows that he has to win against Danik. But that's what I was saying. Sometimes you just put too much pressure on yourself.
Cruyff. It's a brilliant ball. RVP legend, but Puskas. Can he get a shot away? Of course he can.
He's been pretty outstanding today, RVP legend. I've got to say, I've been very impressed by his gameplay from what I've seen. Just the patience, the little bit of dribbling with Cruyff. He knows that he also can play the pass, and then look, Puskas.
I think also the choice was quite good. The choice of picking Cruyff as a cam, because everyone picked him as a striker. Then he picks what he loves from a striker, like the finesse plus.
There's the equaliser for Milkolov.
Couple of goals to update you on, of course, the equaliser there. That's 3-3. And over here, it is all square at 2-2. Puskas. Some a lot of history in the UEFA Champions League as Emra Yilmaz is trying to build towards another goal. We'll take a quick pause here and we'll check in with FG and the rest of the team for some more updates.
Yeah, thank you very much. Tom, let's come to you straight away because Manu Bashore, last time we checked, was 2-1 down. How's he going now?
If I could use one word to describe Manu, it's timing. The goal's just perfectly timed. He's clawed his way back in, 4-3 up, and he's dominating now. I'll expect him to go ahead. And Tuga actually isn't drawing for once. It's 3-2 down.
So it might end in another draw for him, Ryan, and there's goals going in as we speak in your game.
Yeah, I was getting prepared to speak about how Musty was 1-0 up and now he's 2-1 down, but he's actually just found an equaliser. 66 minutes between himself and Georgia winning that one. And on the other side of things, dominant from Tuga. I think it's 4-0. We're in a pause at the moment. I'm not sure if he scored for that chance. No, he didn't. So he's 4-0 up in the 60th minute.
And Casey, how's things going with Nasada? He was on absolute flames when we last came to you. Has he carried on?
Yes, absolutely. He's continued to score more goals. It is currently 8-2. Sofoglu actually got 2 back in, but it's going to be a very tough mountain to climb. We're 55 minutes into that match. On the other side, Nick Sneb has taken away in this match. He just scored a pen, making it 5-2 up against Ule.
Oh, plenty of goals, plenty of action here. Plenty going on in our featured games as well. Let's head back to the guys.
Perfect timing. Another goal goes in. Everywhere we look, the goals that continue to fly into the eChampionsLeague league phase. Masana, though, he was frustrated at the end of his last game, Richard, but he seems very much back, focused and locked in. 8-2 he leads.
Yeah, it's again, I've said this, I feel like I'm repeating myself. For that, him, if he loses that game, your head's all over the place. You have to win that game.
I mean, for Nasada, these type of games are so easy, I think, because when he's so good with when he has the ball in the offensive phase. So when he has on the paper this opponent that they are worse than him, he's just scored a lot of goals. He was just struggling against the best defender in the game, and I think Lex today played really good, especially in defense.
Well, I don't think we've seen a clean sheet today so far, but Tuga might be on to get one. He is leading 4-0 in his game. Update here. Emra scores, and so does RVP. But the player you mentioned, Thierry Henry, coming off the wing there, Oberon.
It's just too fast. Having as a lengthy player, as a winger, with 96 of pace, it's also like the body type of Henry is perfect. And then he has finesse plus and tiki-taka on white. I think it's everything that you want on a winger.
For you, he has to be in the team, Henry. If you were playing and you were drafting,
100% I would have tried him, but I think yes, for how he's playing here.
Samu scored another one. If Henry has to be in your team, Oberon, who would be the top 3 players that your first picks? You've got 50 million coins to play with as Milkolov goes in front 4-3. Who would be your first 3 players in the team?
I think Ramirez is a centerman because he has everything, especially as the deep lying playmaker that you want in your team, because he has jockey on white, he has intercept plus, he has anticipate, he has ping it plus, he has everything. So Henry and maybe Gullit. Maybe Gullit or Cruyff.
He's expensive, but yeah, he's worth the money.
Maybe Gullit or Cruyff, yeah.
Speaking of expensive, Zinedine Zidane with the free kick. Emra Yilmaz, an RVP legend. You said there might be, what was it, 9-8 between those two? They're providing the goals now. 4-3. The reigning defending champ does lead.
You wouldn't believe it as well. That's only Tuga's first winner today, Rich.
Yeah. He struggled. They're tough matches, though.
I think the opponent won. It's also about that, like maybe, for example, also Bonanno made 9 points, but the opponents were not like tier 1. So we have to see tomorrow.
Samu Gaber has really found his form, hasn't he? He'll be wishing he was playing his next 3 games now.
Talking about that Henry, by the way, over 5 million coins, a third of the budget on Henry. If you're going Henry, you're not going Doué.
Yeah,
more than likely, you're not going Hullet, maybe.
Maybe not Gullit, maybe Cruyff as a striker or come, depending on your formation that you choose. But the other players are not so expensive.
5-3. We missed the goal, I think, as well.
Look who it is again.
Well, this was the 5th goal that he scored. Zinedine Zidane. I don't know if I want to see that one again. Was it his goal or was it the defender's goal? I'm not sure.
He claimed it. Come on. Wow.
5-4 over here now. Final 10 minutes across our round of day 1. As Manu looks to try and close the gap on another 3 points. So 2-goal lead for him.
It's just as soon as you get in that space, as soon as you see the runner and then the through ball, he's never going to miss that.
Yeah, especially if he has intensive plus pass. So that's why you want Cruyff, because for also to force your opponent to follow the runs.
Ruud Gullit scoring across many different matches right now. That's Milk of Love 5-3 up.
Just starting to pull away, aren't they?
I think that Emra today didn't play so good, like in his best, but he's still, I think...
Still 9 points.
Yeah, still 9 points.
Nasada has just scored a 10th goal in that game as well, by the way. He's in the 10-goal club. Alongside the likes of Marwan and Alian Lyon.
Yeah, you got to pay the entry to Alian Lyon. He's the owner.
He's the gatekeeper, he's in the way. He's been our highest goal scorer today. And there's a goal back for Damascus.
Good timing.
Emre Yilmaz, 6 goals to 3 against RVP legend.
Well, for those in the chat asking, when does the games continue tomorrow? Same place, same time. Here on the EA Sports FC Twitch and YouTube channel, the final 3 rounds of action will conclude. After them, we'll know who has skipped around, who will be just playing 1 game to get into the top 8. Who's in the round of 16? There'll be, of course, the knockout phase of the Champions League here in Manchester on Sunday. Remember, we've still got another day of league phase tomorrow.
That goal there from Emre Yilmaz, Oberon. I don't think right now there's maybe a more composed player in the box than Emre Yilmaz.
But also when they try to be more aggressive against Emre.
And that was the 500th goal. Fitting that Emre Yilmaz, the person who scores it.
500 goals scored. Unbelievable. We've had, what, technically 6 rounds of action, but split into 3.
Do the exact same tomorrow.
Just over 84-ish goals around minimum.
So the question is, do we see more goals tomorrow? Or will the games be tighter with the...
I think the same. What do you reckon, Obram?
Yeah, similar, I think, but maybe a little bit less.
Do you think we'll get some last round drama with goal difference coming into play?
100% it would be. 100%. With this format.
Full-time result, Manu. 3 points for him. Against Schmork, 6 goals to 4. Emre Yilmaz against RVP. He's pulling away of added time of 3 minutes as well. It looks like it's going to be a smile from the Champions League winner of AZ Alkmaar. Perfect day, Rich, for him.
Yeah, he'll be looking to replicate tomorrow. Look, for players like Emre Yilmaz, this is just stage 1. It's just about getting through. They don't care if they finish 24th or 1st. As long as they're into Sunday, Emre Yilmaz can be any single player in this tournament to qualify through. Granted, if you finish in that top 8, you've only got 1 game to win rather than 2.
Yeah, but then depending always on the bracket.
Yeah.
Because then, of course, you can play maybe just 1 game, but...
You could play Anders. Ranked 17th, for example.
That's the point.
Full time. Emre Yilmaz, 9 points from 9. Every year we see him, he just gets better and better, Rich.
He's so consistent, and this seems to be his tournament. Maybe the perfect time of the year, he's peaking at the right time. Obviously last year when he came into this tournament, he didn't come in as a champion of his league. He finished in the top 4 in Valencia. This year, he's coming in obviously as well, picking up the silverware.
I think it can depend also on the quality of the teams, because he's an offensive player. Maybe with these restrictions, maybe the defenders are not so top level, so maybe could be for that.
And you wouldn't believe it as well, Rich. That's the first time he's actually won the Dutch Eredivisie. He never won it before, did Emra Yilmaz. Of course, he was runner-up once upon a time with Manu when PAG and Levy were champions in the Ajax PSV famous final. Marwan's a player that I want to keep an eye on, Rich. He is 8 minutes away from a big 3 points. Teammates with Monaco this year, and Karim is back. There's another back for...
Wouldn't be surprised, though, to see Guga get an equaliser in that matchup. He loves a draw, does Guga Ferez, as Milka Love tries to see out the final 3 minutes here against Danik.
One more goal would certainly seal it. Or is Danik going to get one back?
You get a chance.
This is the last round, the last game of day 1. Following this, we have our Pepsi post show. We'll be rounding out the day, looking at our player of the day. Overlapping run, big chance. Tony Cruz, can he get the angle for a finesse or a shot? Keeper comes trailing out. Did he make the wrong decision, Obram?
Yeah, of course, Kroos has not any finishing play styles on white, at least on white. But at that point, you just have to try, just try to score.
We get a corner, even if the worst case scenario.
Yeah, at least this was the wrong decision, 100%.
Look at that big puff of the cheeks on Milka Love as well. He knows how important getting that win on the board was.
Well, he's back tomorrow, and he's got 3 more games to put it right. But Danik knew what a chance that was to snatch 3 points, to grab a point for the day 1 of the tournament. But Milka Love will end day 1 on 4. 4 points from 9 is not terrible. He just wishes there's probably another half in this game to Massus, unfortunately. Even with 4 minutes added time, it's just not going to be enough. Samu Gamer picking up an important 3 points.
I think right now he's in a good spot, like 6 points. He started bad, so it was also good for his good mentality for him to come back to win that. He would have won, and he did it. So he did his job, I think, at the end of the day.
Tuga, you wouldn't believe it. This is only going to be his first win of today, off the post. Oh, did it go in eventually? No, it didn't. This is live, believe it or not.
He has conceded a goal as well, Brandon. No clean sheet.
No clean sheet for him. Nasada scored 11 goals in his game, 11-2. Nick Sneb 8-4 up.
Shout out Nick Sneb today as well. Good performance.
There's a few Musty fans that are watching, Rich. They won't be happy with that score.
No, they won't.
Giorgio in his 5-4 up in that game. Full-time result, Samu Gamer. Last year's eChampionsLeague top 8. Hoping to be there again. Tuga gets his first win here as well. And as we look around the room in Manchester, all the games are slowly but surely coming to a close.
We're also starting to see a little bit of separation now in the table. Even a couple of players picking up their first win, getting points on the board. You are starting to see that distance starting to draw from the players who are ending day 1 on 0 points. Even the players on 3 or 4 points, they are. It's a big gap at this stage.
It will depend a lot on the opponents of tomorrow, I think.
Last roll of the dice here for Guga Ferraz, by the way. Or is Marwan going to see this one out of a bit of career? It looks like he's going to do that. He has. Full-time result. Not a bad day for Monaco. And not a bad day for the French League champions. Marwan and Karim is back between them. Can be proud of that. Really strong day of action. Well, that is all the matches concluded here in day 1. Remember that we are back tomorrow. Richard Buckley, Oberon, myself, Brandon Smith back for more action. 3 more rounds. But for now, we're going to pass it back over to FG and the team for our Pepsi post show to round out day 1 here in Manchester.
Yeah, thank you very much, Brandon. As he said, welcome to the Pepsi post show. We have seen our first day of action here in Manchester, and it didn't disappoint. Myself, Casey, Ryan and Tom are here. We're going to announce our player of the day in a moment. But Tom, first things first, what's been your favourite moment of today?
Oh, favourite moment?
I put you on the spot there.
Put me on the spot. I'm trying to think what's got to me, what I've really thought about.
I know mine.
I'll give the Tekkz celebration first game.
You said that you knew yours, so what was it?
It's got to be Anders telling Jordan to move the camera. For me.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry. I love that.
Case?
All the goals, every single goal. High-scoring games, I love it.
You've had a lot of good days. Let's take a look at the table. This is how it stands. We're at the halfway point of our league phase. A quick reminder, the top 24 will make it to the knockout phase. And then we will end the weekend with our final 8 heading to Budapest with the dream of being crowned the eChampionsLeague winner 2026. Ryan, the man at the top, there's no surprise that he is our PlayStation Player of the Day. What a remarkable day. 3 wins, goals, absolutely everything. He was brilliant, wasn't he?
Yeah, rightly so. He's a player that, you mentioned the goals, ridiculous going forward. I wish we could have spoken to him because it seems so easy. Anytime he has the ball in the final third, he looks as if he's going to score, and he's confident, and you don't really get that much emotion from him. So yeah, tomorrow will be an interesting day as well for him.
Casey, what are we expecting from tomorrow's action, especially from Allianz's perspective? Because we spoke about it earlier, and you and Grav will Grav, and then you sort of copied, saying 12 points will be enough to get in the top 8. Do we just think 3 points and he's through?
I think so, but it also, matchmaking is everything. We can have a completely different day tomorrow. I believe he has a tough 3 set of matches tomorrow, and so we're going to see how it all goes. But if it's anything like last year, we're going to have so much dramatics.
That was an unbelievable camera angle. We were just looking over the trophy. It looks a little bit small, though. Tom, quick one. Anders Vergang, we have to speak about him because he started the day off really poorly. He got 1 point from 6. He finished with a win. How's he going to do? Do you think he's going to get in the top 8 tomorrow?
Yeah, because he's ended well. I think if he finished badly, I'd say, oh no, he's not got any chance. But I think he's ended well, ended strong enough that even on a bad day, he walks away with 4 points. He'll get confidence from that. You don't see him have 2 bad days, really. I can't see it happening again. I wouldn't be surprised if he comes out and gets 9 out of 9 tomorrow.
Well, for those of you wondering, tomorrow, what time we kick off the action, we're going to show you right now. Ryan, I mean, if last year's anything to go by, tomorrow is definitely one of the best days in this format. It's such a great format, but tomorrow our players are in action and there is so much to play for.
Probably one of the best days of the season for me. I just love the jeopardy on the final day of the league phase. 1 result or 1 goal changes the table drastically. So, yeah, I love it.
Yeah, we're back same time tomorrow, remember, on Twitch and YouTube, EA Sports FC Pro. Tom, Ryan, Casey, thank you very much, and thank you very much to all of you for watching. We're halfway there in the league phase. Tomorrow is going to be one of the best days in the FC season. Join us tomorrow for the conclusion of the league phase. We'll see you then. Hello and welcome to the eChampionsLeague 2026.
Hazard will get the defending eChampionsLeague winner off the mark. Musiala ties us up at 3-3.
And Tekkz is on his feet, huge win.
Come on! Craig back inside, that's brilliant football.
They're scoring goals for fun for him, 8-1.
Rashford! Tuga to the back post, there's Solo, there's Nick's name. 3 points. Yes. With a lovely extra pass. Tuga snatches 3 points from Jesus. Danik goes 1-0 up. The level is so high at this year's eChampionsLeague. I can't wait for tomorrow.